Chapter 1. The third concubine's last morning in the compound. Fellow cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. Wei Suyin woke before the dawn gong, as she always did. She lay still for a moment beneath the silk coverlet. Real silk, imported from the southern provinces, the kind that felt like water against skin, and she listened. The Iron Crest compound settled at night and creaked at first light, and she had learned every sound of this place in 3 years of living inside it. She knew the sound of the East Gate guard changing his post at the fourth watch. She knew the way the old pine tree near the outer wall groaned when the wind shifted north. She knew the creak of the third floorboard in the corridor outside her chamber, and which of the servants favored their left foot when they walked. She heard none of those sounds this morning. She heard, instead, the silence of a compound that had been warned. Suyin sat up. She did not reach for the bell cord that would summon Lian Bao. She sat for 3 full breaths with her hands in her lap, and she thought. Steward Gu Ping would not come himself unless the order came directly from the Warlord's household seal. The household seal was kept by first concubine, now Lady Feng Luqing, who had held that title for exactly 43 days. 43 days was enough time to consolidate allies. Not enough time to feel secure. A woman who had not yet finished consolidating her position would move quickly against any threat she perceived, whether or not the threat was real. Suyin had not posed a threat. She had been careful. But careful was not enough when someone else decided you were dangerous simply by virtue of existing. She rose and dressed herself. She chose the dark gray robe, traveling weight, not ceremony, and she pulled her hair back with a plain copper pin. Not the jade, not the gold. If there was to be an expulsion order this morning, she would not give them the satisfaction of watching her change out of finery. She would already be dressed to travel. The chamber was furnished with objects she had acquired over 3 years. A small bronze mirror that had belonged to her grandmother, a stack of medical texts she had been studying for her own interest, a carved sandalwood chest where she kept her personal correspondence sorted by date. She looked at each of these in turn. She took the bronze mirror. She took nothing else. She was standing by the window, watching the first pale gray of dawn touch the tiles of the courtyard roof when the knock came. It was not a servant's knock. A servant knocked twice, soft, at the lower panel. This knock was 3 times, flat, official, the knock used by household officers. "Come in," she said, without turning from the window. Steward Gu Ping entered with 2 household guards behind him and a junior scribe at his elbow who was already holding an open scroll. The steward was a compact man of middle age with the careful face of someone who had learned long ago to feel nothing during the execution of unpleasant orders. Suyin had always found him professionally competent and personally hollow. Third concubine Wei Suyin. The scribe read from the scroll, his voice steady with rehearsed neutrality. By order of Warlord Deng Haoran, Lord of the Iron Crest Dominion, bearer of the 7 garrison seals, this household releases you from your position and all associated titles, ranks, and privileges, effective at dawn of the 17th day of the 3rd month. You are to vacate the compound by the first gong of morning. A stipend of 50 silver has been provided for your immediate needs. Grand Physician Mao Chenlu will attend you in the eastern antechamber before your departure. The scribe rolled the scroll. He did not meet her eyes. Suyin turned from the window. Grand Physician Mao, she said. Not before departure. Before the eastern gate. Steward Gu Ping cleared his throat. The physician's attendance is a courtesy. It is a seal. She said it without heat, as a person states a known fact. He is going to place an iron suppression seal on my dantian before I leave. I have been accused of something, and the sentence is expulsion plus seal. If you want me to cooperate with the physician's attendance, tell me what the charge is. You owe me that much. The steward's careful face did not move, but she saw the flicker in his eyes, the small, involuntary recognition that she was right, and that her being right made his mourning harder. Infidelity, he said, after a moment. With a merchant's son from the southern district. Evidence was provided to Lord Deng directly. Evidence provided by whom? That is not information I am authorized to, Lady Feng Luqing, Suyin said. The evidence was provided by Lady Feng Luqing, and it was fabricated, and you know both of those things. Gu Ping's jaw was a stone. I will attend the physician, Suyin said. I will not create a scene. I will not make your mourning difficult. In return, you will allow my maid Lian Bao to accompany me to the gate. Your maid is retained by the household. My maid is a free citizen of the Dominion who is employed month to month and may resign her position at any time. She has already resigned. This was a bluff. Suyin had no way of knowing if Lian Bao had done anything. But she was almost certain, and she was willing to risk the gamble. If you prevent her, You will be in violation of Dominion Labor Statute 47. I know you know that statute. You have a reputation for precision. The steward looked at her for a long moment. Then he gave a small, precise nod. To the gate, he said. Not beyond. Suyin walked out of her chamber for the last time without looking back at the sandalwood chest, the medical texts, the jade hairpin she had left on the dressing table. She carried only the bronze mirror in her sleeve. She had one other thing, but it was not an object anyone could inventory. It lived in her memory, every character perfect, every stroke preserved from the night her grandmother had made her read it aloud 3 times before dawn, whispering, again, again, once more, until it is part of you, not just something you know. The Hollow Vessel Sutra. 42 pages in a water-stained manual her grandmother had pressed into her hands and then burned before Suyin left for the Warlord's compound. She had not known, at 19, that she would need it. She knew now. The Eastern Antechamber was a plain room used for medical examinations and small official proceedings. It smelled of dried herbs and old wood. Grand Physician Mao Chunlu was already present when she arrived, standing beside a portable examination table with his seal kit open before him. Ink the color of dull iron, 3 brushes graduated in size, and a pressed metal disc incised with suppression characters. He was 60 years old and had been the Warlord's chief physician for 22 of those years. He had placed suppression seals before. She could tell by the way he arranged his tools, practiced, unhurried, the small economy of motion that came from repetition. He looked at her when she entered. She met his eyes. I will not struggle, she said. He nodded slowly. Sit here, please. She sat. He worked in silence. She watched him apply the ink in 3 concentric rings around the base of her sternum, the resonance point, the place where the Dantian's outward signal was strongest, and felt the characters bite into her chi channels with a cold, structural pressure, like stones being laid across a river. She felt her cultivation access disappear. Not painfully. It was more like a window going dark. The light had been there, and now it was not. Her condensed pulse cultivation, 3 years of refined chi, became something she could feel but not touch, sealed behind glass. She breathed. She catalogued. The seal was iron structure. It operated by rigidity, a framework of suppression characters designed to remain static. It would prevent her from circulating chi. It would not prevent chi from being stored at its boundary, because static structures had no mechanism for expelling accumulation. It would read accumulation as inert because it was looking for circulation, not storage. The physician did not know about the Hollow Vessel Sutra. He could not have known. She felt the seal settle into place and felt, simultaneously, the faintest whisper of the sutra's logic activate in response. Her grandmother's technique reading the new constraint and finding the gap, the way water finds the space between stones. Grand Physician Mao Chunlu sealed his kit and stepped back. It is done, he said. He did not meet her eyes again. Suyin rose. She walked to the gate. Lian Bao was already there, standing in the gray dawn with a cloth bundle on her back and her chin set at the angle that meant she had been crying and had finished and would not be doing it again. She was 19 years old and wearing her own clothes, not the household servant's uniform, and Suyin felt something move through her that she identified, catalogued, and set aside. Gu Ping's guards opened the gate. The road beyond was dusty and empty and led in one direction away. My lady, Lian Bao said. Don't, Suyin said quietly. Not yet. They walked through the gate together. Behind her, Suyin heard the iron bar drop back into its bracket with a sound like the world deciding she no longer existed. She did not look back. That sound, she thought, that particular dismissal, the casual certainty of it, had just fed her seal with every scrap of contempt Gu Ping had carried in his careful, hollow chest for the entire 3-minute walk from her chamber. She had felt it. The seal had taken it. It was infinitesimal, a thread of stolen chi from an unawakened man. But a thread was how you began to weave. They walked into the dawn, and Wei Suyin was already planning. Chapter 2. The coin pouch and the border road. The stipend of 50 silver arrived at the gate in a plain cloth pouch handed to Suyin by the younger of the 2 guards, a boy of perhaps 18 who held it out at arm's length. The way people handed things to those they'd been warned were dangerous. 50 silver. The Warlord's household spent more than that on a single night's banquet. Suyin accepted the pouch without comment and kept walking. The road from Iron Crest compound ran 12 li east before it intersected the main trade road that connected the Dominion's core territories to the border regions. At that junction, a person could go north toward the mountain garrison towns, south toward the river ports, or continue east into the buffer zone, the collection of border cities and way towns that served as the Dominion's administrative fringe, largely ignored by the Warlord's court because they were economically marginal and strategically unimportant. That indifference, Suyin had decided in the 3 breaths she'd taken before rising from her bed, was exactly what she needed. You know where we're going, Lian Bao said. It was not a question. East. How far east? Far enough that no one knows my face. Lian Bao was quiet for a moment. They were walking at a steady pace. Not hurried, not slow. The pace of travelers who have a destination and intend to reach it. The morning was cold and the road was empty. Frost still lay in the ruts where cart wheels had turned the mud before the freeze. I packed bread, Lian Bao said, and dried fish, and the small pot of salve you use for your wrists when the compound air goes dry. I wasn't sure what you'd need, so I packed what I knew. Suyin looked at her. Lian Bao was staring at the road ahead, jaw still at that set angle. You packed before they came to my chamber, Suyin said. The night before, I heard, through the kitchen corridor, the way I hear everything, that there was a household seal being requested. I didn't know for certain it was about you, but... She paused. I've been watching Lady Fong for 3 months. I know how she looks when she's done something she's pleased about. This was the thing about Lian Bao. She was unawakened, untrained in any martial art, and had never held any position of authority in her life. She was also, by Suyin's estimation, the most functionally intelligent person in the Iron Crest compound's lower staff, and she observed with the precise, accumulative attention of someone who had learned very early that observation was the only power available to her. The charge was infidelity, Suyin said. With a merchant's son. Lian Bao made a short, sharp sound. There was no merchant's son. No. She fabricated it. Yes. And Lord Deng chose to believe it because it was convenient. A concubine accused of infidelity could be expelled cleanly, with no political cost. I had become politically inconvenient in other ways. My connections to the Shun lordship through my mother's family, my access to the medical archives through my friendship with the junior physician Daiyong. Lady Fong identified the pressure point and applied it. It was competent work. Suyin said this with genuine neutrality, the way one assessed a well-executed strategy regardless of who it was aimed at. Lian Bao stared at her. You're not angry? I am many things. Anger is the least useful of them right now, so I am setting it aside until it becomes useful. When will it be useful? Suyin looked at the road ahead. The frost was beginning to melt where the first thin sunlight reached the ruts. In perhaps an hour, the frozen mud would soften and the walking would become harder. When I am ready to act on it, she said. Not before. They walked in silence for a while. The seal, Lian Bao said, eventually. Her voice was careful. The physician, I heard them say he would place a seal. Does that mean, yes? My cultivation is sealed. Can you? Does that mean you can't? My cultivation is sealed, Suyin said again, with the quiet precision of a statement that had already been categorized and filed. I cannot access or circulate my qi. From the outside, I am indistinguishable from an unawakened mortal. Lian Bao absorbed this. From the outside, she said. Suyin almost smiled. Almost. From the outside, she confirmed. The road reached the junction by mid-morning. A waypost stood there with distances carved into weathered wood. The garrison towns to the north, the river ports to the south, the border territories to the east. A food seller had set up a small cart near the post, steamed buns and salted radish, the kind of portable meal that sustained people on long roads. Suyin stopped at the cart. She opened the coin pouch and counted. 50 silver was not nothing. In the border territories, it could provide 3 months of modest accommodation and meals. It would not, however, provide anything beyond that, and 3 months was not enough time to build what she needed to build. She would need to work. She did not find this alarming. She filed it under logistics. She bought 4 steamed buns and 2 paper-wrapped portions of salted radish and handed half to Lian Bao. Eat, she said. We have a long walk. How long? Crestfall border city is 4 days east on foot. 2 if we can find transport. She looked at the food seller, an older woman who had the weathered look of someone who had been on this road for decades. Are there any carts heading east today? The woman looked her over. The gray robe. The plain copper hairpin. No marks of rank. No visible cultivation aura. The seal had flattened even the residual glow that condensed pulse cultivators carried. The woman's assessment was quick and professional. A nobody, heading east, has coin but isn't wealthy. The contempt in that assessment was faint and impersonal. Not aimed at Suyin specifically, just the reflexive dismissal of a merchant-class woman evaluating a person with no visible value. Suyin felt it. Faint as a breath. The sutra pulled at it. The seal caught the thread. Nothing she could use yet. But she was aware of a slow, architectural patience inside herself, like water gathering behind a dam 1 cupful at a time. There's a grain hauler heads east every 3rd day, the woman said. Yesterday was his day. Wouldn't wait for anyone. Thank you, Suyin said. They walked east. The road was long, and the frost finished melting by midday, and the mud was indeed difficult, as she'd predicted. Lian Bao did not complain. She washed her footing, ate her bun in neat bites, and saved half the salted radish for later. They made 20 li before the light failed and found shelter at a Wei house that charged 4 coppers a night for a shared room and the use of a fire. 3 other travelers were already installed there. A pair of merchants going west, hauling empty carts back from the border, and a young man who appeared to be a wandering cultivation student, perhaps at chi breath stage, who looked at Suyin's plain robe and the absence of an aura and glanced away without interest. Suyin sat near the fire and opened her bundle. The bronze mirror, the coin pouch now lighter by 8 coppers, and the dried provisions Lian Bao had packed. She held the mirror and looked at her own face in the firelight. She looked ordinary. She looked like a woman who had lost something. Both of those things were useful. She turned the mirror over and looked at the back, where her grandmother had etched 3 characters in a hand so small they required close examination. Still, deep, patient, not advice. Instructions. You should sleep, Lian Bao said from across the fire. So should you. I will after you. Suyin set down the mirror. I need to tell you something, she said quietly, below the range of the merchant's low conversation across the room. What I have, the technique my grandmother gave me, it requires me to be underestimated. It requires me to appear to have nothing. Every time someone looks at me and decides I am not worth their attention, their cultivation pressure bleeds toward me and feeds the seal. Lian Bao was very still. And that's good. It is the mechanism. For it to work, I must never appear to be anything other than exactly what they have decided I am. A discarded woman with no power, no connections, and no future. For how long? Until the seal is ready to break. Suyin met her eyes. I am telling you this because you are the only person who will know the truth. I need you to understand. Every slight, every dismissal, every time someone treats me as though I do not matter, it is not a wound. It is payment. Lian Bao was quiet for a long time. The fire snapped. Outside, the wind had picked up and was moving through the eaves. Payment for what? She asked finally. For everything that comes after, Suyin said. She lay down and closed her eyes, and she counted, in the precise archive of her memory, the characters of the Hollow Vessel Sutra from beginning to end. All 42 pages, not a single stroke missing. And she fell asleep to the sound of her grandmother's voice saying, again, again, once more, until it is part of you. The road east was waiting in the morning. She would be ready for it before the frost had time to form. Chapter 3. First night. What she chose to remember on the second night of the road east, they found no Wei house. The road thinned after the junction town, and the Wei houses were farther apart than the distances carved into the posts suggested. Whoever had maintained those markers had not updated them in at least a decade. They walked until the last light was fully gone and found, instead of shelter, a section of old wall where a former structure had stood and collapsed into something that blocked wind from 3 sides. Lian Bao built a small fire from dead wood gathered along the road. She was competent at this. She had mentioned once, briefly, that she had grown up in a farming village before her family sold her labor contract to the Warlord's household at age 14. She did not speak of this often. When she did, her voice had the flat precision of someone reporting facts they have finished grieving. The fire was modest and warm. They ate the rest of the dried fish, and Lian Bao produced, from some depth of her cloth bundle, a small hard wheel of pressed cheese that Suyin had not known she'd packed. From the kitchen, Lian Bao said, I didn't steal it. Cook gave it to me. She said to tell you she was sorry. Cook Chun, Suyin said. She cried a little. Lian Bao broke the cheese in half and handed one piece across. She said you were the only concubine who ever asked her name in 3 years. Suyin held the cheese and was quiet for a moment. There were people in the compound she had liked. That was a true thing, and she was honest with herself about true things. Cook Chun, who had learned her preference for less salt in the broth. Junior physician Dai Yong, who had lent her 3 texts from the medical archive without being asked. The old gardener, Master Hu had spoken to her once for a full hour about the soil composition of the Eastern Garden, while they both pretended not to be avoiding a household function neither of them wanted to attend. She would not see them again. Or, more precisely, they would not see the person they had known. This was the first grief, and she sat with it for a measured time. The grief of the ordinary kindnesses that had made a constrained life bearable. 3 years of careful navigation, of existing as a political object in a household built around the will of one man. And the things that had made it something other than purely clinical had been these small, sideways connections with people who were also, in their own ways, constrained. She gave herself until the fire burned down by 1/4. Then she set the grief in a specific place in her memory, She had long ago organized her memory as a physical architecture, each significant experience assigned to a room in an imagined building, and she closed the door on it. Not forgotten. Stored. There was a difference. Tell me what you know about Crestfall Border City, she said. Lian Bao blinked at the transition. She was getting used to these. The way Suyin moved from one register to another without visible seam. I've never been, she said. But I heard about it from travelers who came to the compound. It's the largest of the border cities, maybe 30,000 people. It's on the edge of the Dominion's territory, technically under Lord Deng's control, but the court in the capital barely pays attention to it. There's a garrison, but it's not a priority posting. The people who get sent there are either being punished or are making the best of a small situation. Governance. A regional administrator. Mid-rank, appointed by the capital. Last I heard it was a man named Prefect Wan. But that was a year ago, and those appointments rotate. Commerce. Trade road. The border territories east of Crestfall are not under any single dominion. There are 3 or 4 smaller lordships out there that technically owe allegiance to Iron Crest, but practically do as they please. So there's commerce and things the Dominion doesn't officially sanction. Information, Suyin said. Yes, and other things. Medical supplies? Lian Bao paused. You're thinking about the apothecary trade. Crestfall is 4 days from the Dominion's primary medical distribution center. The eastern border territories are undersupplied. If there is an independent apothecary operating there, they need a reliable supplier and someone who can read a prescription with actual medical knowledge. Suyin had spent 2 years quietly reading every text in the compound's modest medical archive, not out of ambition, but out of the same practical instinct that had driven her to learn the compound's layout, the guard's schedules, the steward's accounting habits. Knowledge was a resource. You gathered it when it was available. You're going to apply for work, Lian Bao said. I'm going to offer a service. There's a difference. You have no papers. I have knowledge, which is harder to forge than papers and more valuable. An apothecary who needs someone to read prescriptions and mix compounds correctly doesn't care about documents. They care about whether you know that water hemlock and water parsley have identical leaves, and that confusing them kills people. Lian Bao stared at her. Do you know that? I know a great deal about things that kill people. I also know a great deal about the things that heal them. In the border territories, both bodies of knowledge have commercial applications. The fire had burned down by slightly more than 1/4. Suyin shifted positions, tucking her feet beneath her against the cold. The seal, she said, returning to the other thread she had been turning over since they left the compound. I want to describe what it feels like from inside, because I need to understand it clearly, and I find that speaking about it clarifies my thinking. Lian Bao nodded. She had a gift for this, for being present when Suyin was thinking aloud, for asking the right questions without interrupting, for treating the most unusual circumstances with the steady attention of someone who had decided that nothing was too strange if it was useful. From inside, the seal feels like standing in a room where there is a window you cannot open. The light comes through. I can perceive qi in my surroundings. I can feel the energy signatures of cultivators near me, but I cannot access my own circulation. My dantian exists. It is not empty. What's in it? My original cultivation, 3 years of condensed pulse refinement. The seal is holding it in place. But the Hollow Vessel Sutra does not use the dantian stored cultivation. It uses the boundary of the seal itself. The iron structure becomes a collection surface. When spiritual pressure from other cultivators flows toward me through underestimation, she paused, trying to make the sensation precise. It does not feel like power flowing in. It feels like the seal growing heavier, more dense, as if the walls of the vessel are thickening. Is that good? It is the mechanism of the technique. The sutra operates by accumulation and compression. The seal's suppression becomes, over time, the compression agent. Everything stored inside is being pressed into a denser and denser state. And when it breaks, everything releases at once. Not gradually, all at once. The medical texts call it a breakthrough, but that word is insufficient. It will be more like a detonation. Whatever cultivation I have accumulated through the sutra, added to my original condensed pulse base, compressed to the maximum density the seal can hold before it shatters. Lian Bao was quiet for a while. Does it hurt? She asked. Carrying all of that. Every day. Suyin considered the question honestly. Not yet, she said. Ask me in a year. She lay back and looked at the sky through the broken roof of the collapsed structure. Clear night, the kind that meant hard frost before morning. She could see the major star clusters. She had learned the sky as a child, another habit of her grandmother's making, the old woman walking her out behind the village at night and pointing. That cluster means the harvest month is past. That one means the flood season is coming. That one has no meaning except that it is beautiful and beauty is worth knowing. She found the cluster her grandmother had loved best. 7 tight stars her people called the iron spindle, and she held it in her vision until she had memorized the exact configuration of the night sky above the road between the junction town and Crestfall border city on the second night after her expulsion from the Iron Crest compound. Everything was worth remembering. You never knew which memory would become important. The fire went low. Lian Bao fell asleep with her back against the old wall, her cloth bundle tucked under her head. Her breathing was steady and even. Suyin stayed awake for another hour, composing in her memory a list of everything she knew about the border territories. Every relevant detail she had heard in 3 years of living in a court where people spoke freely in front of concubines because they did not consider concubines worth guarding their words around. She knew, for instance, that the grain shipments to the eastern border garrisons were routinely undercounted by 15%, the difference absorbed by a contractor with connections to General Pao Jiulong's supply office. She knew that the Shun Lordship's Eastern Trade Representative visited Crestfall quarterly and spent 2 days in the city before heading back. She knew that the Dominion's tax assessors had not made a genuine count of the border city's commercial base in 4 years. Gaps in bureaucratic attention. Spaces where things could exist that the court was not looking for. She filed each item with the precise attention of someone who understood that every fact was a potential lever, given enough time and the right placement. The night held. The stars did not move, or moved so slowly it amounted to the same thing. She slept when she was ready, and woke before the frost had finished forming. Chapter 4. The Hollow Vessel Sutra. The technique was not designed for a woman in Wei Suyin's exact situation. She understood this. The Hollow Vessel Sutra had been developed, as her grandmother had explained in fragments over the years, by a practitioner named Wei Suyin, who was a wandering scholar monk 200 years dead. Wei Suyin had written the sutra not for cultivators who had been sealed, but for cultivators who had been overlooked, those who lived in the margins of great cultivation sects and were never assigned the resources to advance, who were surrounded by more powerful practitioners whose casual exercises leaked spiritual pressure into the ambient environment the way great fires cast heat in all directions. The sutra's core principle: in a world of visible hierarchies, the invisible person is in the best position to collect what the visible people waste. That it worked inside a seal was, as far as Suyin could determine, incidental to its design but logical to its mechanism. The sutra did not require Dantian circulation because it operated at the boundary layer, at the interface between the practitioner's body and the surrounding qi environment. The seal had created a particularly defined boundary. She had an exceptionally clear collection surface. On the morning of the 3rd day, she explained this to Lian Bao as they walked. "I want to understand the practical rules," she said. "Not the philosophy, the specific conditions." "All right," Lian Bao said. Rule 1. The absorption only occurs when there is active spiritual pressure directed at me from someone who holds contempt or underestimation toward me. Ambient qi from the environment does not trigger it. It requires the specific combination of directed pressure and dismissal. So someone has to specifically not care about you. More than not care. There is a particular quality of, I can only describe it as active erasure. The moment when a cultivator looks at you and their qi circulation pattern settles into the assumption that you are not worth noting. That settling creates a kind of overflow. Their pressure was briefly elevated by the act of assessment, and when they decide you are nothing, that elevation releases and the excess flows toward me. How much? It depends on their cultivation level. From an unawakened person, almost nothing, but not zero. From a qi breath practitioner, a detectable thread. From condensed pulse, more. From iron marrow or above, a meaningful fraction. And from someone like General Pao, from a heaven fracture practitioner who dismisses me with full conviction, more than I would need to work with for a month. She kept her voice level. But proximity to heaven fracture practitioners will not be a feature of my life for some time. I am starting from the bottom. They had been walking for 3 hours and the road had begun to widen, which meant they were approaching the secondary township that the postmarkers had promised. It appeared ahead of them, a cluster of buildings, 60 or 70 structures, built at the intersection of 2 roads with the pragmatic ugliness of a town whose only reason for existing was location. Suyin slowed her pace. Rule 2, she continued. I cannot manufacture the conditions. If I actively try to provoke contempt, the sutra recognizes the manipulation and the collection fails. It must be genuine dismissal. This means I cannot pretend to be weaker than I am in a calculated way to draw absorption. The technique is passive. I can choose to present myself in ways that make genuine underestimation more likely. But I cannot perform weakness as a strategy while internally considering it a strategy. The distinction matters. Lian Bao frowned. That seems like an impossible distinction to make. It is the most difficult part of the technique. My grandmother called it the sutra's moral mechanism. It cannot be gamed because it requires the practitioner to genuinely not prioritize accumulation. I must focus on the task in front of me, whatever task that is, surviving, working, building, and let the absorption occur as a consequence, not an objective. So you have to actually not be thinking about it. I have to actually be doing other things. The absorption is the byproduct, not the purpose. She looked at the township ahead. This requires that I have genuine purposes, real work, real stakes, not a performance of them. This was, she thought, the cleverest aspect of the sutra and the cruelest. It could not be approached strategically in the direct sense. It could only be made possible by building an actual life, with actual substance, and then watching what accumulated around the edges of that life. She had spent 3 years in the Warlord's compound performing a role that had no genuine content. She had been a political object, decorative and diplomatic, and she had found ways to fill that hollowness with reading and observation and the small sideways friendships she'd just filed away in the grief room of her memory. But she had never, in 3 years, had a genuine purpose. She had one now. Rule 3, she said, as they entered the township. The seal must not be tampered with. Any attempt to loosen, weaken, or modify the seal from outside will disrupt the compression process and potentially release the accumulated qi in an uncontrolled event. No physician, no formation master, no well-meaning healer should ever be allowed to examine my dantian directly. What if someone insists? A city medic who thinks you're ill. I tell them I had a minor cultivation accident years ago, and the seal is stable, and I have made my peace with it. Which is true. She paused. I need you to remember these rules clearly. If I am ever incapacitated, ill, injured, whatever, you are the only person who knows. You must prevent any cultivation intervention. Lian Bao met her eyes. I understand, she said. I'll remember. I know you will. They bought water at a public well in the township's central square and refilled their traveling skins. A group of young men, probably merchants' sons or minor cultivation students, were practicing basic qi breathing forms in the square's open area. Early qi breath work, clumsy and self-conscious. One of them noticed Suyin and Lian Bao, looked at them with the specific combination of dismissal and incuriosity that young male cultivators reserve for women with no visible cultivation, and looked away. Suyin felt the thread. Small, thin, qi breath level, but genuine. She noted it with the detached satisfaction of someone who has confirmed a hypothesis. Rule 4, she said quietly, walking past the young men toward the road's eastern continuation. Every absorption event tells me something about the person it came from. The quality of the qi, its density, its character, its flavor, if I can use that word, carries an impression of the cultivator's method and emotional state at the moment of dismissal. Over time, I will be able to recognize individuals by the quality of their spiritual pressure. This is a secondary function of the sutra, less useful early on, more useful once I have encountered the same people multiple times. You'll be able to know them by their qi signature. More than that, I will know what state they were in when they dismissed me, whether they were afraid or bored or angry or triumphant. The emotional coloring of contempt carries information. She paused at the edge of the township and looked east, where the road narrowed again and the border country's flat, frost-weathered landscape extended to the horizon. The Warlord's court was full of people who dismissed me as a matter of professional routine. When I return to them, when I am ready, I will know each of them by a signature they gave me freely, without knowing. Lian Bao was quiet for a moment. That's frightening, she said. Yes, Suyin agreed pleasantly. I imagine it will be. The road east was long and cold, and exactly as hard as she had expected. She walked it with a purpose she had not had 3 days ago, and she felt the sutra settling into the rhythm of her days like a deep, slow heartbeat that no one else could hear. By noon of the 3rd day, they were through the township and back on the empty road. By nightfall, a grain hauler heading east stopped for them, an older man with a tired horse and no interest in conversation, who accepted 4 coppers for the privilege of riding in the back among the sacks. Suyin rode in the grain cart and watched the sky darken and thought about Crestfall Border City, which she had never seen, and what she would need to build there, and what she would need to know first. She was starting with 50 silver, a bronze mirror, the complete text of the Hollow Vessel Sutra, and 3 years' worth of information about how an empire was managed. It was enough. It was the right starting point. A structure that could be assembled from nothing was harder to dismantle than one built on visible foundations. Chapter 5. The Town of Ashford's Edge. First underestimation. They did not reach Crestfall in 4 days. The grain hauler's route deviated north on the 2nd day to deliver at a garrison waypost, which added half a day, And then his horse threw a shoe on the morning of the fourth day outside a small market town called Ashford's Edge, which sat in a shallow valley where 3 minor roads converged and a modest river provided the water that kept the valley's farms running. The hauler was philosophical about the horse. He knew the local smith and said he would be 2 days, maybe 3, getting the shoe fitted and the horse rested. He offered no apology for the delay. Suyin noted this, thanked him for the transit thus far, and took stock of Ashford's Edge. It was a market town of perhaps 2,000 people, large enough to have a proper inn, 2 tea houses, a covered market, a small garrison post staffed by half a dozen soldiers who looked as though the posting had not improved their disposition toward their work, and an apothecary with a faded sign and a window display that told her, at 20 paces, that the proprietor had not updated their stock in at least a season. 2 days, Lianbao said. Were useful. Both. Both, Suyin agreed. The inn was modest and took 8 coppers for a shared room, which was clean enough and warm. The innkeeper was a heavy-set woman who looked at Suyin with the particular assessment of an innkeeper evaluating whether a guest would cause trouble, decided she would not, and produced a room key with professional indifference. The first evening, Suyin went to the covered market. She was not shopping. She was listening. Market gossip was one of the most reliable sources of local intelligence available to someone with no official access to information. The market in Ashford's Edge ran until the early evening, and the sellers were the kind of long-established, internowing community where everyone's business was everyone's business within a radius of comfortable familiarity. She moved through the stalls slowly, examining goods without urgency, and she listened. What she learned. The local garrison commander had recently changed. The previous commander had been transferred for reasons the market gossips described variously as debt problems, a woman, and something the prefect's office decided, which were not mutually exclusive. The new commander, a man named Captain Wei, had arrived 2 months ago and was young and ambitious and had already made several arrests of border smugglers that the town considered excessive. The apothecary's proprietor was an older man named Chun Baolin who had trained in the capital 20 years ago and had been in Ashford's Edge since an unspecified falling out with his original employer. He was widely considered competent but had been unwell for the past season and his shop's service had declined. A merchant caravan from the eastern borderlands was due in town within a few days. They came quarterly and traded in goods that the townspeople were careful not to describe too specifically. And the town's most influential person was not the garrison commander or the prefect's local representative, but a woman named Widow Gao, who owned the largest farm in the valley, had 4 adult sons, and was owed favors by approximately half the town. None of this was immediately useful. All of it was filed. On the second morning, Suyin went to the apothecary. Chun Baolin was indeed unwell. She could tell from the pallor, the slight tremor in his left hand when he reached for a jar, and the careful way he moved around the counter that suggested a lower back in considerable pain. He was in his 60s, slightly built, and looked at her with the weary patience of a man who expected her to ask for something common. Willow bark compound, if you have it, she said. And I wanted to ask, I have some basic training in pharmaceutical compounding. I noticed your stock needs restocking in several categories. If you need a temporary assistant for the next few days, I have time. He looked at her. The appraisal was brief and dismissive. A woman with no cultivation, no visible credentials, wearing a traveling robe that was quality but worn, with a plain copper hairpin and no marks of rank. His eyes moved over her and found nothing he was looking for. What training, he said. Compound preparation and prescription reading. I learned in a private household. I was employed as a medical reference assistant. This was not precisely a lie. She had indeed assisted the junior physician Dai Yong with text research on multiple occasions. Chun Baolin looked unimpressed. I'm not hiring. I'm not asking for pay. She kept her voice even and matter of fact. You're understaffed and your lower back is bothering you enough that you're not restocking the upper shelves. I have 2 days before my transport resumes. It costs you nothing to let me work. He was quiet for a moment. The contempt in his chi signature was mild and impersonal. The same quality as the food seller at the junction. The kind of reflexive downward calibration that came not from malice, but from a rapid assessment of what she appeared to be. She felt it. The seal collected it. Infinitesimal. Again, he was chi breath at most, possibly just a well-educated mortal, but she found she was becoming sensitive to even these small accumulations, and each one carried information. This man's contempt was flavored with exhaustion and pain. He was dismissing her not because he enjoyed dismissing people, but because he was too tired and hurt to entertain possibilities. 2 days, he said finally. Restocking only. Don't touch the compounding shelf without asking. Understood, she said. She worked for 2 days. She restocked the shelves, the upper ones he could not comfortably reach, and reorganized the storage in a way that she explained to him as she went, noting which compounds were past their potency date and setting them aside, which supplies were critically low, and which adjacent products could be combined to save storage space without affecting quality. By the end of the first day, he was watching her with different eyes. By the end of the second, he had brought her tea without asking, which was a gesture that cost him nothing to make and told her considerable things about his character. "You're heading east?" he said on the second evening. "Crestfall. He was quiet. Then, "Tell the apothecary there, by Guarin, been there for 15 years. Tell him that Shun Baolin says his last shipment of dried Tengay was adulterated. He'll know what that means." This was a credential. A small one, from a small man, but credentials accrued. "I'll tell him," she said. She left the next morning when the grain hauler's horse was reshod, and she carried 3 things she had not arrived with. A small packet of dried bijou herb that Shun Baolin had pressed on her for the road. It helps with traveling fatigue. A name to drop in Crestfall, and one more data point about how people worked. Show them what you know. Give them a use for you. Let them decide they thought of it. She had been doing this in the Warlord's compound for 3 years under considerably more hostile conditions. Here, with stakes that were entirely her own, she found it almost effortless. The grain cart rolled east. The frost was beginning to ease as the season turned. Crestfall border city was a day and a half away. Suyin sat in the grain cart and felt the accumulated weight of these past days. The small absorptions from the food seller, the young cultivators in the square, the innkeeper, Shun Baolin, and she was aware that none of it was individually significant, and all of it together was the beginning of something that would eventually become significant. The seal was heavier than it had been when Mao Chenlu placed it, by a very small amount, by the precise and measurable amount of every person who had looked at her and decided she was not worth looking at. She thought, they are all paying now, and they don't know it. She thought, they will all pay eventually, and they will know that. Then she set that thought aside and read the landscape instead, filing the topography of the border country into her memory with the methodical attention of a woman who was learning the territory she would be operating in for the next year. Possibly longer. However long it took. She was patient. She had always been patient. Now her patience had a purpose and a mechanism, and that made all the difference. Chapter 6. A maid who refused to leave Lian Bao told her story on the last night before Crestfall, in the grain cart with the hauler snoring 10 feet away and the fire they'd built at the cart's rear throwing enough light to talk by. She told it in the same flat, precise register she used for things she had already processed completely. Village near the northern coast, father a fisherman, 3 older siblings, mother dead of fever when Lian Bao was 9. The labor contract at 14. Not unusual. The hauler would have heard similar stories a dozen times in any market town. 5 years in the Iron Crest compound's kitchen staff before Suyin requested her specifically for personal service. "Why did you request me?" Lian Bao asked. It was not an accusatory question. It was the question of someone who genuinely wanted to know the accounting. "You saw me drop a hairpin in the eastern courtyard when I'd been there for 3 weeks, Suyin said. Every servant nearby stepped around it. You picked it up and handed it to me and said, 'These cobblestones are uneven,' as if the hairpin falling was the courtyard's fault and not mine. And then you went back to what you were doing." Lian Bao blinked. "I remember that. You gave me an exit from a small embarrassment without making the exit itself into a larger social event. That requires social precision that most people your age don't have, and many people of any age don't bother to develop." Suyin looked at the fire. "I requested you because I needed someone in close proximity who was intelligent and did not perform their intelligence. Is that what I do? You observe, you act, and you do not announce that you have done either." "Yes." Lian Bao was quiet for a while, considering this. "Then, why did you stay so long?" "In the compound." 3 years, you're clearly." She paused, choosing words carefully. "You could have done other things." "I entered the compound at 19 with a cultivation at chi breath level and a family connection to the Shun lordship that my mother used to secure my position. By 20, I was at condensed pulse. By 22, I had access to the compound's medical archive, a working knowledge of the Dominion's administrative structure, and connections to approximately 60 people in the court who owed me social favors of varying sizes." She looked at the fire. 3 years was the minimum required to accumulate useful capital of that kind. I would have preferred 4. "Were you planning to leave?" "I was planning to eventually be in a position to leave on favorable terms." The favorable terms did not materialize before Lady Fong's move. She paused. "That is a lesson I have learned about timelines. They are always someone else's as much as your own. You plan for what you can control and adapt to what you cannot." "Does it bother you that she moved first?" Suyin looked at Lian Bao. The firelight made the young woman's face older than it was. Or perhaps it revealed something that was always there. It bothers me in the specific way that a mistake bothers me, she said. I underestimated Lady Fong's timeline. I thought she would consolidate for 6 months before making a move against me. She moved at 43 days. That is a miscalculation on my part, and I will not pretend otherwise. She paused. But it does not change what I have. It changes when I have to use it. And what do you have? 3 years of court intelligence. A technique that transforms invisibility into power. And the specific knowledge that I was expended, cast out as worthless, by people who will not look for me because they do not believe I can become significant. That's the real advantage, Lien Bao said slowly. That no one's watching. They do not watch what they have already discarded. It is one of the few reliable things about powerful people. They are much better at identifying threats that look like threats. Something that looks like nothing is beneath their attention. Lien Bao pulled her knees to her chest. Can I ask something about the sutra? Yes. Does it only work for underestimation? Or does any negative attention feed it? Suyin considered the question carefully, because it was more precise than it might appear. Fear would not work, she said. Fear of a person creates a specific qi interaction, an elevation, a bracing, a recognition. Hatred is similar. It requires acknowledging the object of hatred as real and significant. Only contempt and underestimation produce the specific overflow the sutra requires. The dismissal has to be complete. The practitioner has to not matter in the other person's assessment. So someone who hates you couldn't feed it. Hatred requires too much acknowledgement. Contempt is the absence of acknowledgement. That's the gap. The warlord, Lien Bao said carefully. When he finally pays attention to you. When you're no longer someone he's forgotten about. Will that close the gap? It was a sharp question. Suyin sat with it. Yes, she said. Once he treats me as a genuine threat, the mechanism changes. Which is why the work must be complete before I am visible to him. She paused. I have a window. The window is the length of time between now and when someone in his court learns I have become something worth noting. I need to accomplish everything before that window closes. Then I'd better help you accomplish it fast, Lien Bao said, with a practical, flat certainty that had nothing of bravado in it. Suyin looked at her. In the 3 years they had worked together, she had made many accurate assessments of Lien Bao's character. But this moment clarified something she had held as an abstraction until now. Lien Bao's loyalty was not gratitude or dependency. It was alignment. She had examined what Suyin was doing, understood it, and decided it was worth being part of. You understand what this means, Suyin said. The length of this. The slowness. I understand. There will be months of nothing visible. Building things that don't look like building. Being nobody. I've been nobody my whole life, Lien Bao said. The only difference is now I'm nobody on purpose. The fire cracked. The hauler murmured something in his sleep and rolled over. They slept. And in the morning Crestfall border city's first rooftops were visible on the horizon. Suyin looked at them with the cold, particular interest of a strategist who has just arrived at the first square of the board and is already thinking 8 moves ahead. She did not find this exciting. She found it correct. Correct was better than exciting. Exciting passed. Correct held. Chapter 7. The physician's backroom Crestfall border city was larger than she'd expected and more complicated than the description she'd been given. 30,000 people was correct. But 30,000 people in a border city arranged themselves differently than the same number in a capital district. The density was uneven. The neighborhood stratified not by wealth alone, but by function, by origin, by the particular histories of waves of migration and displacement that had deposited different communities in different parts of the city like sediment layers. The administrative quarter occupied the north end of the city, the prefect's hall, the garrison barracks, the tax office, the grain storage facility. It was clean and ordered and visibly invested in looking like an extension of the Dominion's capital authority. The commercial quarter occupied the central blocks, the covered market, the inns, the tea houses, the guild halls for the various trades. This was where most of the 30,000 spent their days and the part of the city that actually generated the commerce that funded the rest. The south quarter, near the river that marked Crestfall's southern boundary, was the oldest part of the city and the least maintained. The buildings were older, the streets narrower, the residents a combination of long-established families who had always lived there and more recent arrivals who could not yet afford the commercial quarter. This was where Hao Wenlin's clinic was. She knew his name because of Chun Baolin. The name she had been given was by Guoran, the apothecary. But when she stopped at the apothecary at the edge of the commercial quarter to deliver Chun Baolin's message about the adulterated Tengue, the proprietor, an alert man of 40 who had the comfortable confidence of someone who had built a good practice from scratch, had confirmed the message and then said, "If you're looking to settle in Crestfall, you should speak to Hao Wenlin. He's in the south quarter. He does the work no one else will do." What kind of work? Guoren had looked at her with a different quality of attention than she was accustomed to receiving. Assessing, yes, but not dismissive. He was reading what was present, not cataloging what was absent. The kind that requires not asking too many official questions, he said. He's good people. Difficult situation. Tell him I sent you. She had filed this, thanked him, and gone to the south quarter. Hao Wenlin's clinic occupied the back 2 rooms of a narrow building on a street that smelled of the river and drying laundry. The front room was a small waiting area. Behind a curtained doorway was the examination room, and behind that was the space the city's polite description would call a storage room, and which Suyin identified, within 30 seconds, as a combination sleeping quarters, secondary examination room, and information exchange. Hao Wenlin himself was 55, slight, with the kind of face that had been weathered by long professional exposure to difficult circumstances. He had kind eyes and careful hands and a wariness that lived in the small muscles around his mouth. The look of a man who had been burned by trust precisely once and had never entirely recovered from the specifics of the burning. He looked at her when Bai's message was delivered. He looked at her for a full 5 seconds, the kind of look that was actually seeing rather than assessing. Sit down, he said. She sat. He brought 2 cups of tea from a small brazier and settled across from her at a work table covered in patient notes. You're sealed, he said. Not a question. He had looked at her aura field. Physicians with cultivation training learn to do that automatically. Yes. Doesn't look new. 3 weeks. He frowned slightly. The seal pattern is irregular. Iron suppression, but the edge structure is, he paused, different from what I would expect. She kept her face still. I had a cultivation irregularity before the seal was placed. I'm told the interaction with my existing meridian structure altered the seal's appearance. It is stable. This was not a lie. Every word was technically accurate. Hao Wenlin looked at her for another moment, and she felt him deciding whether to ask further. He decided not to. I sent you, he said. With a credential from Chunbaolin in Ashford's Edge. I have some pharmaceutical and medical reference training. I'm looking for work and accommodation while I establish myself in the city. You're from the capital districts. Your accent. Iron Crest compound. She watched his face. I was 3rd concubine to Warlord Deng. I was expelled 3 weeks ago on a fabricated charge of infidelity. She said it directly because she had decided, on the final morning of the road, that with the one person who would be her first genuine ally, if he chose to be, she would be honest. Not fully honest. Not about the sutra, not yet, but honest about her origins and her situation. The calculation was, a man who had been burned by trust would not trust someone who started with partial truths. A clean, verifiable account of her situation was more likely to produce genuine cooperation than a carefully constructed story. Hao Wenlin looked at her steadily. A warlord's expelled concubine in my back room, he said, with the particular flatness of someone cataloging information. Yes, that is a liability. Potentially, if anyone in Crestfall knows my face or my history. I have been careful about who I've spoken to on the road. You and Bai Guoren are the only people in this city who know either. Why tell me? Because you do the work no one else will do, which means you have dealt with inconvenient situations before and you understand the value of information over performance. She held his gaze. Also because if you are willing to work with me, I can offer you things that have genuine value. I have 3 years of current intelligence on the Iron Crest Court's administrative structure, its supply chains, its personnel, and its enforcement priorities. That intelligence is useful to anyone operating in the border territories who needs to understand what the Dominion is and is not actually paying attention to. Hao Wenlin was quiet for a long time. The back room was small and warm and smelled of dried herbs and camphor. Outside, through the thin wall, she could hear the street sounds of the south quarter, voices, a cart, a child calling for someone. Why did he seal you? Hao Wenlin asked. Just the expulsion wasn't enough. Lady Fong Luqing is thorough. An expelled concubine who retains her cultivation is a loose end. A sealed one is presumed harmless. Are you harmless? A beat. The precise, measured beat of a woman who had decided on honesty. No, she said. He almost smiled. It was a very small almost. The accommodation, he said, is this room, and it is terrible, cold in winter, hot in summer, thin walls. The work is whatever I need. Patient intake, pharmaceutical preparation, record keeping. Occasionally being present when I see a patient who is frightened and does better with another person in the room. The pay is minimal. The benefit is that I do not ask questions and I do not report things to the garrison. That is exactly what I need, she said. You'll need a name, he said. Not Wei Suyin. Not anything obviously aristocratic. Suyin, she said. It was the first thing she had prepared. Not a cover identity in the elaborate sense. just the natural compression of her actual name into something smaller, something a woman of no particular background might be called. Hao Wenlin nodded. Suyin it is. He picked up his teacup. Welcome to the South Quarter, Suyin. It's not much. It's exactly what I need, she said again. I mean that precisely. He looked at her with the careful eyes of a man who had learned to listen to what people said and how they said it. Then he nodded again, slower this time, and she thought she saw in him the first turn of the wheel, the recognition that what had just sat down across from him was more than it appeared. She did not correct this impression. She let it sit, and she drank her tea, and she was already thinking about what the South Quarters Clinic, properly positioned, could become. Chapter 8. What the seal feels like from inside. She had been in Crestfall for 11 days when she wrote it down. Not because she needed the writing. She had the text of the Hollow Vessel Sutra memorized to the character. But because she needed a working journal, a place where she could track the seal's progress with the precision of a physician monitoring a patient's condition. She obtained a blank record book from Hao Wenlin's supply closet, the kind used for patient histories, and she began, in her smallest, most compressed hand, to document. She wrote in a personal cipher that used medical terminology as a structural frame, so that if anyone found the journal it would read as a physician's case notes. She had designed the cipher in her head during the final 2 days on the road, and she found it held up under practical use. Day 11. Location, South Quarter Clinic, Crestfall Border City. Seal condition, stable, as placed. No degradation of iron structure. Minor density increase at boundary layer, approximately 0.3% over baseline, per my estimate. Source, 7 absorption events across 11 days. All chi breath level or below, all civilian. Physical sensations, none beyond the baseline closed window feeling. No pain, no pressure spikes. Sutra functioning as expected. This was accurate. The first 11 days in Crestfall had been characterized by a very specific kind of slowness. The slowness of someone doing necessary foundational work at the pace it actually required rather than the pace she wished it required. She had seen 41 patients in 11 days. Hao Wenlin saw them in his examination room. She sat in the waiting area and did intake, recording names, presenting complaints, existing medications, and any relevant social context. This last category was not standard in medical intake forms. She had added it. Social context, what the patient's life circumstances were, what pressures they were under, what relationships were relevant to their health. People told her things in intake that they did not tell the physician, because she was the first friendly face they encountered, and she asked the questions in a way that felt conversational rather than clinical. She was, in this capacity, invisible. An intake clerk. A woman with a plain face and a plain robe and no cultivation who asked clear questions and wrote neat notes, and said, "The physician will see you shortly," with a warmth that was genuine because the patients were, frequently, in real difficulty and her interest in their situations was not performed. She had learned, in 11 days, a considerable amount about the South Quarters population, its concerns, its relationships, its conflicts with the garrison, and its attitudes toward the Dominion's administrative structures. She had learned, for instance, that 3 South Quarter families had had male members conscripted into the garrison's labor detail under a recently expanded order that had no clear legal basis, but that the garrison commander, Captain Wei, had been applying selectively. That the selectivity correlated with which families had defaulted on the newly increased commercial licenses. That this was extortion, carefully constructed to be just below the threshold that would warrant a formal complaint to the prefect. She had filed this in the appropriate room of her memory and noted that Captain Wei was a pressure point. She had also, in 11 days, made 4 contacts beyond Hao Wenlin and Bai Guoran. Not friends, not allies, contacts. People who now knew her as Suyin, the clinic's intake worker, and who would not be surprised to see her again. Day 11 notes continued. The seal's internal structure. I have been observing the iron suppression matrix during the quiet hours of early morning when I practiced the Sutra's stillness discipline. The matrix is a fixed lattice, designed to intercept any attempt at chi circulation from my dantian. It does not respond to passive accumulation at the boundary because it has no mechanism for registering accumulation. It only responds to flow. This is its fundamental design gap. The Hollow Vessel Sutra uses this gap precisely. The technique involves holding a specific mental posture. I call it the receptive stillness, in which I maintain awareness of the seal's boundary without attempting to interact with it. I observe the boundary as an object, not as an obstacle. When spiritual pressure from an external source flows toward me through a dismissal event, the sutra's receptive structure at the boundary layer accepts it passively, not as an intake flow that the seal would detect, but as a deposit, like sediment settling at the bottom of a still container. Each deposit is individually small. The cumulative effect, over months, will be substantial. The question I am tracking: what will the seal's structure look like after 6 months? After 12? The sutra's text describes the reverse seal evolution in terms that are somewhat poetic. The iron becomes a cradle. The suppression becomes the foundation. I am interpreting this as the iron lattice gradually converting its rigid suppressive function into a containment function as the internal pressure increases. At a certain point, which the sutra describes as the moment when the vessel is heavier than the water it holds, the iron structure will begin to reform around the pressure rather than against it. This is the critical juncture. If it happens too early, before the accumulation is sufficient, the seal will break with inadequate stored power, and I will emerge at something only slightly above my sealed baseline. If it happens at the right time, the release will be far more powerful than anything I could have achieved through standard cultivation at my age. Timing is everything. The sutra is explicit about this. She closed the journal. She kept it inside a hollowed-out medical reference text on the clinic shelf, which Hao Wenlin had agreed to store without question, and she went to begin her morning duties. The clinic opened at the 7th hour. She arrived at the 6th, before Hao Wenlin was awake, and used the hour to think. She thought about the shape of the city. The South Quarter was a foundation, but it was not a sufficient foundation by itself. She needed to understand the commercial quarters information networks, who moved information, what currency it traveled in, who was owed, and who was owing. She needed to identify the Shun Lordship's trade representative when he next came to Crestfall. She needed to understand the garrison's actual strength versus its reported strength. And she needed, gradually, to begin converting the intake clerk's social invisibility into something more structured. A network of people who would tell her things, not because they knew she was building something, but because telling her was useful to them. She had been doing this instinctively in the compound. Now she was doing it with intention and a map. The clinic door opened at the 7th hour. The first patient of the day was a woman in her 40s with a chronic chest complaint who had been coming to Hao Wenlin for 2 years and who settled into the intake chair with the comfortable ease of a regular. She looked at Suyin with mild curiosity. The intake process had always been done by the physician himself before, and then settled into answering the standard questions. Suyin added one non-standard question at the end. Is there anything else that's been concerning you lately? Not just physically. Sometimes the other kinds of weight affect how people feel. The woman looked at her. And then, in the way that people did when they'd been carrying something and someone had simply asked, without drama, without urgency, just asked, she said, "My husband's labor detail order came in last week. Captain Rong's garrison requisition. My husband has a bad knee. He can't do that kind of work, but when we went to the garrison office to file an exemption, they said the new regulations don't allow medical exemptions for the labor detail." Suyin listened. She noted. She said, with precise warmth, "Dr. Hao may know more about what your options are. I'll mention it when I write your intake notes." She wrote it down. She was building the map one data point at a time, one patient at a time, one day at a time. The seal was heavier than yesterday by an increment she could barely measure. That was fine. She had time, and she was using it correctly, and every correct use of time was an investment in something that would eventually become impossible to ignore. She was patient. She had always been patient. Now her patience had architecture, and architecture became something to stand on. Chapter 9. First Absorption Event. The Patrol Captain the 4th Week. Crestfall's garrison conducted regular patrols through the South Quarter, twice daily, mid-morning and late afternoon. A pair of soldiers, and occasionally an officer, if anything had flagged their attention. The patrols were bureaucratic rather than investigative. They walked through, noted the state of things, collected any outstanding fees or flag violations, and moved on. Suyin had timed the patrol schedule within her first week and adjusted her own movements accordingly, not to avoid the patrols, but to be present and visibly unremarkable when they came through, so that she became part of the background. On the 26th day, the patrol included an officer she had not seen before. He was perhaps 30, compact and muscular with the confidence of someone who had been accelerating through a military career and knew it. He wore chi breath cultivation with the slightly amplified presence of someone who had trained it specifically for intimidation. His chi field was held in a particular way that expanded outward just slightly beyond his body, a common technique for projecting authority. He walked through the South Quarter with the comprehensive dismissal of a man who had been assigned here on temporary duty and found every aspect of the assignment beneath him. His eyes moved over buildings, over people, over everything in his field of vision with an efficiency that registered existence and immediately discarded relevance. He walked past the clinic. He looked at Suyin, who was standing in the clinic's front doorway sorting clean linen with the focused attention of someone entirely engaged in sorting clean linen. He saw a woman with no cultivation, plain clothes, plain face, doing domestic work. His eyes moved on in approximately 1.5 seconds. She felt the absorption event as the most significant one she had experienced to date. It was not the quantity. He was chi breath, not vastly more powerful than the others. It was the quality of the contempt. It was dense, in particular, the contempt of someone who had been cultivated to see the world in a precise hierarchy and had never examined the assumptions underlying that hierarchy. His dismissal of her was not personal, it was categorical. Women with no visible cultivation, doing menial work in the South Quarter, belonged in a category that did not require individual assessment. She felt the absorption event like a door sealing, heard in her body as a click of something settling into place. The seal was heavier. Specifically, measurably heavier. She sorted the linen and did not watch him go. That evening, she wrote in her journal, Day 26. First significant absorption event from a chi breath cultivator. Event details, garrison patrol officer, approximately chi breath mid-level, contempt quality, categorical and systematic rather than personal. Duration of dismissal event, 1.5 seconds. Seal response, notable. Density increase approximately 2% over previous estimate. This is 6-7x the accumulation rate of all previous events combined. Conclusion, the technique's response scales with cultivation level more steeply than I had estimated. A single chi breath officer provided more accumulated chi than 2 weeks of civilian interactions. This has significant implications for the timeline. She sat with this for a while. If a single chi breath officer, in a dismissal event of 1.5 seconds, produced that much accumulation, what would a condensed pulse cultivator produce? An iron marrow? A jade core practitioner who looked at her and found her entirely beneath notice? The timeline was not months, she thought. The timeline was events. The right events, with the right people. She needed, carefully, to arrange proximity to cultivators of sufficient level while maintaining the conditions for genuine dismissal rather than tactical curiosity. This was a delicate balance. She also needed to understand what the garrison officer was doing in the South Quarter on a temporary assignment, because information and cultivation accumulation were not separate projects. They were the same project viewed from different angles. She asked Hao Wenlin the following morning. That would be Lieutenant Feng Wucai, Hao Wenlin said, over tea. He looked at his cup. He's been assigned from the central garrison to conduct a review of the border city's administrative compliance. It's the kind of review that generates report documents and small financial settlements. He'll be here for 2 weeks, possibly 3. On whose authorization? Hao Wenlin looked at her. It was the look he gave her when she asked questions that were slightly outside the scope of what a clinic intake worker should be curious about. She had not told him about her intelligence background, but he was not unintelligent, and he had been in the South Quarter for 20 years. On the prefect's office authorization, he said, though I would assume the impetus came from somewhere above the prefect. General Pao's supply office, she said quietly. Hao Wenlin set down his cup. You know about the supply discrepancies. I know about the 15%, she said. The systematic undercount in grain shipments to the eastern garrisons. He was quiet for a while. And you know who benefits from that. General Pao's supply office contractor, who has connections to the general's personal household. She looked at her own teacup. A compliance review in the border city is not about compliance. It's about identifying which local officials know too much and making sure they understand the cost of sharing what they know. There are people in this city who know exactly that, Hao Wenlin said. His voice was careful, and they have been quiet about it because being quiet is safer than not being quiet. What would change the calculation? He looked at her steadily. Proof that couldn't be traced back to any one of them, and a recipient with enough standing to use it. Suyin nodded slowly. This was a longer project than the immediate weeks in front of her, but it was the kind of project that, handled correctly, would produce layers of obligation and goodwill that could be converted into action when the time came. I'm not ready to act on this yet, she said. I need more time to understand the city, but I would like to know who holds the documentation on the supply discrepancies, if it exists. It exists, Hao Wenlin said, with a flatness that told her he knew this personally. I treated a garrison accountant 2 years ago who came to me rather than the official physician because he needed someone outside the garrison's record system. He told me things. He paused. I have been sitting on those things for 2 years, waiting for a situation in which telling them would help rather than harm. She looked at him. He looked at her. 2 people who had been waiting. One for 20 years. One for 3 weeks. Tell me what you know, she said. When you're ready. Not today if today doesn't feel right. But soon. I need to understand the shape of what I'm working with before I can plan anything. He nodded slowly. Soon, he said. She went to work. That afternoon, Lieutenant Fong Wutsai's patrol came through the south quarter again. He did not look at her twice. She was already filed under not relevant. She sorted linen and felt the seal settle and thought about supply chain documents and grain accountants and the particular quality of information that had been buried for exactly long enough that the person burying it had started to wonder if they would have to take it to their grave. She had time. She was building correctly. The seal was heavier. She was still and deep and patient. Chapter 10. A coin becomes 3. 3 becomes work by the 6th week. The 50 silver was nearly gone. She had managed it carefully. 8 coppers a night for the back room at the clinic, which Hao Wenlin had agreed to accept in exchange for the work, and meals that were modest and practical. Lian Bao had found work 3 days into their time in Crestfall, at a noodle shop in the commercial quarter, which she'd accomplished with the same direct practicality she applied to everything, walking in and asking if they needed help and demonstrating that she could do the work. She earned enough for her own board and sent a small amount back to Suyin each week, which Suyin accepted as a practical contribution and tracked precisely. The financial picture at the end of week 6, 12 silver remaining. At current expenditure rates, that was approximately 6 weeks before she needed to have established a reliable income source. She had been working toward this throughout the preceding weeks. The clinic work was not paid in silver, but it was paid in the currency that mattered more: access to information and the establishment of a reliable presence. She had also, in the 6th week, taken on a secondary income. She had approached Bai Guorin's apothecary with a proposal. The border territories east of Crestfall contained numerous villages and minor settlements that lacked consistent pharmaceutical supply. Bai Guorin's shop was the most reliable source in the city, but his distribution was limited to those who could come to him. He had no delivery network, no route riders, no mechanism for reaching the outlying communities. Suyin proposed she would organize a quarterly supply run to the 10 closest outlying settlements, carrying pre-packaged pharmaceutical kits that she would assemble at cost under Bai's supervision, sell at modest markup, and return with orders and payment. The organizational labor was hers. The product was his. The profit split, 60% to Bai, 40% to her. Bai Guorin had looked at her with the same careful attention he'd given her on her first visit. He was not dismissive. He was the one person in the city who seemed constitutionally incapable of dismissiveness, which she found interesting and slightly limiting from a sutra perspective, but valuable from a practical one. "You have no cultivation to defend yourself on the road," he said. It was not an objection. It was an observation. "I have Lian Bao, who is resourceful, and I have a detailed knowledge of the road layouts in this area from my research in your reference maps. I intend to use routes that are not isolated enough for highway robbery to be a significant risk." She paused. "I am also, as I mentioned, not particularly interesting to rob. A woman with no cultivation and a legitimate pharmaceutical kit does not have the profile of a target." Bai Guorin had made the sound of someone who had just recognized that their own dismissiveness was being used as a business argument. 60-40, he said. "First run is a pilot. We evaluate after." The pilot run had been 3 days ago. She had visited 4 settlements within half a day's walk of Crestfall, delivered 8 pharmaceutical kits, taken orders for 6 more, and returned with payment in a combination of silver and goods, dried herbs, preserved foods, a small quantity of processed medicinal ingredients that Bai accepted at standard trade value. Her 40% of the run's profit, 3 silver and 40 coppers. She had also, on the road to the 2nd settlement, encountered a village elder who was dealing with a crop blight that had affected half the harvest and wanted to know if there was anything in the pharmaceutical supply that helped with the mold that was destroying the grain stores. She spent 20 minutes with him and told him about ventilation techniques and a specific application of lime powder that would slow the mold's progression. She had charged nothing for this. The elder had looked at her with the particular gratitude of someone who had been carrying a problem alone and had just received useful help. He would remember her. He would tell people about her. He would, when she needed something in that settlement, find a way to provide it. This was the other currency she was building. Not the visible currency of silver, but the distributed currency of obligation, small, unpressured, arising from genuine help given at the right moment. She was building a network the way roots build a forest, underground, interconnected, invisible from above. In the clinic that evening, she updated her working map, not a physical map, which would be dangerous to have in writing, but the architecture of her memory, room by room. The obligation network as of week 6, 23 individuals in Crestfall and the surrounding settlements who had received some form of genuine, unpressured assistance and who would, in various ways, be willing to assist her if asked. None of them knew each other's role. None of them knew they were part of anything. Each individual relationship was exactly what it appeared to be, a modest person in the South Quarter doing useful work and being honest with people. The Information Network, Hao Wenlin's clinic records, which gave her a longitudinal view of the South Quarter's population and its pressures. The apothecary supply runs, which gave her access to the outlying settlements. The garrison intake records that she had managed to access, through a specific sequence of favors and a specific observation about which garrison clerk was overworked and grateful for administrative help. She had spent one afternoon helping that clerk reorganize the backlog filing system, and in return the clerk had been careless about which records were visible during the reorganization. What she had learned from those records, the garrison's actual combat effective troop count was 47% of the reported number. The rest were on extended detachment, medical leave, or administrative reassignment. Paperwork categories that the formal report counted as present. This was the kind of information that had direct strategic value. She did not yet know what to do with it. She filed it carefully and waited. She was doing everything correctly. She was doing it at the pace it required. She was not impatient, but she was beginning to understand, with a precision she could now quantify, what she was building and how it fit together, and the outline of the structure was becoming clearer with each passing week. The coin had become three, had become work, had become the beginning of something that had no visible ceiling. She closed her journal and slept, and in the morning she would begin the 7th week of what she had started to think of, in the privacy of her own taxonomy, as the construction phase. Chapter 11. Intelligence and the woman who has nothing. The garrison accountant's name was Peng Suyin. Hao Wenlin told her this on the day he decided to tell her everything, which was the 43rd day of her time in Crestfall, because Hao Wenlin had his own significances, and 43 was the number of years since his mentor had died, and he had developed a habit of measuring trust by the same interval. She noticed this, but did not remark on it. Peng Suyin, he said. He was a senior accountant in the Eastern Garrison Supply Office. 8 years ago, he began to notice discrepancies in the grain shipment counts, systematic, regular, always in the same direction. He documented them. He thought he was doing his job. Hao Wenlin looked at his hands. He brought the documentation to his superior, who was connected to General Pao's supply contractor. Within 2 weeks, he had been transferred to a civilian administrative post in Crestfall. His cultivation credentials had been suspended on a technical violation, and his family in the capital had been visited by men from the general's household. What happened to the family? Nothing happened. The visit was enough. Hao Wenlin paused. He came to me because he couldn't go to the official physician. He was afraid the garrison would hear about it. He had developed an anxiety condition that was affecting his sleep and his digestion. I treated him for 2 years, until he moved away from Crestfall. Where did he go? A village east of here, about 3 days. He has a brother there. He paused again. He left the documentation with me. Suyin was very still. Physical documentation. Yes. He said he couldn't keep it in his possession. Too dangerous if the general's men searched him again. He trusted me because I had kept his medical records outside the garrison system. He said, Hao Wenlin's voice was careful. He said he hoped someday someone would find a use for it. Do you still have it? Behind the false bottom of the 3rd supply shelf in the storage room. I have been carrying it for 6 years. 6 years. The weight of that was not dramatic. It was not particularly surprising that a careful person would hold on to something dangerous and useful for 6 years when the alternative was either burning it or acting on it without adequate preparation. What struck her was the quality of the timing. 6 years. And she had arrived 43 days ago. She did not say this. Some recognitions were private. I need to examine the documentation, she said. I need to understand what is there and what it proves and what evidence would be needed to make it actionable. Actionable how? Not yet. She met his eyes. I am not ready to move yet. I need at least 6 more months before I can deploy this kind of evidence. But I need to understand what I have. He nodded. He rose and went to the storage room. He came back with a flat leather packet wrapped in oilskin, the kind of package designed to survive a certain amount of water and rough handling. He set it on the table between them. She looked at it for a moment. Then she opened it. The documentation was thorough. Peng Suyin had been a careful man. 8 years of supply records, annotated with his own calculations, cross-referenced across 3 separate accounting systems, with the discrepancies marked in red. The 15% shortfall in grain shipments was only the most obvious thread. There were also irregularities in medical supply procurement, in transport contracts, and in the maintenance billing for the Eastern Garrison's equipment. Total value of documented theft from the Dominion's supply system, over 8 years, she calculated quickly as she read, cross-referencing the figures. Something in the range of 400,000 silver. She set the final page down and breathed once, precisely. This is sufficient, she said. If presented to the right authority, with corroborating testimony, this would end General Pao's supply contractor and potentially Pao himself. Potentially the Warlord? Hao Wenlin asked quietly. Not directly. Pao is the Lord's shield. He is implicated but protectable if the Warlord chooses to shield him. But the contractor is exposed, and the contractor's connections run deeper than Pao alone. She paused. The documentation also creates leverage. A person who holds this and who can credibly threaten to release it has a specific kind of power that is not dependent on cultivation or military force. Blackmail. Leverage, she said. Blackmail implies a demand for personal gain. What I have in mind is structural, not a personal payment, but a specific political action that benefits a larger group. She looked at the documentation in her hands. I need to think about this carefully. I need to know more about the current political landscape before I decide when and how to use it. You have a plan, he said. Not a question. I have the beginning of one. She rewrapped the documentation and handed it back. Keep this where it is. Tell no one else. And do not worry. If something happens to me before I can use it, I will leave instructions for you about how to proceed. Hao Wenlin looked at her. In 43 days, he had seen her work and listened to her think and watched her navigate the clinic, the commercial quarter, and the city's social terrain with a precision that he had come to recognize as something categorically different from administrative competence. Who are you? He asked. Not harshly, with the simple, genuine curiosity of someone who had been wondering for a month and had finally decided to ask. I was Wei Suyin, she said, third concubine of the Iron Crest Dominion, expelled with 50 silver and a sealed cultivation. And now, she looked at the window, where the late afternoon light of the south quarter was coming through in that particular angle it had in the hour before the evening market, warm and sideways and slightly dusty. Suyin, she said, intake clerk, pharmaceutical route rider. A woman with nothing. That doesn't answer the question. No, she agreed. It doesn't. She rose and went back to work, and he watched her go with the expression of a man who had decided that the answer, when it came, would be worth waiting for. Chapter 12. A letter composed. Never sent on the 61st day, she composed a letter. She did not write it down. She composed it in her memory, seated in her thinking hour before the clinic opened, working through it the way she worked through any problem that required precision. Draft, revise, refine, set aside, return. The letter was addressed to Lady Fong Luqing. Not to send, to clarify her own thinking. She had learned, over the past 61 days, that composing unsent letters was one of the most useful cognitive tools available to her. It required her to organize her thoughts into a communicable form, which exposed logical gaps and unstated assumptions in a way that pure internal analysis did not. The letter, as she composed it, Lady Fong, you made a competent move. I have assessed it accurately, and I have no quarrel with its technical execution. You identified my pressure point, constructed adequate evidence, and moved before I had finished consolidating my position. Your error was not the move. Your error was the assumption that the move was final. You sealed me. You should have considered whether the seal was enough. I do not write to threaten you. I write because you are intelligent, and intelligent people in the Dominion's court should understand the following. Everything I am building here, I am building below the level of visibility that your intelligence resources can reach. Not because I am hiding from you, specifically, but because the method requires that no one see it until it is complete. When I return to visibility, and I will, it will not look like revenge. It will look like a structural inevitability that could not have been predicted because no one was watching the right places. I want you to know this. Not because it changes anything. Because you deserve to understand what you have started. Wei Suyin, she sat with it for a while, then made one revision. Removed the last paragraph. It was too close to cruelty for cruelty's sake, and she did not have energy for cruelty that served no purpose. She replaced it with nothing. The letter, revised, ended with the structural inevitability. She filed it in the room of her memory that contained the grief of leaving the compound. The corridor with cooked Chin's cheese, the hairpin she hadn't taken, the sound of the iron bar. The unsent letter belonged with those things, in the room that held what she had lost and what she had decided the loss meant. On the 61st day, the seal was measurably heavier than it had been on day 1. She estimated the accumulation at approximately 8% of baseline density. This was a function of 3 significant absorption events, Lieutenant Fong Wucai twice, and a condensed pulse merchant who had walked through the south quarter and looked at her with the systematic contempt of someone who had sorted everyone in his visual field into possible business contacts and possible nuisances and had placed her in neither category, and 17 smaller civilian events. 8% in 61 days. If she could accelerate the rate, through proximity to cultivators of greater rank, through the pharmaceutical route runs that put her in contact with more people, the timeline she was building toward was approximately 18 months before the seal reached the compression threshold. 18 months was enough time to do everything she needed to do before the break. She had a city she was beginning to understand. She had 2 genuine allies and 23 obligation relationships and 1 packet of documentation that could end a general's career. She had a name that was not her own and a face that people forgot within 30 seconds of looking at it, and a technique that converted their forgetting into compressed power. She had 61 days of practice at being nobody. She had, she thought, become rather good at it. On the 62nd day, which she noted, without emphasis, was 43 days after Hao Wenlin had decided to trust her, making this, numerologically, his 43 plus 43 day, she began to plan the next phase. The rebuilding would continue. But it was time to begin laying the first threads of the network that would, in time, become too large and too interconnected to dismantle even if the warlord eventually turned his attention east. She opened the clinic. She sorted linen. She made tea. She was Suyin, a woman with nothing. And she was the most dangerous person in Crestfall Border City, and no one in the city knew either of those facts, and she intended to keep both of them true for as long as the work required. Outside, the border city went about its morning. The garrison patrol came through at the usual hour. A courier from the capital administrative office rode through the south quarter on his way to the prefect's hall, glancing at nothing, seeing nothing, missing everything. She watched him go and felt the seals settle and thought, when you are ready to see what you are missing, I will already be done with what I am building. She began. The arc continues. What she had started in the ruins of her position, with 50 silver and a memorized technique, and 1 maid who refused to leave. This was only the first shape of what it would become. Step by careful step, 1 absorbed thread at a time. The architecture was already forming, underground, in the patient dark, where things grew strong before anyone thought to look. And no one was looking. Not yet. End of Step 1, Chapter 13. Crestfall Border City 3 months in, she understood the city. Not in the abstract way that a visitor understands a city, the layout of its quarters, the names of its main streets, the general character of its commerce. She understood it the way a physician understood a patient, the history beneath the symptoms, the pressures that had shaped the current condition, the weak points where the surface was thin. Crestfall Border City had existed for 140 years as a transit and administrative point at the edge of the Dominion's eastern reach. Its founding logic was military, a supply point for the garrison forces that had once kept the border territories pacified. That military logic had faded 2 generations ago when the border territories were incorporated through political treaty rather than force, and what remained was a city that had been built for a purpose it no longer served, populated by people who had found their own reasons to be there. The administrative quarter's purpose was documentation, keeping the Dominion's presence formally legible in a region that could have, at any point in the past 50 years, quietly ceased to be part of the Dominion without the capital noticing for several months. This was the source of the prefect's particular anxiety. She had identified this as a character trait within her first month, reading it in the way the administrative records were kept, the way the public announcements were worded, the constant performative demonstration of compliance with capital protocols that characterized every action the prefect's office took. Prefect Waningda was 51 years old, appointed to Crestfall 4 years ago as a holding position after a minor court controversy that had not quite ended his career but had moved it sideways. He was intelligent, essentially honest in the way bureaucrats were honest when the risk-reward calculation of dishonesty was unfavorable, and deeply, structurally afraid of making a mistake that would give his enemies in the capital an excuse to finish what the controversy had started. She knew all of this not from direct contact. She had not met Waningda, but from the accumulated testimony of 12 people who had business with the prefect's office and described its operations, in fragments, during their time in the clinic's intake chair. A merchant had mentioned that the prefect's clerks sent 2 copies of every document to the capital, 1 through the official administrative courier and 1 through a private courier service, which was the action of someone who did not trust that the official channel would reliably deliver his compliance record to the right desks. An older woman who came in for her knee had mentioned that the prefect's household ordered provisions 3 months in advance rather than the standard 1 month, which she found strange given that Crestfall had no food shortages. The oversupply was the action of someone managing against the possibility that his posting could end without warning. A garrison clerk had offhandedly mentioned that the prefect had read the capital's administrative code update twice this year before the standard single reading was required. Each fragment was incomplete. Together they produced a portrait of sufficient precision for her purposes. The commercial quarter was more complex. Its dominant operators were not individuals, but networks. The merchant guilds that controlled different commodity flows, the informal credit systems that ran alongside the official banking structures, the information brokerage that existed in the spaces between the tea houses where deals were made and the tea houses where results were reported. She had mapped the commercial quarter's major players within her first 6 weeks by attending, as a quiet customer, 3 different tea houses on rotating days, listening rather than speaking, paying careful attention to which tables people chose and who sat with whom, and what they ordered when they were concluding a deal versus opening a negotiation. She paid attention to which serving staff lingered near certain tables and which ones moved briskly away. She paid attention to which regulars acknowledged each other with the nod of people who shared information and which ones' greetings were the performance of professional friendliness over actual distance. What she had learned: the dominant commercial intelligence network in Crestfall was run, informally, by a woman named Madame Tao, who owned the largest tea house in the commercial quarter and whose staff collectively knew more about what was happening in the city than the garrison and the prefect's office combined. The tea house was the physical center of deal-making in Crestfall, which meant its staff witnessed more genuine moments of business than any official record-keeping process captured. Madame Tao had built this network over 30 years with the patient precision of someone who understood that information was worth more than goods because it never expired, never spoiled, and could be sold twice without losing value. She had not approached Madame Tao. Not yet. The relationship she wanted with Madame Tao required careful preparation and the right entry point. She was watching and waiting for the moment. A direct approach would produce a direct assessment. She would be evaluated as a client seeking information services, which was a commercial category with defined terms. She needed to approach as something different, a practitioner in an adjacent information space, with something to offer as well as something to request. The garrison occupied the northern quadrant of the city with the particular combination of official authority and practical ineffectiveness that she had come to recognize as the dominant condition of Crestfall's formal power structures. Captain Rong Wei commanded the garrison in the way that ambitious men commanded things they considered beneath them, aggressively, compensating for the posting's irrelevance with the one dimension of power available to them, which was the ability to make the local population uncomfortable. The labor detail extortion was the current mechanism. She had been documenting it since the 3rd week, speaking with 8 families who had been selected for the expanded labor requirements, recording the dates, the names of the garrison officers who had issued the orders, the specific financial burden each family was carrying. The documentation was building towards something she could deploy. She was not ready to deploy it yet. The South Quarter, her quarter, was the one she understood best because she had been inside it every day for 3 months, inside the specific lives of its people through the clinic. What she had come to understand about the South Quarter was that it was not, as the administrative quarter implicitly categorized it, a population of marginal people. It was a population of people who had been made marginal by the systematic application of power in specific, identifiable ways. The garrison's labor detail extortion was the most obvious current example, but it was built on a history of land assessment manipulations, license fee structures that favored commercial quarter operators, and a garrison incident 15 years ago, in which a South Quarter street market had been closed on a safety pretext and the market stalls had subsequently been relocated to a commercial quarter property owned by a garrison officer's brother-in-law. She had this last detail from old Master Chi, who was 73 years old, walked with a cane he had decorated himself with carved fish, and came to the clinic once a month not for any medical need, but because he had decided, in the 2nd month of her presence there, that she was worth talking to. He remembered everything about the South Quarter's history going back 50 years. He told it to her in installments, and she stored it in the meticulous archive of her memory. Old Master Chi had come to the South Quarter at age 23 with his young wife and a modest capital from selling his family's farmland 2 provinces east. He had built a small trading business that was still operating under his nephew's management. He had watched the garrison incident, the market closure, the slow redirection of the quarter's commerce toward the shadow economy that operated below official licensing requirements. He had watched families leave and families arrive. He had watched the garrison change commanders 5 times and the quality of its conduct vary widely by commander, from the indifferent to the actively extractive. His characterization of Captain Rong Wei: the current one has ambitions he is trying to scratch on people who cannot scratch back. His voice when he said it was flat and specific, the voice of someone who had watched this pattern recur and had developed a taxonomy for its varieties. She found him useful in ways that went beyond the specific information he provided. He was a man who had been observing the South Quarter with care for 50 years and who had never had anyone ask him what he had seen with genuine interest in the answer. The attention she gave him was real. She did find what he knew genuinely valuable, and he responded to genuine attention with increasing precision and specificity. On the 90th day, she would meet Commander Tian Ru for the first time. But that was 3 days in the future. On the 87th day, the day she completed her 3-month assessment of the city, she sat in the clinic after hours with Hao Wenlin and told him what she knew. "You understand why I'm telling you," she said. "So I know what I'm part of," he said. "So you can make an informed decision about whether you want to stay part of it." She looked at him steadily. "What I am building is going to become, eventually, something that could bring significant attention to this clinic and to you personally. I need you to know the full picture before that happens." He was quiet for a long moment. Outside, the evening market sounds of the South Quarter were winding down. Someone was calling for a child to come in from the street. "Tell me the full picture," he said. She told him. Not everything. She was not ready to tell him about the sutra, or about the seal's evolution, or about what she intended to become when the seal broke. But she told him about the supply documentation, about her mapping of the city's power structures, about what she was building and why, and what the endpoint looked like. She told him how she had spent her first month constructing a mental map of the city by walking it systematically. Every quarter, every street, the transition zones between commercial and south, where the poverty was most visible, the northern edge near the garrison where the architecture changed from organic settlement to imposed order. She had identified 12 key points of social interaction before she had spoken meaningfully to anyone. She told him how she had identified Bai Guorin as an entry point because his pharmaceutical practice required contact with both the South Quarters families and the commercial quarters supplier networks, the rare operator who moved naturally between the city's social layers. "The endpoint," he said when she finished. "The Warlord's court collapses from the inside," she said. "Not through military force, through the systematic failure of the infrastructure that holds it together. The supply fraud, the administrative corruption, the garrison's actual weakness versus its reported strength. These are not separate issues. They are symptoms of the same underlying rot. If the right pressure is applied at the right points, the structure comes down. And you are the pressure. I am the architect of the pressure. The pressure itself comes from the people the structure has been failing for years. The South Quarter families, the border territory traders, the garrison soldiers who are on paper but not actually present. They are already under pressure. I need to organize that pressure into something directed. That's not intelligence work, Hao Wenlin said slowly. That's revolution. It's restoration, she said. The Warlord's mandate derives from the Dominion's law. The supply fraud is a violation of that law. The extortion is a violation. The land manipulations were violations. I am not proposing to replace the system. I am proposing to enforce it, from the bottom, using the methods available to people who have no formal power. He sat with this for a while. Then, "I'm in," he said. "I have been in for the past 3 months without knowing the full shape of it. Knowing the shape doesn't change the commitment." He paused. "It might make me sleep worse for a few nights, but it doesn't change the commitment." She nodded once. The city was understood. The work could accelerate. She turned her mind to the next 3 months and what she needed from them, and felt the seal's familiar, patient weight. Chapter 14. The apothecary job the pharmaceutical route runs became a fixture. By the end of the 3rd month, she was running 2 routes, the Eastern Settlements route she had piloted with Bai Guorin, and a new northern route she had proposed after identifying a gap in supply to 3 villages on the garrison road north of the city. The northern route had a different dynamic. The villages there were smaller and more isolated, and their needs were more acute. She ran each route once a month, carrying Bai Guorin's pharmaceutical kits and 3 additional services she had developed herself. Basic medical intake assessment, which she offered as a supplementary service to households with elderly or chronically ill members. Information on access to the formal medical system, which most of the outlying settlements did not understand well enough to use. And, for the households where she had established a relationship of genuine trust, the discreet collection of information about local conditions, needs, and conflicts. This last service was not advertised. It emerged organically from the conversations she had on the route, because once people in an isolated settlement decided you were trustworthy, they told you things. They told you about the garrison patrol that had come through last month and taken the widow's card as security for unpaid levies that she had no record of owing. They told you about the merchant caravan that had stopped to water their horses and asked specific questions about the road east that struck the village elder as oddly pointed. She listened. She stored. She connected dots. The routes were physically demanding in ways she had not been prepared for by her years in the compound. The road east ran through terrain that was essentially flat but poorly maintained. The garrison road was in better condition than the settlement tracks that branched off it, and the settlement tracks had a habit of becoming deeply rutted in rain and frozen solid in cold. The northern route had a section that climbed through a series of low ridges before descending to the 3 isolated villages, and the descent in wet weather required careful management of the pharmaceutical kits to prevent damage to the glassware. She adapted. Her body had been in good condition when the seal was placed. She had maintained her health with care because the compound's social environment rewarded physical presentation. In the 3 months since, the daily walking and route work had converted that conditional health into something more functional. She was stronger at month 3 than she had been at month 1. Her hands had developed the calluses of work rather than the maintained softness of court presentation. She noted this development with the same precision she applied to everything and filed it under evidence that the direction was correct. She had been told, in the compound, what a woman of rank should look like. She was discovering what she actually needed to look like to do what she was doing. On the 5th route run, she gathered a specific piece of information that moved her timeline. The Eastern Settlements route ran through a village called Stone Basin, 2 days east of Crestfall, which sat at the edge of the buffer zone between the Dominion's territory and the Shun Lordship's lands. Stone Basin was not technically in the Dominion. It was in the ambiguous border zone, but it had always aligned practically with Crestfall because of proximity and commerce. The village headman's wife had a digestive complaint that had been intermittent for a year. Suyin had been treating it with a mild compound for 2 months, and it was improving. The woman's trust in her had developed in the specific way of trust built through the direct relief of suffering. It was not friendship, not yet, but it was the particular warmth of someone who had been in pain and had found that the person treating the pain was consistent and careful and asked how she was doing before prescribing and listened to the answer. On the 5th run, the headman's wife, in the comfortable openness of someone whose suffering had been relieved by a person they trusted, mentioned that there had been a military party in the village 4 days ago. Military party? Suyin asked, measuring out a fresh supply of the compound. Soldiers, not the Crestfall garrison, different uniforms. They were looking for something, or someone. They asked if we had seen any travelers in the past few months, and they described a woman. Suyin measured the compound with exact steadiness. What did they describe? She asked, in the tone of mild curiosity. A woman, young, fine-featured, with a sealed cultivation. They said she might be using a different name. The headman's wife paused. They were from the capital direction. Suyin nodded, finished measuring, sealed the packet. Border patrols, she said pleasantly. The garrison has been increasing checks on travelers since the smuggling cases last season. Did they cause any trouble in the village? No. They moved on quickly. She completed the route run and rode back to Crestfall with the information filed in the most important room of her memory. Deng Howren's household had sent searchers. She sat with this for the rest of the day. The searchers had been at Stone Basin 4 days ago. They had a description, sealed cultivation, young, fine-featured, but not a name. The search had reached 2 days east of Crestfall and found nothing. They had not yet looked in Crestfall itself, or they had looked and not found her, which meant the cover was holding. She had been Suyin for 3 months. Suyin was known in the South Quarter, at the clinic, at the apothecary, on the pharmaceutical routes. Suyin had a record with Hao Wenlin, a professional relationship with Bai Guoren, a developing presence in the commercial quarter tea houses she frequented. Wei Suyin had been in none of these places. The cover was not elaborate. It relied on the same mechanism as the sutra itself, the systematic underestimation of someone who appeared to be nobody. Warlord Deng's searchers were looking for a former concubine. Someone who would likely have sought formal accommodation, would likely have reached out to whatever court connections she had, would likely have presented herself through the normal social mechanisms of a person of rank. She had done none of those things. She had become invisible by becoming genuinely small. She thought carefully about the structure of the search and what it told her. The searchers at Stone Basin were military, different uniforms from the Crestfall garrison, which meant they were from the capital's household security forces rather than the regional command. They had a physical description, but not a name or a location. This was the search posture of someone who knew she had left the compound, but did not know where she had gone. Not a targeted search, but a systematic sweep of the territory, moving outward from the capital in expanding circles. The search had reached Stone Basin, 2 days east of Crestfall, which put Crestfall within the current search radius. But it had not yet arrived in the city. This meant one of 2 things. Either the searchers were working eastward from a capital approach and had not yet reversed direction to move back through the border cities, or they had already been through Crestfall and found nothing. The latter possibility required that the cover be holding better than she had assumed. She filed this analysis and moved to its implications. She had, at maximum, 2 to 3 months before the search either came through Crestfall properly or increased its precision through additional intelligence gathering. In that window, she needed to advance the network's development and establish her cover more deeply in multiple social contexts simultaneously. But the search meant the Warlord had not forgotten her entirely. which meant Lady Feng Luqing was still afraid of her, which meant she had to move the timeline forward in at least one dimension. She needed to accelerate the network's development before the search reached Crestfall. She returned from the route run and went directly to the clinic. That evening she sat with the route rider's log and went through the 23 contacts she had established across the eastern and northern settlements and assessed which of them could be trusted with a second layer of communication. Not the pharmaceutical supply, not the community needs survey, but the specific awareness that something larger was being built and that their information had value beyond the immediate concern. She identified eight people in the outlying settlements who had demonstrated, through the quality of their observation and the precision of their reporting, that they saw the border territory's conditions as a pattern rather than as a series of unconnected events. These 8 would form the intelligence backbone of the route network. She spent 3 days composing individual notes to each of them, not carried through the route immediately, but prepared, so that when she sent Lien Bao on the next circuit, each note would reach its recipient with the precision of a message that had been constructed for that specific person's understanding. I need to expand the route runs to monthly for both routes, she told Bai Guoren the following morning. And I want to add a third route, the Western trade villages. That's a significant expansion, he said. I'll absorb the additional labor cost myself. The Western villages are underserved and the demand is there. I've been hearing about it for 2 months. She met his eyes. I also need a different kind of conversation with you. About what happens to the routes if I'm not available to run them. Bai Guoren was quiet for a moment. He was 40 years old, a man of medium height with large hands and the particular patience of someone who had been doing precise work for 2 decades. He had built his pharmaceutical practice from a single rented counter in the covered market to the current dedicated shop through the same mechanism, doing the work correctly and consistently, every day, until the reputation accrued. He recognized structural thinking when he encountered it. You're building something that needs to function without you being personally present at every node, he said. Yes. How long do you expect to need the current configuration? 12 to 15 months from now. She kept her voice even. After that, the requirements will change. He looked at her for a long moment. He was 40 years old and had built his own practice from nothing and recognized, with the precision of someone who had done the same thing, the structural logic of what she was describing. I'll train Lien Bao on the basic route protocols, he said. And the widow Gao family has a son who does hauling, reliable. I can bring him into the eastern route as a driver. Good, she said. Let's start this week. The network was spreading, and she was no longer needed at every point. This was the correct direction. Chapter 15. Lady without a name. The South Quarters people called her Suyin. The commercial quarters traders, who had seen her at the tea houses with increasing frequency, called her the physician's woman, which was not accurate, but was a functional social category. The outlying settlements called her the route rider. She had no title. She had no rank. She had no cultivation that anyone could see. She had been in Crestfall for 4 months when she understood, with a specific clarity that had not been available to her earlier, what this meant. In the Iron Crest compound, she had been defined by her title, third concubine, which specified her position in a hierarchy, her relationship to the central power, her social function, and her replacement cost. Everyone who interacted with her had interacted with the title first and the person second, if at all. She had been made invisible not because she was not present, but because the title was more visible than the person it contained. She remembered conversations at court functions where she had offered a carefully measured observation and been responded to as though she had not spoken, not because the observation was ignored, but because it was heard as coming from the title rather than the person, and the title had no speaking weight in that context. Here, as a woman with no title, people interacted with the person, not because they were more perceptive. Most people were equally prone to seeing categories rather than individuals, but because she had no category. She was an outlier in every social sorting system the city used. Too educated to be service class, too poor to be merchant class, too obviously competent to be dismissed as a wandering unfortunate, but with no cultivation or credentials to place her in any professional class. This gap in categorization made her, paradoxically, more visible to a specific subset of people, those who also lived outside the standard categories, who had learned to see individuals because the categories had never fit them either. These were the people who became her closest network nodes. Hao Wenlin, disgraced by an act of professional conscience. Outside the category of respectable physician. Bai Guoren, successful but provincial, in a city that the capital's commercial guilds considered too marginal for formal membership. Outside the legitimate trade category. Old Master Qi, too old and too poor and too clearly indifferent to performing his poverty with the appropriate deference to be safely categorized by the garrison or the prefect's office. And Emerging in the fourth month, a new name. The herbalist in the South Quarter's night market. The night market ran 3 evenings a week on the street nearest the river, and it was considerably less organized than the covered market in the commercial quarter. It was a loose collection of sellers who worked around the edges of official commerce, trading in goods that were legal but priced below guild rates, or goods that were in a regulatory gray zone, or services that the day market didn't accommodate. The night market was also, she understood within her first visit, an information environment. The sellers spent their evenings in proximity to each other and to an irregular stream of buyers who came to the market precisely because it operated outside the channels that official observation monitored. This produced conversation, not the commercial negotiation of the day market, but the more relaxed exchange of people who were at ease in the same unofficial space. People said things at the night market that they would not say in the covered market or at the tea houses, because the night market operated in the social register of things that were acknowledged to exist without being officially acknowledged. She had attended the night market twice a week since her second month, buying small things, dried herbs, pickled vegetables, the occasional tool, and paying close attention. The herbalist was a woman named Pear Blossom, which was not her birth name, but was the only name she used. She was perhaps 40, with the kind of face that people forgot quickly and that she appeared to have cultivated in the same direction as Suyin's own invisibility, though for different reasons. She sold dried herbs, fresh preparations, and what she described to customers as practical remedies for practical problems, which covered a range from genuine botanical medicine to the kind of preparations that the formal apothecary trade would not carry. Suyin had bought a small amount of dried Hisho Wu from her in the third month and paid attention to how the transaction unfolded. The woman had looked at her with the alert, non-dismissive attention that came from someone who had been surviving in the margins for long enough to recognize others doing the same. In the fourth month, Suyin returned. "I have a question," she said. "Questions are free," Pear Blossom said. "Answers vary. I'm building a network of contacts that extends into the eastern and northern settlement routes. I have a pharmaceutical operation through by Gorin's apothecary as the formal channel. I need a secondary channel, one that operates below the formal level, for things that the formal channel can't carry." Pear Blossom looked at her steadily. "What kind of things?" "Information. The kind that doesn't travel through official channels, but that people who are worried about the same problems need to share." She held the woman's gaze. "I'm not asking you to carry anything illegal. I'm asking if you have contacts in the east and north settlements who trust you and through whom I could pass information if I needed to." "You're building a message network," Pear Blossom said. "I'm building a connection between people who share concerns. The message function is a consequence of the connection." Pear Blossom looked at her for a long moment. The night market moved around them. Voices, the smell of cooking from a nearby stall, someone haggling over the price of dried mushrooms. A soldier passed the far end of the market street without stopping, which was the usual pattern. The garrison patrol checked the night market's presence from a distance, but rarely entered because there was nothing there that created the kind of friction worth documenting. "What are the concerns?" she asked. "The labor detail extortion," Suyin said. "The assessment irregularities in the South Quarter. The garrison's systematic undercounting of its actual strength, which means the border city is more vulnerable than the residents know." She paused. "And the supply fraud that has been draining the Eastern garrison's resources for 8 years, which is why the garrisons are understaffed and why the protection they theoretically provide to the settlement routes is increasingly theoretical." Pear Blossom was very still. "You know about the supply fraud?" she said quietly. "I have the documentation." Silence. The sounds of the night market continued. A child was laughing somewhere at the far end of the street. The cooking smells shifted as someone changed what was on the fire. "Then you're not just building a network," Pear Blossom said. "You're building a case. I'm building the capacity to deliver a case at the right moment, to the right people, in a way that produces the right outcome." She kept her voice flat and precise. "I am not interested in dramatic exposure. I am interested in structural change. The two things are connected, but they are not the same thing." Pear Blossom looked at her with the full attention of someone who had been invisible for so long that they recognized the specific quality of another person's carefully maintained invisibility. "I have 40 contacts across the northern route," she said slowly. "Not all of them can be trusted with something this significant, but perhaps 12. 12 is enough to start," Suyin said. They sat at the night market stall as the evening deepened, and Pear Blossom told her about her 12 contacts, and Suyin listened with the precise attention of someone assembling a structure whose ultimate shape she was still designing, adapting it in real time to the materials that were actually available. By the end of the evening, the network had a secondary channel. By the morning, she had already begun to think about how to expand it. Chapter 16, Second Absorption Event, The Merchant's Guard. The merchant convoy from the eastern borderlands arrived in Crestfall on the 5th day of the 5th month. She had been waiting for it. The convoy's quarterly schedule was known, and the eastern borderlands traders were, by reputation, significant-level cultivators, not the martial artists of the major sects, but commercial cultivators who had developed their chi specifically for intimidation and protection of trade goods. Iron marrow was common among senior convoy guards. She needed iron marrow. The convoy arrived in the commercial quarter with the organized chaos of a large trading operation. 20 carts, 40-odd personnel, and the competitive noise of a group of people who had been traveling together for 2 weeks and were ready for the particular release of a destination city. They established themselves at the large inn at the commercial quarter's east end and began the process of arranging meetings, inspections, and transactions that would occupy the next 3 days. The convoy's arrival was the largest single commercial event Crestfall saw in a given month. The covered market rearranged itself to accommodate the bulk buyers. The tea houses extended their operating hours, and the secondary service economy of the commercial quarter shifted into a higher operational gear. She had spent 3 weeks thinking about how to position herself during the convoy's stay. The available methods were coincidental proximity through legitimate commercial activity, which was what she had done with every absorption event so far. Deliberate positioning through a task that required her presence in the convoy's movement path, or engineered encounter through a social introduction. She chose the first method. She arranged to be at the commercial quarter's covered market during this period, assisting Bai Guoren with a stock delivery that required a second pair of hands. This was genuine. The delivery required genuine assistance, and it placed her at the market during the hours when the convoy's personnel would be moving through to source goods for the return journey. She wore what she always wore, the gray robe, the copper hairpin. She carried stock boxes and recorded quantities and spoke to Bai Guoren's regular customers with the easy professional warmth of someone competently doing a task they knew well. She was, by every visible metric, the apothecary's assistant. The convoy's head guard came to the stall in the second hour of the morning market. He was a large man, iron marrow without question. She could feel the density of his chi field from 3 paces, even through the seal. He had the relaxed but alert posture of someone at the top of their professional hierarchy, the kind of person who scanned every environment for threats as a baseline function and had, at this particular moment, categorized the apothecary's stall as not a threat, the middle-aged proprietor as not a threat, and the woman assistant as not only not a threat, but not a relevant presence in any dimension. He ordered a large quantity of dried medicinal herbs for the return journey, the specific compounds that traveling cultivators used for maintaining circulation on long rides. She prepared the order. She weighed each compound, sealed each packet, stacked the order with efficient precision. He looked at her once during this process, with the specific quality of someone performing a courtesy registration of an irrelevant person. She felt the assessment. Woman, no cultivation, shop assistant, complete categorization in under 2 seconds. The absorption event was the largest she had experienced. She felt it as a physical thing, not pain, but a density increase that made her pause for exactly 1 breath before continuing her work. The seal registered it, the sutra pulled it, and what arrived at the boundary was not a thread but a cord, dense with iron marrow refined chi, carrying the flavor of someone who had spent decades being the most powerful person in every room he entered. The flavor was interesting. Iron marrow cultivators at his level had a particular quality to their chi. It carried the accumulated impressions of every cultivator they had intimidated, every room they had dominated, every person they had looked at and found wanting. His dismissal of her was thick with the specific confidence of someone who had been dismissing people like her, unranked, unsealed, apparently irrelevant, for so long that the dismissal was structural, as automatic as breathing. She felt the seal react. The density increase, she estimated later, was approximately 15% over her previous total accumulation. One event, from one iron marrow cultivator spending 3 minutes at a market stall, had added more to her sealed cultivation than the previous 5 months combined. She completed his order and handed it across the counter. "That's 14 silver and 8 coppers," she said, in the voice of a woman who had quoted prices all day and would quote them all day tomorrow. He counted out the silver without looking at her. She did not look at him either. She was already writing the next entry in the column of her mental ledger, calculating the implications of what had just happened. Iron marrow at one event provided 15% of her total accumulation. She needed, by her estimate, something in the range of 20 to 25 of these events over the next 12 months to reach the compression threshold, or an equivalent in higher-ranked cultivators with proportionally greater output. She did not have regular access to iron marrow cultivators, but the commercial convoy came quarterly, and Commander Tian Ru, whom she had not yet met, but whose approaching presence had been generating South Quarter gossip for 2 weeks, was reportedly Iron Marrow. The timing was beginning to feel purposeful. She was careful to file this feeling under confirmation bias and maintain her estimation protocols. But she noted it anyway. After the guard left, she stood for a moment at the back of the stall and assessed the seal's current state with the focused internal attention of the sutra's monitoring posture. The new density was already integrating. The boundary layer was distributing the accumulated qi into the iron lattice in the same patient. Even way it had been working since the first day. The lattice was adapting. This was correct. She was at 15% of theoretical compression threshold. The road was long, but the direction was right. The convoy guard left. She finished the stock delivery. She returned to the clinic. She was 15% closer to the only thing that mattered. That evening she described the event to Hao Wenlin without using the word event, without describing the mechanism, without mentioning the seal's response. She described it as an interesting encounter with a significant level cultivator and the particular quality of his presence. Hao Wenlin listened. He was a careful listener. The skill of someone who had spent 20 years with patients who often could not articulate their symptoms precisely, and who had learned to hear what was being described through what was being said about it. "You seem different," he said, when she finished. "Do I?" "More weighted," he said. "Like something settled into you." She considered how to respond to this. "The seal is progressing," she said finally. "The external accumulation is moving at a pace I can track. It is not the pace I need yet, but it is the correct direction." He looked at her with the particular attention of a physician reading something he had not been given the diagnostic framework to name. "The convoy comes quarterly," he said. "Yes. There will be another one. In approximately 3 months." He nodded. He did not ask for more. He understood, she thought, the principle of receiving what is offered precisely and not pressing for more than is ready to be given. She had chosen her allies with more care than she had perhaps acknowledged to herself. Chapter 17. Hao Wenlin's death. The story of Hao Wenlin's disgrace was not a simple story. She knew this from the way he had described it in fragments over the preceding months. Not a linear account, but a collection of specific moments, the way difficult memories tended to be stored, not chronologically, but by emotional weight. The essential facts. 20 years ago, Hao Wenlin had been a respected physician in the Dominion's Eastern Regional Administrative Center, a larger city than Crestfall, with better facilities and a more developed professional community. He had been asked, by the regional garrison commander, to sign a medical report certifying that a soldier who had died in garrison custody had died of natural causes. The soldier had not died of natural causes. He had died of injuries consistent with extended physical punishment. Hao Wenlin had refused to sign. The garrison commander had arranged for Hao Wenlin's medical license to be suspended on a fabricated charge of pharmaceutical malpractice. The suspension had been reviewed and eventually lifted, but the damage to his professional reputation was permanent. He had relocated to Crestfall, as far east as a physician could go while remaining in the Dominion, and rebuilt from nothing. The garrison commander who had ordered the cover-up had gone on to a distinguished career and was now, 20 years later, a senior general in the Dominion's military administration. The general's name was Pao Jiulong. She had known this for 3 months. She had not told Hao Wenlin that she knew, because telling him would require explaining how she had connected it, a connection that required her to have known, before he told her, who Pao Jiulong was and what he had done. And that knowledge would have required explaining things she was not ready to explain. The connection had come from Peng Sumin's documentation. The accountant's records had contained, buried in 3 years of supply ledgers, a notation that she had initially categorized as irrelevant, a reference to a garrison death inquiry in the Eastern Regional Center 20 years ago, cited as a precedent for a procedural question about documentation requirements. She had filed it and returned to it 6 weeks later, when Hao Wenlin had mentioned, for the first time, the name of the city where his disgrace had occurred. The geographic match and the timeline match had been sufficient to connect the documentation's reference to Hao Wenlin's account. She had spent 2 weeks verifying the connection through the administrative records available at the prefect's office, through the old garrison inspection reports she had been quietly accessing through Su Bo's filing system, and through a specific inquiry she had made, framed as historical research into the garrison's inspection record, that had produced the confirmation she needed. But on the 142nd day, the day she had decided, based on her assessment of the timeline and the emerging shape of the network, that she needed to begin making strategic decisions rather than purely foundational ones, she told him. She told him over tea, in the clinic's back room, in the direct and precise way she told him everything. "I know who the garrison commander was," she said. He looked at her across the teacups. "The one who ordered the cover-up," she said. "The one who had your license suspended." He set down his cup with precision. How? Through the supply documentation, she said. There was a cross-reference in Peng Sumin's records, administrative notation, buried in a procedural footnote. He had cited the incident as a precedent for documentation requirements. I matched the timing and location to what you told me. She paused. I verified it through the garrison's regional inspection record at the prefect's office. He was very still. His name was Pao, she said. And he is now General Pao Jiolong, commanding the Iron Crest Dominion's Eastern Military Administration. He is the officer who has been stealing from the supply chain for 8 years, through the contractor Peng Sumin documented. Hao Wenlin set down his teacup. The small sound it made against the table was the loudest thing in the room. How long have you known, he asked. Before you told me about Peng Sumin's documentation. I had the supply fraud information from 3 years in the Warlord's court. The connection to the garrison cover-up was not immediate. I worked it out from the timing and the regional assignment records. He was silent for a very long time. I need to ask you something, she said. Not as a request. As a clarification of what I am building and where you stand in it. Ask. When the time comes to use Peng Sumin's documentation, when I have built enough of the network that we can deploy it to the right recipients and achieve an actual outcome, part of what happens will involve General Pao. Not just the contractor. Pao himself, and the garrison death 20 years ago, and the cover-up. I cannot guarantee what happens to him. But I can tell you that if the documentation reaches the right people and the case is built correctly, the outcome will include an accounting for what he did to that soldier. She paused. I want you to understand that this is part of what I am building. Not the central part, but part of it. And I want to know if that changes your calculation. Hao Wenlin looked at his hands on the table. They were physician's hands, careful, precise, marked by 20 years of careful work in a small practice far from anyone who might recognize what he'd sacrificed. The knuckles were larger than they should have been from the cold of winter mornings in an underheated clinic. The left thumb had a scar from a pharmaceutical preparation error in his first year in Crestfall, when he had not yet learned the particular characteristics of the eastern borderlands botanical compounds. It doesn't change the calculation, he said quietly. It clarifies it. She nodded. I have been carrying that story for 20 years, he said. Not just Peng Sumin's documentation. My own. The soldier's name was Fong Bolu. He was 22 years old, and he had filed a complaint about a superior officer. That is what he died for. He looked up. I have been carrying that name for 20 years because I could not do anything with it. You can now, she said. Not immediately. In time. How much time? 12 months, perhaps 14. She kept her voice steady. I need the network to be stable. I need to understand the political landscape in the capital better than I currently do. And I need. She paused. I need to be ready myself. He looked at her. The question he didn't ask, about the seal, about what ready meant, sat between them. She did not answer the unasked question. Not yet. 12 months, he said. Approximately. I've waited 20 years, he said. 12 months is not very long. She almost smiled. No, she said. It's not. They sat with the timeline for a moment, each of them carrying their own version of the weight of it. Hao Wenlin rose to refill the tea from the small pot on the brazier. He did this with the precise economy of someone who had performed the same domestic motion 10,000 times and no longer needed to think about it. He set Suyin's cup back in front of her with the same care. Can I ask you something? He said. Yes. The capital. The legal scholar you wanted me to write to, Professor Wei Chanqiu. Have you been in contact with the capital before? Is there someone there who already knows what you're building? She considered the question. It was the right question, the one that asked about the full scope of the network she was building rather than just the local nodes. Not directly, she said. The professor received a carefully framed letter that established the existence of documentation without identifying it or its location. He has not yet responded in a way that indicates he knows more than I told him. She paused. But the capital's progressive faction has been looking for exactly this kind of evidence for 2 years. If the professor is who his publication record suggests he is, he will respond. And if he does, then I have a channel into the capital's legal and political structure that is operated by people who have professional and principled reasons to want the supply fraud prosecuted. Which means when the documentation is ready, I have somewhere to send it that is not dependent on my physical presence or survival. Hao Wenlin looked at his tea. You are building something that can continue without you, he said. That is the design requirement, she said. If I am found before the seal breaks, the network needs to survive without me. The documentation needs a path to the capital that doesn't require me to carry it personally. He was quiet for a moment. That is a very cold way to think about your own expendability, he said. I don't think about it as expendability, she said. I think about it as ensuring that the work is larger than any single person who is doing it. The soldier Fong Bola died for filing a complaint. He was expendable in the system's logic because he was one person and one complaint. Peng Samin was expendable because he was one accountant with one set of records. She held his gaze. I am building something that cannot be made expendable through the removal of any single element. He looked at her for a long moment. You have been thinking about this very carefully for a very long time, he said. Since before I arrived in Crestfall, she said. And yet you seem, not peaceful, exactly, but settled. The clarity of a clear direction, she said. I was frightened in the compound. Not of the Warlord specifically, of the ambient pressure, the constant requirement to be smaller than I was. Here, I am the size I need to be. She paused. That is close enough to settled. He nodded slowly. He understood, she thought, in the specific way of someone who had spent 20 years in the wrong size for the space they were in. Chapter 18. The information trade in Crestfall operated on 3 levels. The first level was public, what the garrison posted on the notice boards, what the prefect's office announced, what the commercial guilds published about prices and availability. This was not, strictly speaking, information, it was performance. It communicated not what was true, but what the various official bodies wanted people to believe was true. She had learned to read this performance the way she had learned to read the compound's court documents. Not for the content they stated, but for what the stated content revealed about the anxieties of its authors. The garrison's monthly security reports consistently overstated patrol activity and understated incident frequency, the specific exaggeration pattern of an organization that was performing competence for an audience it did not trust to recognize incompetence. The second level was semi-public, the tea house conversation, the market gossip, the shared knowledge of people who did business together. This was useful but filtered. It was information that had passed through enough social processing to have lost most of its precision. The tea house version of an event was typically accurate in outline and unreliable in detail, because the social transmission process introduced the biases of everyone who had told the story, each of whom had an interest in framing it in a particular way. She used the semi-public level for pattern detection. A story that was circulating widely about the garrison's behavior toward a particular merchant usually indicated a genuine underlying event, even when the specific details varied by telling. The pattern, the direction of the story's distortions, was information about what people believed about the garrison, which was its own kind of data. The third level was what she was most interested in, the unsorted, unprocessed information that existed in the heads of people who were too low in the hierarchy to be considered threats, and who therefore were not careful about what they said near each other. She accessed this through 3 mechanisms. First, the clinic. Patient intake conversations, run with the consistent warmth of someone who genuinely cared about the patient's circumstances, produced a daily feed of raw information about the South Quarter's conditions, the garrison's behaviors, and the commercial quarter's pressures. She had been running this for 5 months, and the data was considerable. She kept records, not of confidential medical information, but of the ambient social information that came with medical visits. Which streets had seen increased garrison patrol activity, which commercial operations had recently changed ownership, which families were planning to leave the city. Second, the pharmaceutical routes. Each run produced intelligence from the outlying settlements, what travelers had come through, what the garrison patrols were doing, what conditions in the buffer zone looked like. The route riders, Lien Bao for the eastern route, the widow Gao family's son for part of the northern, reported back to her, and she processed what they brought. The route intelligence was different in character from the clinic intelligence, where the clinic gave her depth of information about specific people and households. The route gave her breadth across the geographic extent of Crestfall's economic territory. Third, and newest, the night market relationship with Pear Blossom. The herbalist network was less organized than the pharmaceutical routes, but more laterally spread. It reached into communities that the formal routes did not touch, and it operated in the category of completely unofficial commerce, where people were used to communicating sideways, around authority, without creating records. By the 150th day, she had a functioning, multi-layered information flow. What she was doing with it was building a picture of the Dominion's eastern administrative zone, not just Crestfall, but the entire 100-li radius that the city served as an unofficial center of. The picture was becoming detailed enough to act on. The specific intelligence she was most focused on, the garrison's real operational capacity. She had established that the formal troop count was inflated by 47%. She needed to understand where the actual troops were and why the inflation existed. The answer came, in pieces, over the following 3 weeks. The garrison troops who existed on paper but not in practice were distributed across 3 categories. First, soldiers on long-term detachment to General Pao's direct command in the capital region, removed from the border city's formal count, but not transferred, creating a paper presence that justified the garrison's budget while the bodies were elsewhere. Second, soldiers who were technically assigned to the border city but who were being leased to private contractors for labor, the same contractors connected to POW's supply network, who were using soldiers as free labor for private construction and transport. Third, a smaller number who were genuinely absent due to medical leave, but whose return had been delayed indefinitely through an administrative process that appeared to require endless reapplication. This was not just corruption. This was systematic hollowing. The border city's garrison was a shell. It had perhaps half its reported capacity in terms of actual available soldiers, and those soldiers were poorly supplied because the supply budget was being siphoned, poorly trained because the training schedule had been quietly cut to reduce budget expenditure, and poorly led because the capable officers were being systematically transferred to postings where their capability was visible to the right people, and the remaining officers in Crestfall were those who had been placed here as a form of administrative exile. Captain Roan Wei, the garrison commander she had identified in her first month, was one of these. He was ambitious but misplaced, sent to Crestfall as a punishment posting that he was trying to make look like a success by enforcing compliance aggressively, which was why the labor detail extortion had escalated. She sat with this picture for a day before she began to understand what it meant. The border city was vulnerable. If any of the nominally independent lordships to the east decided to move, the garrison could not hold the city. The prefect knew this. His obsessive documentation of compliance was the behavior of a man who understood that if the city fell, the paper trail needed to show that it was not his fault. The border city's vulnerability was also, from her perspective, an asset. A city that needed protection, that had been systematically stripped of its capacity to protect itself, was a city whose population and administration would be receptive to an alternative power structure that could provide that protection. Not military. She was not building an army, but the administrative and intelligence capacity to anticipate threats and coordinate response, which was what the stripped garrison could not do. She was, in other words, building the thing the Dominion had failed to maintain. When her seal broke and she was visible, the city would already be hers. Not through force, not through authority, but through the accumulated fact of being the only organized and functional power structure in the region. The Warlord had expended her as worthless. He had, in the process, left the eastern border without genuine defense. She was going to be both the consequence and the solution, and by the time he understood what had happened, she would be the only thing standing between the Dominion's eastern flank and its collapse. She filed this in the strategic planning room of her memory and began making adjustments to her timeline. The information trade was working. The picture was forming. Everything was proceeding correctly. Chapter 19. What she knows about the Warlord's supply lines. The supply documentation Peng Samin had assembled was excellent, but it was 8 years old. In the 8 years since his exile, the supply fraud had presumably continued, possibly expanded, given that the initial risk of exposure had been eliminated with Peng's removal. She needed current documentation, or at least a current assessment of scale. She had 3 ways to develop this. The first was through the outlying settlement intelligence network. The settlements along the eastern garrison road were the delivery points for the supply shipments, and the settlement headmen who had been receiving undersupplied deliveries for years had their own informal records, the actual quantities received versus the requisition quantities that had been submitted. She spent 2 weeks on the eastern route systematically collecting this data, framing her inquiries as a general survey of community needs for a hypothetical petition to the prefect's office. Everyone was willing to participate in a petition survey. She collected 8 years of delivery discrepancy data from 11 settlements. The data was not precise. The settlement records were informal, kept in the memory of headmen and written in the margins of household accounts, but they were consistent. The pattern was clear: systematic undersupply of between 15 and 25% across all 11 settlements, every quarter, for the entire 8-year period. The second source was the garrison's internal documentation, which she accessed through a now well-developed relationship with the overworked garrison clerk, a young man named Su Bo who had been filing 3 people's paperwork by himself for 6 months and had accepted her help with the understanding that the filing reorganization she had done was a private favor not to be mentioned to anyone. He had not given her anything directly. She was careful not to ask for anything that required him to consciously hand over protected information. Instead, she had been thorough about which documents were visible during their filing sessions, and she had a precise memory. What she had gathered from the filing sessions over 3 months of careful access. The discrepancy between reported supply deliveries and actual receipt confirmations was documented in the garrison's own records, buried under a layer of administrative process that had been designed, she believed, to prevent any single person from seeing the full picture. but she had seen enough individual pieces to reconstruct it. The garrison's internal supply receipt confirmations showed shortfalls of 15 to 20% compared to the delivery records. Someone had been systematically filing the delivery records and the receipt confirmations in different sections of the filing system, which prevented a direct comparison, but the filing sections she had been organizing were those two specific sections. The third source was the most significant and the most recent. A traveling accountant from the capital's commercial district who had stopped at the clinic for treatment of a foot injury sustained on the road, and who had, in the course of a 2-hour treatment and recovery, mentioned that he had been hired to audit the supply contractor's books on behalf of a capital creditor who was beginning to question the contractor's solvency. She had listened to this with the flat professional attention of someone taking a medical history. She had asked, in the natural progression of friendly conversation, where he would be in the next few weeks. He would be in Crestfall for 5 days, at the commercial quarters main inn, conducting the audit through the garrison's administrative liaison. She had arranged to be introduced to him at the tea house where he was taking his evening meal. Through a mutual connection, she had carefully developed for exactly this kind of circumstance. She had presented herself as a commercial quarter trader with an interest in regional supply chains. They had talked for 2 hours. He had mentioned, in the comfortable specificity of a professional discussing his field, several numbers. She did not need many numbers. The numbers he mentioned were enough to build a current estimate. The supply fraud had not only continued in the 8 years since Peng Somin's exile. It had expanded. The current annual theft from the Dominion's supply system, based on her triangulation across all 3 data sources, was approximately 70 to 80,000 silver, up from the 40 to 50,000 she estimated from Peng's records. 8 years of expansion, untouched because the person who had documented it had been removed, and no one had been in a position to do anything with the documentation. Until now, she compiled her current intelligence assessment and updated her working case. Peng Somin's documentation was the foundation, the historical record, the pattern evidence, the named individuals in the original scheme. Her current intelligence was the current state, the scale, the continuation, the expansion. Together, they were not just a case. They were a liability. The kind of liability that, if presented to the right authority, could not be ignored. The Dominion's law was specific about supply fraud at this scale. The penalty involved confiscation of assets, removal from position, and criminal sanction. For a general of Pao Jiolong's rank, criminal sanction meant a very specific outcome. She thought about this outcome with the cold, specific patience of someone who had filed a soldier's name. Fong Bolu, 22 years old, killed for filing a complaint. In the precise room where she kept the things that required an accounting. Not yet. Not for another 12 months. But she was building the case. She was making it bulletproof. And she was beginning to understand, with increasing precision, the moment when it would be ready to deploy. Chapter 20. Third Absorption Event. The junior official's name was Bao Qingyu. He was 26 years old, newly assigned to the prefect's office's commercial licensing division and condensed pulse cultivation, the same rank she had been at when sealed. He had come to Crestfall 4 weeks ago and had been conducting himself in the manner of a young man who had recently received his first posting of authority and was testing its dimensions. She had watched him in the tea house for 3 weeks before she interacted with him. She watched him interact with the commercial quarters traders, the slight amplification of presence that condensed pulse cultivators learned to perform, the way he positioned himself to make the lack of cultivation in his conversation partners visible, the specific vocabulary of official authority that was not actually authority, but was the costume of it. He was not, she noted, malicious. He was ambitious, entitled, and operating from an assumption structure. That visible cultivation and official position formed an absolute hierarchy that had probably never been challenged in his 26 years. He came from a minor official family in the capital's administrative class, which meant he had grown up around exactly this assumption and had been reinforced in it continuously. The posting to Crestfall was his first real test of whether the assumption held in the world rather than in the family's household conversations. She encountered him at the prefect's office on the day she went to file an inquiry about the labor detail extortion, specifically, to file a formal request for information about the legal basis for the expanded garrison labor requirements. This was not a confrontational filing. It was a precise, technically correct, completely legitimate administrative inquiry that Hao Wenlin had reviewed for accuracy before she submitted it. Bao Qingyu was the receiving officer. He looked at her inquiry. He looked at her. He identified the absence of cultivation, the plain clothing, the woman from the South Quarter who had come to file a petition about something the garrison had done. He read the inquiry with a faint, dismissive smile that he did not bother to conceal, because she did not register as someone who would notice or remember it. She noticed. She remembered. This will be reviewed in the standard 40-day window, he said, without looking up. South Quarter residents can direct any follow-up inquiries to the public intake window at the Garrison Administrative Office. I understand the process, she said pleasantly. I also want to note, for the record, that this inquiry relates specifically to the legal basis of the Labor Detail Order under Dominion Labor Statute 47, Subprovision 12. If the review determines that the Garrison Order was not issued under an applicable legal provision, I would expect to see a correction applied within the review window. He looked up. His smile was slightly different now, not dismissive, but something close to it, the expression of someone recalibrating their assessment of an annoyance without yet upgrading it to a threat. I'll note the reference, he said. Thank you, she said. And then, with the precise casualness of someone who has not been doing anything other than filing a routine inquiry. Also, when you have an opportunity, the commercial licensing fee schedules from the previous 3 assessment periods show an inconsistency in how South Quarter businesses were categorized relative to commercial quarter businesses for the same merchandise category. It may be an administrative error. I've prepared a summary if the division is interested. She placed a neatly written document on his desk. He looked at it. He looked at her. She watched the recalibration, not to danger, not yet, but to mild nuisance. Someone who knew enough to be professionally annoying. He picked up the document with the careful neutrality of an official who had just been reminded that even annoying people sometimes held useful information. She felt the absorption event, smaller than the Iron Marrow Guard, but larger than anything she'd received from a condensed pulse practitioner before, because his contempt was actively dense. He had walked in expecting a simple filing and had received a woman who spoke in administrative specifics, and the recalibration of his contempt had, paradoxically, concentrated it. The dismissal was not the passive category assignment of someone who had not thought about her. It was the active, specific contempt of someone who had thought about her and decided she was beneath them despite the evidence. Active contempt was richer than passive dismissal. The suture's mechanism did not distinguish between types of underestimation, but the quality of what arrived at the boundary layer told her that concentrated attention, even negative attention, produced a denser yield than the background radiation of being ignored. She walked out of the prefect's office. Behind her, she knew, Bao Qingyu was reading her fee schedule summary. It was accurate, it was carefully prepared, and it would require him to either act on it, which would inconvenience the commercial quarter interests who had benefited from the discrepancy, or file it away and hope it didn't surface later. Either outcome was useful to her. She had submitted the inquiry. She had planted the fee schedule document. She had established a presence, small, annoying, technically correct, in the prefect's office's commercial licensing division. And she had absorbed, at condensed pulse density, the contempt of a junior official who would not think about her again until she appeared in his field of vision under circumstances he had not predicted. That moment would come. She was patient, and she was building everything it required. On her way back from the prefect's office, she paused at the tea house where she had spent her first weeks in Crestfall listening and mapping the city's commercial networks. The tea house was quiet at the mid-morning hour, the early commerce meetings finished, the lunch trade not yet begun. She sat at her usual table, ordered the standard tea, and spent 40 minutes in stillness, processing. The fee schedule discrepancy she had submitted to Bao Qingyu was a careful construction. She had identified the discrepancy 3 weeks ago through her analysis of the prefect's office's commercial licensing records, a systematic miscategorization that had been producing inflated fees for South Quarter businesses relative to commercial quarter businesses engaged in identical merchandise categories. The miscategorization had been producing an annual overcharge of between 8 and 12% for 140 South Quarter business operators. She had not submitted it to correct the fee schedule, though that would be the outcome if Bao Qingyu acted on it. She had submitted it to establish that she possessed the analytical capacity to find discrepancies that the licensing division had missed and to create a record in the prefect's administrative system that associated her name with the kind of precision that administrative professionals respected. This was the same mechanism she used in all her engagements with the formal power structure, not confrontation, but the demonstration of capability in a context where the system had no framework to dismiss it. She finished her tea and rose and went back to the clinic to prepare the afternoon's intake. Chapter 21. The First Act of Revenge. Official Tung Ko was the garrison's liaison officer for the Eastern Quarter Levy Administration. He was not a significant person. He was a functionary in the apparatus of the Dominion's border administration, a man of late 40s who had been in Crestfall for 12 years and had used those 12 years to establish, through the accumulation of small extortions and minor manipulations, a comfortable local position that was entirely dependent on the absence of scrutiny. The labor detail extortion that had been affecting South Quarter families for the past 6 months was his design. Captain Rome Wei had authorized the expanded labor requirements. Rome was the one with rank and official authority, but Tung Ko was the one who had designed the specific mechanism. The selective application of the order to families who had defaulted on fees, the absence of the medical exemption pathway, the fee schedule that created the default condition in the first place. He had done this before, in smaller iterations, over the 12 years he had been in Crestfall. He had done it to people who had no recourse, because the formal complaint process was administered by the garrison, and the garrison's interests were aligned with his. Suyin had been building a case against Tung Ko for 3 months. Not through the formal complaint process, through documentation. The fee schedule irregularity she had submitted to Bao Qingyu was one piece. She had also, through the network of South Quarter families whose intake she managed, collected sworn and witness statements, which Hao Wenlin had witnessed, in his professional capacity as a medical practitioner of record, documenting the timeline and specifics of the labor detail assignments, including the correlation between fee default and selection that made the extortion clear. The collection process had taken 6 weeks and had required careful management of the family's fear. Most of them had not wanted to sign anything. The garrison was present and immediate. The prefect's office was official and distant and had, in their experience, been uniformly unhelpful when South Quarter families had brought complaints to it before. She had spent considerable time explaining why this specific filing was different from the complaints that had been ignored, and why the legal framework she was using was specifically constructed to bypass the garrison's administrative self-protection. She had also been honest about the risks. Not every petition produced results. She was not promising results. What she was promising was that the petition would be filed correctly and would create a formal record that could not be quietly closed without documentation. A formal record was not a guarantee of justice. But in the specific political environment of Crestfall, with a prefect whose primary anxiety was maintaining a defensible paper trail, a formal, legally correct record had a higher chance of producing a response than the South Quarter families had historically received. She had prepared a formal petition, signed by 43 South Quarter residents, documenting 31 specific instances of irregular labor detail assignment with dates, names, and corroborating testimony. On the 182nd day, 6 months exactly, she submitted the petition to the prefect's office, not through the public intake window, but directly, in a formal registered delivery that required the prefect's personal clerk to sign for receipt and generated a document trail in the prefect's own records. She submitted it with a cover letter that referenced 3 specific legal provisions under Dominion labor and administrative law, cited 2 historical precedents from the capital's administrative tribunal records, and requested a formal inquiry with a 60-day response timeline. Prefect Wan Ingda read the petition. She knew he read it because the response came in 31 days rather than 60. A formal notification that the garrison labor detail order was suspended pending administrative review, and that a compliance audit of the Levy Administration Office had been initiated. This was not the outcome she had necessarily expected. She had expected the petition to create friction, not resolution. The speed of Wan Ingda's response told her something important. The prefect had been looking for an excuse to act on Tung Ko for some time, and she had provided him with one that was legally airtight and politically cost-free. Tung Ko was suspended from his position within 45 days of the petition submission. He was not arrested. He was not charged. He was simply suspended. His access to the Levy Administration Office was revoked. The extortion stopped. For the South Quarter families who had been under this pressure for 6 months, this was a meaningful result. The woman whose husband had a bad knee and couldn't perform the labor detail came to the clinic on the 52nd day with a small gift of preserved fruit and said, with the careful gratitude of someone who had learned not to express things too fully in case they were taken away again, "I heard it was you." "I heard it was a petition," Suyin said. "Signed by 43 people." The woman looked at her. "Yes," she said. "That's what I heard too." The South Quarter knew. The petition's outcome had been discussed in the night market, at the covered stalls near the river, in the clinic's waiting room, where people who had been waiting for their intake appointments had been talking quietly with each other. The specific information traveled in the particular way of South Quarter news, not through announcement, but through the accumulated conversations of people who shared proximity and experience. Old Master Chi came to the clinic 2 days after Tung Ko's suspension, which was not his regular visit day, and sat in the intake room, and looked at her with the expression he used when he was about to say something that he had been turning over for a while. "The South Quarter has not had a successful petition in 11 years, he said. "The last one was about the well on Iron Street. There was a contamination issue and the prefect's office ordered a repair. Before that, nothing since the previous prefect. 11 years is a long time, she said. It is. He paused. What you have done here is not small. The people in this quarter know that. They are not saying it out loud because they are waiting to see if the reprisal comes. But they know. She looked at him. The reprisal will not come, she said. Not from Tung Ko. He is suspended and has lost his leverage base. Not from Captain Wei. The petition's legal structure insulates the signatories from informal retaliation, and Wei is smart enough to know that acting against 43 documented petitioners after a prefect's finding would be the kind of thing that ends postings. You are very certain, he said. I assessed the risk carefully before I filed, she said. The legal structure was the most important element. An undocumented complaint can be ignored. A formally registered petition with legally precise provisions and documented evidence cannot be quietly closed. He sat with this for a moment. You knew this before you started. Yes. Then you were protecting the people who signed it. That was the requirement, she said. I could not ask for their signatures without being certain the protection was in place. He looked at her with the specific assessment of someone who had watched many people come through the South Quarter over 50 years and was revising his category for the woman across from him. What comes next, he said. She met his eyes. More of the same, she said. Carefully. She took the preserved fruit and ate it with Lian Bao that evening, and Lian Bao said, Was that revenge? Suyin considered the word. The first step of it, she said. Not revenge against Tung Ko specifically. He was incidental. That was establishing that the formal system, properly handled, can produce results. And establishing that Su Yin, the intake worker, is capable of handling it properly. And what does that do? It tells people who are watching that there is someone in the South Quarter who knows how to use the system. And it tells Waningda that there is someone in the South Quarter who is worth knowing about. She looked at the bronze mirror, which sat on the clinic shelf where she kept her personal things. Both of those things are necessary for what comes next. What comes next? Suyin looked at the mirror. The network, she said. Properly deployed. Chapter 22. Aftermath. What cold revenge looks like. Cold revenge did not look like she had imagined it would. At 19, reading stories about women wronged who burned everything and walked away. It looked like administrative documentation and 43 signatures and a prefect who found it convenient to do the right thing. It looked like a garrison officer quietly reassigned and a fee schedule corrected and South Quarter families who were spending their energy on something other than fear. It was not satisfying in the dramatic sense. It was satisfying in the architectural sense. The way a correctly placed load-bearing element is satisfying, not beautiful to look at, but structurally correct and therefore trustworthy. She thought about this in the days after Tung Ko's suspension, examining her own internal state with the same precision she applied to external conditions. She had expected to feel more. She felt, instead, a specific kind of confirmation, the knowledge that the method was working, that building slowly, precisely, using legitimate tools, produced results that were durable in a way that dramatic action was not. The dramatic result would have been what? She had imagined, in the first weeks, something that looked more like confrontation. A moment where she faced the people who had wronged her and something definitive occurred. But the specific people who had wronged her were not in Crestfall. They were in the Warlord's compound. And when she eventually reached them, she would do so not through confrontation, but through the collapse of everything that supported them, which would happen because she had spent 18 months building the structure that would cause it. Tung Ko's suspension was a practice run. It had told her two things. First, the petition process, used with precision and legal specificity, was genuinely powerful. The formal system was not uniformly corrupt. There were officials like Wan Ingda who would respond to correctly framed legitimate pressure. The Dominion's legal structure had genuine content, and someone who knew it well and applied it consistently could produce real outcomes. Second, the response from the South Quarter had shown her something she had not fully anticipated. The 43 signatures had not been difficult to collect. The difficulty had been getting people to believe that signing would produce a result rather than a reprisal. Once the result occurred and the reprisal did not, the change in the South Quarter's social atmosphere was notable. People were talking differently, not loudly. This was not a community that had suddenly found a political voice. But the specific silence of people who have given up on the possibility of recourse was beginning to shift. She was not trying to build a political movement. She was building a functional social structure in a space that had been stripped of functional social structures. But a functional social structure in which people trusted that action could produce results was, in effect, a source of organized will. She was learning, in real time, what she was building and what she could do with it. She wrote in her journal, Day 200. Tung Ko outcome complete. Network functioning. Information sources stable. Seal condition, approximately 28% of estimated compression threshold. 28%. The pace was correct. She had 12 months remaining, roughly, before the seal reached the point she estimated as the compression threshold. 12 months was enough. She closed the journal and looked at the window where the late afternoon light came through, and she thought about what kind of woman would exist in 12 months. Not just what she would have built, but what she herself would be. She had been Suyin for 6 months. The woman who had left the Iron Crest compound. Third concubine Wei Suyin, frightened under the surface, calibrated, political, was still present in her memory and her knowledge. But she was finding that the woman she had been in the compound had been shaped by the compound's requirements in ways that were no longer correct for the life she was living. The compound had required performance. Every interaction had been a performance, of deference, of affection, of political neutrality, of harmlessness. She had been so good at the performance that she had sometimes confused it for herself. Here, the only performance she maintained was Suyin's professional warmth and competence, which was not precisely a performance. It was a real mode of operating that she had discovered in herself, and that happened to serve as cover. She was genuinely warm with her patients. She was genuinely competent at the work. The cover and the self had become, in some dimension, the same thing. This was, she thought, the truest thing about the technique. It only worked if she was genuinely building a real life. And in the process of building a real life, she had become, in some ways, a different person than the one who had walked through the Iron Crest compound gate 6 months ago. She was not softer. She was not more forgiving. She was not less cold, in the specific sense in which she used that word for herself, the cold patience, the precise observation, the deferred emotional response. But she was more real, more densely present in what she was doing, more genuinely committed to the people she was doing it with. She thought, I was discarded, and I chose what to grow in the space the discarding created. It was possible, she thought, that this was the sutra's true gift, not the accumulated power at the end of it, but the person who would be carrying that power by the time it arrived. She finished her tea and began planning the 7th month. Chapter 23. Lian Bao asks a question. Lian Bao came to the clinic on a rare afternoon when both the route runs were complete and the intake queue was empty and the city had settled into the quiet particular to late autumn afternoons in the border country. Everything slightly slower, the light of particular gold that lasted only an hour, the sound of things muted by the cooling air. She sat across from Suyin in the intake room and said, I want to ask you something, and I want you to actually answer it. Not with the analysis. With the actual answer. Suyin put down her pen. Ask, are you happy? Lian Bao said. Suyin looked at her. I know that's not a word you usually use, Lian Bao said. But I've been watching you for 6 months, and I can see. I can tell something is different. Not worse. Different. And I want to know if you know what it is, and if you'd call it happy. Suyin considered this with the precision she applied to everything, which was itself, she recognized, part of the answer. I don't know if happy is the right word, she said. But there is something that is correct. A sense that the life I am living has the right proportions. That the work I do, the people I work with, the results I see, these fit together in a way that the compound never did. She paused. In the compound, I was always a partial thing. Never fully engaged with any of it because none of it was actually mine. Here, even the difficulty is mine. Even the risk is mine. And you find that better? I find it honest, she said. And I find that honest is better, yes. In the specific sense of producing something I can actually build on. Lian Bao was quiet for a moment. I'm happy, she said. I know that probably sounds strange given. She gestured vaguely at everything, all of this. But I am. I'm doing work that matters, and I'm with someone I actually choose to be with. She paused. I just wanted you to know that. So you weren't carrying it alone. Suyin looked at her for a moment. In the archive of her memory, she found the moment with the hairpin in the eastern courtyard 3.5 years ago, and the quality of attention Lian Bao had brought to a small act of social grace, and she traced the line from that moment to this one. 6 months of exile, 4 days on a road, 62 days of foundational work, and 100 additional days of building. And she thought about what it meant that this person had chosen, freely, to travel the whole length of that line with her. The compound had taught her to be suspicious of expressed affection, because expressed affection in the compound was almost always instrumental. It was offered in exchange for something or withdrawn when the exchange became unprofitable. She had developed, over 3 years, a precise taxonomy of the compound's emotional performances. Lian Bao did not fit any of those categories. She was not performing anything. She was, in the particular way of people who had no political sophistication and no interest in acquiring it, simply present. She had followed Suyin out of the compound gate on the grounds that she chose to, and she had been present every day since on the same grounds. I know, Suyin said. I have known for some time. But you don't say it. No. She paused. I don't have the word for what it is to have someone who simply stays. Someone who chose and keeps choosing. The closest word is essential, but that sounds clinical, and it isn't clinical. Lian Bao nodded slowly. Essential, she said. I'll take that. They sat in the late afternoon light, and outside the south quarter was going about its evening, and the seal was heavier than it had been yesterday, and the network was spreading, and the warlord was somewhere in the capital not thinking about them. And this moment, Suyin thought, was exactly what it was. Real, specific, hers. She had not had many moments that felt genuinely hers. She intended to have many more. 3 days later, she received a letter through by Guerin's commercial correspondence. A letter from a medical legal scholar in the capital named Professor Wei Changqiu, forwarded to Hao Wenlin on the grounds of a published commentary Hao had written 3 years earlier on physician liability in garrison medical practice. The professor was writing to inquire whether Hao Wenlin had any current knowledge of cases involving the intersection of supply administration and medical documentation in border garrison contexts. She read the letter twice. Professor Wei Changqiu, legal scholar, capital-based, writing to a border city physician about supply administration and medical documentation. The inquiry had the specific, careful precision of someone who was looking for something without saying what they were looking for. She handed the letter back to Hao Wenlin. What do you know about Professor Wei Changqiu? She said. He's published extensively on administrative law, Hao Wenlin said. His commentary on the Dominion's garrison accountability framework is the primary legal text on the subject. He is considered progressive. He advocates for transparent administrative oversight in military contexts. He paused. He was briefly attached to the capital's Legal Reform Commission 3 years ago before the commission was disbanded. The Legal Reform Commission, the progressive faction's legislative project, shut down when its recommendations became politically inconvenient. She was looking at the first thread of something she had been building toward for 6 months, a connection into the capital's political landscape that was not through the warlord's court, but through its opposition. Write back to him, she said. Use the medical legal framing. I'll draft the response. Hao Wenlin looked at her. What are we telling him? Enough to let him know we have something relevant. Not enough to tell him what it is. She wrote the draft over 2 evenings and revised it 4 times before it was precisely calibrated. Substantive enough to demonstrate the existence of significant documentation, vague enough that the professor could not reconstruct the full picture from the letter alone. An invitation to a correspondence that would require him to continue asking if he wanted more. She thought, very good at this. Chapter 24. The Seal at 6 months. A hidden survey day, 201. She woke early and sat in the stillness before the clinic opened, and she did what she did every 3rd day. She examined the seal. The examination required a specific quality of attention, not active, not passive, but the focused neutral observation of a physician watching a healing process. She held her awareness at the boundary layer between her dantian and the iron suppression matrix, and she took stock. Density, her estimate, carefully calibrated against the accumulation events she had logged, was 31% of the theoretical compression threshold. This was 2 months ahead of her initial timeline. The acceleration factor was the Iron Marrow event with the convoy guard. One event at that level had moved the timeline in a way that changed her projections. If she had regular access to Iron Marrow level cultivators, quarterly convoy visits, Commander Tian Ru, whom she still had not met, though the meeting was 3 days away by all indications, possibly the young lord of the Shun lordship whose trade representative she had been tracking, the timeline compressed significantly. New estimate, 12 months to compression threshold was still accurate if the absorption pattern remained at its current rate. If it accelerated, if she arranged proximity to higher-ranked cultivators through the network expansion she was planning, the timeline could shorten to 10 months or even 9. She filed this under opportunities rather than plans. She could not rely on controlled acceleration. The sutra required genuine conditions, not manufactured ones. But she could make the conditions more likely through strategic positioning. The seal's structural condition, the iron lattice, was behaving as the sutra described. At 31% density, the rigid suppressive matrix was beginning to show what she could only describe as elasticity. The outer structure was maintaining its form, but the inner organization was beginning to adapt to the pressure. The lattice was, very slowly, converting from a static suppression framework into something that was conforming to the shape of what was being stored. This was the beginning of the reverse seal evolution, earlier than she had estimated. She noted this carefully. Early evolution could mean early detonation if she was not careful. She needed to maintain the stillness discipline, the specific mental posture of the sutra that regulated the accumulation rate and prevented premature pressure spikes. She had been maintaining this consistently, but the survey confirmed she needed to be more attentive as the density increased. The other condition she was monitoring, the seal's outer surface. Grand Physician Mao Chunlu had placed a standard iron suppression seal, which was designed to be periodically refreshed. The suppression characters needed reactivation every 18 months or the seal degraded. At 6 months, she was at 1/3 of the natural refresh interval. She did not intend to allow the seal to be refreshed. When the seal reached compression threshold and broke, she needed it to break completely, not partially. A partial break would release accumulated qi in an uncontrolled pattern that would likely injure her and produce a fraction of the power a complete detonation would. If the seal was refreshed before she was ready, the accumulated qi would be temporarily dispersed back into the ambient environment, and she would lose months of compression. This meant that in approximately 12 months, she needed to ensure that no physician reached her before the seal broke on its own schedule. She added this to her planning. Contingency protection from medical intervention in the 6-month window before the estimated detonation point. The clinical analysis complete, she sat for a moment longer in the stillness and simply felt the seal. It was heavy. It was dense. It was warm, in the way that compressed, crystallized qi carried warmth, not heat. Exactly, but the particular quality of stored energy that had been accumulating long enough to have character. The qi she carried was not hers, not originally. It was borrowed from every person who had decided she was nothing. The patrol officer's categorical contempt on the road east during the second day. The merchant convoy guard's structural dismissal. The junior official's condescending precision. The food seller who had given her less than the measure she paid for, calculating that she would not notice. The young cultivators in the market square who had walked through her without looking. The innkeeper at the Wei house on day 4 who had given her the room with the broken shutter because she was alone and unranked, and he had not expected her to complain. There were smaller sources too. The accumulated daily background of a woman without cultivation or title in a city organized around both. The garrison soldier who had corrected her route once on the northern road, and then dismissed her before she could finish explaining that she had the correct path. The commercial quarter merchant who had looked at her plain clothing and assumed she was a delivery person and handed her a package to carry. The children in the covered market who had bumped into her and not apologized because they hadn't registered her as someone whose collision required acknowledgement. Each of these was small. Together, they were a river. She was the channel the river had been waiting for. At 31% of compression threshold, the seal was still in its early stages. But the rate of accumulation was outpacing her original estimates, and she was developing a precise sense of how to read her own internal state. The specific density feel at the boundary layer, the particular quality of the warmth when a significant event occurred, the subtle difference in the seal's behavior between high-density sources and diffuse background accumulation. She was becoming expert at her own cultivation, which was, she thought, the only cultivation expertise worth having. Not the theory of how power worked in general, but the precise understanding of how this power worked in this body in this specific situation. She was carrying them all. Their dismissal had become her foundation. The cold clarity of that thought settled in her chest. She had needed this understanding, not for anger. Anger was a state that consumed the very resources it was supposed to generate. What she felt was more precise. The specific recognition that every person who had decided she was without value had been, in the most literal technical sense, wrong. They had given her something real while believing they were giving her nothing at all. She thought, you did not think about what you were giving away. She thought, I will remember each of you, and what you gave me, and what I will do with it. She opened the clinic and began her 7th month. The 7th month brought its own discoveries. She had been tracking the seal's response to different types of dismissal events, categorizing them in her mental ledger with the precision she applied to pharmaceutical compound effects, source, quality, density, duration of input, estimated contribution to total accumulation. The data was building into something she could analyze. The pattern she had identified, physical proximity, amplified the yield. The Iron Marrow Guard's dismissal had produced the largest single gain not because his cultivation was the highest she had received from. Bao Qingyu's active contempt at condensed pulse had been denser in a different way, but because she had been within arm's length of him for several minutes while he conducted the transaction. The boundary layer's receptive mechanism worked best in close proximity. This had planning implications. The inspection tour, if she could arrange to be physically near Pao Julong, not just in the same room, but at a close working distance, would produce a substantially larger accumulation event than a distant observation. She filed this under tactical planning, alongside the growing list of variables she was working to optimize. The seal would not break on its own schedule. It would break when the accumulation reached the threshold. Every factor she could control that moved toward that threshold was a factor worth examining. In the 7th month, she also began to understand the seal's effect on her senses more precisely. She had known, from the sutra's text, that the seal suppressed her cultivation's active functions. What she had not fully appreciated was the degree to which active cultivation functions contributed to sensory perception. She could not detect chi fields or cultivation signatures. Any cultivator who walked into the clinic with iron marrow or above registered to her only as a physical presence, not as the specific signature that a condensed pulse sensitivity would have revealed. But she had developed compensatory perception. 14 months of reading physical cues, the specific quality of a cultivator's posture, the way they occupied space, the tells in their breathing and their attention, had sharpened her observation of the visible surface to a degree that was beginning to produce reliable assessments without the chi field perception that cultivation practitioners relied on. She was learning to see what cultivators typically stopped looking for once they had the easier tool. This too had planning implications. Outside, Crestfall Border City was beginning its day. The garrison patrol was making its morning rounds. The commercial quarter was opening its markets. In the South Quarter, families who had spent 5 months under the pressure of the labor detail extortion were going about their mornings with the particular quality of people who had recently been reminded that some pressures could be lifted. She was among them, and she was not of them, and she was, in the precise sense of the word, building toward the moment when both of those things would be resolved. She was patient. She was still. She was deep. And she was not done. 11 days later, Commander Tian Ru walked through the clinic door for the first time, and the shape of everything changed. Not because Tian Ru was the piece she had been missing. She had not known she needed her. But there was a category of allies she had been unable to plan for because she had no way to predict who it would be. Someone with military standing, with institutional knowledge of the garrison's actual dysfunction, with 20 years of accumulated grievance toward the general whose supply fraud had hollowed out the command she had served in. She had not planned for Tian Ru. Tian Ru had, in a sense, planned for her, had come to a South Quarter clinic rather than the garrison's physician because some instinct had told her that the standard channels were not where she needed to be, and had walked through a door that Suyin had been building toward for 7 months without knowing this was the door. It was not fate. She did not believe in fate. It was the consequence of building something real. Real things attracted real people, and real people had their own reasons for being where they were, and sometimes those reasons aligned. The alignment, when it came, was not a coincidence. It was the accumulated probability of 2 women who had been doing the same work in the same city for 7 months, who had been building towards similar outcomes through different mechanisms, finally occupying the same physical space. She was almost, she thought, prepared for what came next. She made herself more prepared. End of Step 2, Chapter 25. Commander Tian Ru came to the South Quarter Clinic because her horse had thrown her. Not literally. She was too good a rider for that. The horse had shied on the garrison road north of the city, startled by a cart that had come around a blind corner too fast, and she had landed hard on her right side while controlling the animal. The result was a bruised rib that was not broken, but that made breathing uncomfortable and would benefit from proper strapping. The garrison's official physician was available. She had not gone to him. She had come to the South Quarter. Suyin learned this later, not from Commander Tian Ru herself, but from the garrison clerk Su Bo, who mentioned it in passing as an example of the commander's general opinion of the garrison's official medical services, which was apparently not high. The garrison physician was a man named Han Buoqing who had been appointed through a connection to one of the capital's medical licensing committees and who had held the posting for 7 years without, from what she could gather through Su Bo's careful observations, doing anything that would generate either praise or complaint. He was competent at straightforward cases and reluctant to document anything that might later become a record of his involvement. Tian Ru had been treating her own minor injuries for years. What she knew when Tian Ru walked into the clinic on the 203rd day was iron marrow cultivation, female, late 30s, military bearing with the specific quality of someone who had maintained that bearing against institutional resistance for long enough that it had become something more personal than professional. She knew the iron marrow from the chi field, dense and controlled, the specific pattern of someone who had hardened their cultivation into physical capability and then refined the physical capability over a long career. She knew the age from the face and hands. She knew the institutional resistance from the promotions record she had assembled from the garrison's administrative files. Tian Ru's career showed a pattern of exceptional evaluations followed by lateral reassignments, the specific progression of someone too good to dismiss and too problematic to advance. Too problematic because of her sex. The garrison's records did not say this. The pattern of the records said it with total clarity. 3 consecutive evaluations at the highest rating, followed by 3 lateral postings to increasingly marginal commands, followed by the current posting to Crestfall, which was where you sent people you could not afford to promote, and could not justify dismissing. It was not subtle. It was the kind of record that was only invisible if you were not looking with the right question in mind. She had been looking with exactly the right question. Tianru looked around the clinic's waiting room with the swift professional assessment of someone who was always, on some level, evaluating her environment for tactical significance. She looked at Suyin, registered no cultivation, registered professional competence in the intake setup, registered the plain face and plain robe. The dismissal was there, not personal, not contemptuous in the way of arrogance. It was the specific dismissal of a military mind categorizing elements of an environment by threat and no threat, and filing accordingly. Suyin was no threat. She felt the iron marrow absorption event. It was different in quality from the convoy guards. His had been thick with accumulated dominance, the flavor of decades of being the heaviest person in the room. Tianru's was leaner, more controlled, carrying the specific quality of someone who had done enormous amounts of work with very little waste. Her qi was efficient in the way that long discipline produced efficiency. There was no excess, no amplification, no performance of presence. Just the clean, dense, compressed output of someone who had been refining their cultivation for 20 years under conditions that required everything to be conserved and nothing could be spent on display. The flavor was different from anything she had received before. Where the convoy guard's dismissal had tasted of dominance enjoyed, Tianru's carried something more complicated. The specific quality of competence that had been required to be invisible in order to survive. She had learned to assess without being seen to assess, to manage without being seen to manage, to be precisely as capable as the situation required without triggering the response that too much visible capability in the wrong body would produce. Suyin stored it and adjusted her intake posture. "Bruised rib," she said, standing to direct the commander to the examination chair. "Right side, from the landing angle. Doctor How can assess the severity and strap it." Tianru stopped. She looked at her, not the no-threat look, but a different assessment. "How did you know the specifics?" she asked. Her voice was low and professional, the voice of someone who asked questions they actually wanted answered. "You're favoring your right side. The specific angle suggests you landed with your arm absorbing some impact. Your right shoulder is fractionally higher than your left, which means the shoulder took some strain, but is not the primary injury. The rib is the primary injury." Suyin kept her voice matter of fact. "Also, you rode here rather than walking, which means the injury doesn't limit your ability to manage a horse, but is uncomfortable in ways that walking would aggravate." Tianru looked at her for another 2 seconds. Then she sat down in the examination chair. "Go ahead with the intake," she said. The intake took 12 minutes. By the end of it, something had shifted. It was not a dramatic shift. Tianru was not a woman who did anything dramatically. But the quality of her attention had changed. She was not looking at Suyin as an element of an environment. She was looking at her. Hao Wenlin strapped the rib with precise efficiency. While he worked, Suyin sat at the intake desk and recorded, and she was aware, without looking up, that Commander Tianru was using the particular stillness of someone who has decided to pay attention. When Hao Wenlin finished, Tianru stood slowly. "How long in Crestfall?" she said. Not specifically to Suyin, but Suyin answered. 7 months. "Where before?" "Various places," Suyin said. "The capital districts, originally." Tianru looked at her with the specific patience of a military officer who had interviewed enough people to know when an answer was complete and when it was carefully incomplete. She did not press it. Instead, "I'll come back in 3 days for a reevaluation." She paused. "Your intake form is more thorough than the garrison physician's is." "Thank you." She left. Hao Wenlin waited until the door closed. Then, "That was Commander Tianru." "Yes. She doesn't come to the South Quarter." "She did today." Suyin filed the intake record precisely. "She'll come back on day 3. And you'll have thought about what to say to her by then." "I'll know more about what she needs by then," Suyin said. "It's not about what to say. It's about being ready to hear what she tells me." Hao Wenlin looked at her. "She's iron marrow," he said. "Yes," she said. "She is." He did not ask about the seal. She did not mention it. They both sat with the knowledge that something had just walked into the clinic that was going to change the shape of the next several months, and they allowed that knowledge to settle without forcing it. This was the thing about genuine allies. They understood the timing. After Tianru left, she sat at the intake desk and processed the absorption event with the precision it required. Iron marrow, lean and controlled, the specific density of someone who had been refining their cultivation under conditions of constraint. The flavor was different from the convoy guards, which had been the thick abundance of unchallenged dominance. Tianru's carried the specific quality of cultivation that had been compressed by circumstance rather than by the practitioner's choice. Qi that had been prevented from being fully present and had refined itself in the available space. She thought about this for a long time. The sutra accumulated underestimation events. Tianru had not underestimated her. If anything, Tianru had walked in and, within 12 minutes, reassessed upward. The absorption event was not from Tianru's dismissal, but from Tianru's initial categorization. The automatic no-threat assessment, the baseline reading of the plain robe and absent cultivation, the reflexive soldier's assignment of irrelevance before the assessment proper began. That initial registration, the fraction of a second before Tianru looked more closely, was enough. The sutra did not require sustained dismissal. It required the event. A Heaven Fracture General's comprehensive contempt produced a cascade. Commander Tianru's initial 2-second categorization produced a thread. Both fed the seal. She updated her understanding of the mechanism and filed it under theoretical refinement. The sutra's accumulation function was more sensitive than she had initially modeled. The scope of available source events was broader than she had initially planned for. This was not the only implication of Tianru's arrival. The alliance that was forming, not yet explicit, but clearly forming, was a different category from the alliances she had built with Hao Wenlin and Bai Guoran. Those were civilian alliances, built on shared purpose and trust. Tianru was military, with specific operational capacity and institutional access that the network had not previously had. She was, she thought, about to accelerate significantly. She was ready for that acceleration. What she had not expected, what the sutra's theory did not fully prepare for, was the compound quality of the absorption from someone who had spent 20 years having their cultivation dismissed by every institutional hierarchy above them. Tianru's chi carried the specific residue of that sustained underestimation, not a single dismissal event, but a pattern of them, compressed into the disciplined density of a cultivation that had been forced to refine itself in constrained circumstances. It was, she realized, the most informative absorption event she had received. Not the most powerful. Shun Daokai's Jade Core would exceed it in quantity when it arrived. But the most informative, because it showed her something she had not seen clearly in the earlier events. The seal did not only absorb chi. It absorbed the character of that chi. The specific quality of Tianru's cultivation, the lean efficiency of someone who had been required to do more with less for decades, was now part of what lived inside her seal boundary, alongside the thick dominance of the convoy guard and the young cultivator's casual chi breath dismissal from the first month. She was accumulating not just power, but the specific textures of power misused. Each event was, in some sense, a record. She thought about what it would mean to carry all of that, all those records of dismissal and contempt and casual categorization, to the threshold and then past it. She thought about what she would release when the release came. She was ready for that acceleration. Chapter 26. 2 women. The system forgot. Tianru came back on day 3, as she had said. The rib was healing normally. She said 4 things about her physical condition and then sat in the intake chair with the particular posture of someone who has decided to have a different conversation than the one that was scheduled. Tell me something, she said. The labor detail petition. The one that got Tunko suspended. Suyin met her eyes. What about it? It was prepared by someone who knows administrative law with unusual precision. The citation structure, the evidence presentation, the specific provisions referenced, that's not a South Quarter intake worker's typical skill set. I've had access to a variety of texts, Suyin said. From the capital districts, Tianru said, in the same tone. A pause. The clinic was quiet around them. Outside, the South Quarter was going about its mid-morning. A pair of voices discussing the price of charcoal. The sound of a cart on the stone street. What would you like to know? Suyin said. Tianru looked at her. The assessment in her eyes was different from what Suyin usually received. Not dismissal, not categorization, but the particular look of someone recognizing a pattern they know from the inside. I want to know what you're building, Tianru said. Because it's not an intake practice and a pharmaceutical route. Those are the surface layer. Something else is underneath. Suyin was quiet for 3 seconds. Tianru waited. She was very good at waiting. The patience of someone who had learned to wait for circumstances to arrange themselves rather than trying to force arrangements that the circumstances would resist. I'm building the infrastructure of what this city should have, Suyin said finally. An information network. A legal advocacy capacity. Connections between people who share concerns but don't know they share them. She paused. And eventually, in approximately 12 months, the capacity to deploy what I've built towards something specific. What specific thing? The systematic corruption that has been hollowing out this border city's administrative and military capacity for 8 years. She kept her voice level. Supply fraud at the general's level. Garrison extortion at the local level. Administrative capture of the licensing and levy system at the prefect's level. and the documented death of a soldier 20 years ago that has been covered up by the same general who is now committing supply fraud. Tianru's face did not move, but the quality of her stillness changed, from professional to something older, more personal. Pao Jialong, she said. Yes. Silence. She looked at the window. The autumn light was making its angle through the clinic's narrow panes, and in that moment she was aware, with precise clarity, that whatever came next in this conversation would determine whether Commander Tianru became a node in the network or a threat to it. Both outcomes were possible. The woman across from her was perceptive, principled, and had substantial reason to want accountability from General Pao. But she was also military, trained to hierarchy, and might decide that what she was hearing required her to report it through official channels rather than participate in it. She waited. He passed me over for the Eastern Division Command 3 times, Tianru said. The evaluations each time were excellent. The reason given was command temperament, which is what gets written when the real reason can't be documented. Her voice was flat. I have spent 20 years watching less capable men advance past me because they had the right build and the right connections, and I have kept my head down because I am good enough at this work to know that the alternative was being posted somewhere so marginal I would never affect anything. Crestfall is marginal, Suyin said. Crestfall is where the evidence is, Tianru said. Suyin looked at her. You have the documentation, Tianru said. It was not a question. Yes. Then what do you need from me? Suyin looked at the window. The light was doing its particular autumn angle through the clinic's narrow panes. She thought about the shape of the alliance that was forming and what it required and what it could provide. I need someone with military standing, she said. Not to fight. To be credible as a witness when the case is presented. A mid-ranking commander's testimony about the garrison's actual operational state carries weight that a South Quarter intake worker's testimony does not. You also need someone who can manage the garrison's response when things move, Tianru said. When the case breaks open and Rome Wei and the officers connected to Pao panic, someone needs to be in position to prevent that panic from turning destructive. Suyin had thought about this. She had been less certain about it than about other elements of the plan. Yes, she said. I can do that, Tianru said. Not easily. I don't have formal command authority in this garrison, but I have enough informal standing. Enough of the soldiers trust me because I have been here long enough to have treated them as people rather than numbers, that I can contain a panic response if I know it's coming. You'll know it's coming, Suyin said. I will tell you precisely when and how. Tianru nodded once. Clean, decisive, the way military decisions were made. Who else, she said. Suyin began to explain the network. She started with the structural layers, the clinic's social foundation, the pharmaceutical routes, the commercial quarter access, the intelligence documentation. She described each layer precisely, including what it could do and what it could not do. Tianru listened with the focused attention of someone building a tactical picture, asking occasionally for clarification on specific points, never interrupting unnecessarily. It was the best 2 hours of strategic conversation Suyin had had since leaving the compound. The compound had required those conversations to be conducted in subtext and implication, filtered through layers of political caution. This was direct. She explained the clinic's social network. She explained the pharmaceutical route system and its intelligence function. She explained Pear Blossom's secondary channel and what it reached. She explained the administrative documentation she had been building and where it was currently stored. She did not explain the seal. She did not explain the sutra. She explained the external architecture and left the internal architecture for a later conversation, when the alliance had established itself as stable. When Suyin finished, Tianru sat for a moment. You're not doing this for the city, she said. Not accusingly. Observationally. I'm doing it for several reasons that overlap, Suyin said. The city is part of it. What it does to the Iron Crest Court's power structure is a larger part. The Warlord. Eventually. Tianru looked at her. He expelled you, she said. As a statement, not a question. She had clearly assembled enough of the picture to reach the conclusion. Yes. With a seal. Yes. The seal is still in place. Yes, Suyin said. For now. Tianru sat with the for now for a moment. Then she said something that Suyin had not expected from her. I was passed over 3 times and I chose to stay because the work mattered. You were expelled and you chose to rebuild because the work mattered. We started from different positions and arrived at the same place. The place where the work matters more than the injury, Suyin said. Yes, Tianru said. That place. It was, Suyin thought, the most honest thing anyone had said to her in 7 months. She stored it in a room that did not have a door on it. After Tianru left, Suyin sat at the intake desk for a long time in the clinic's afternoon quiet. Hao Wenlin was in the examination room with a patient. The front room was empty. The South Quarter outside was going about its Thursday. She had spent 7 months building toward alliances like this one. She had built them carefully, and they had held. But this one was different in a specific way that she was trying to name precisely. The civilian alliances, Hao Wenlin, Bai Guoren, Pear Blossom, were alliances of shared circumstances and shared purpose. They were people who had been marginalized by the same system she was working against, who understood what she was doing because it aligned with what they needed, and who had chosen to trust her because the work she offered them was genuine. Tianru was not marginalized in the same way. She was inside the garrison's command structure, however imperfectly. She had rank, she had institutional standing, she had the kind of formal position that the South Quarter residents who came to the clinic did not have. The system had used her wrong, had passed her over and misallocated her capacity, but it had not expelled her from the institution entirely. She had chosen to be here, in the South Quarter clinic, having a conversation she had not needed to have, about a plan she had not needed to join. This was the meaningful distinction, not survival, not necessity, but choice. She had chosen to join the thing that Suyin was building because she had recognized it as worth joining. Not because it benefited her specifically. It did, but that had not been the logic she had expressed. The logic she had expressed was the work, the city's actual operational condition versus its reported condition, the specific harm that Pao Jiulong had been causing for decades, the need for someone in a military position who could manage the garrison's panic response. She had arrived with the exact analysis of what the plan needed from someone with military standing, which meant she had been doing the same assessment Suyin had been doing from inside the garrison and had arrived at the same place. Two people building toward the same thing, in the same city, from different positions. She was still thinking about this when Hao Wenlin finished with his patient and came to stand in the examination room doorway. Tianru, he said. Yes. That was more than an intake visit. Considerably more. He came and sat at the chair across from the intake desk. What did you learn? She told him. He listened with the careful attention of someone adding new information to a structure he had been building for months, identifying where it connected, noting where it changed the proportions. The garrison is less stable than I thought, he said, when she finished. If Tianru has been observing it from the inside for 2 years, and she's describing the command structure as potentially volatile under pressure, she says she can contain the panic response if she knows it's coming, Suyin said. That was not a casual offer. She has been thinking about exactly this contingency, and she believes she has the standing to do it. Do you believe her? Suyin considered. I believe she has assessed her own capacity accurately. She is not a woman who overclaims. No, Hao Wenlin agreed. She does not seem to be. They sat with the shape of the changed network for a moment. It was larger now. It had dimensions it had not had this morning. Sleep well, he said, rising. Tomorrow the routes. Tomorrow the routes, she agreed. Chapter 27. The Shun Lordship Problem. Young Lord Shin Daokai arrived in Crestfall 3 weeks later, which was earlier than his quarterly schedule and not arranged through the usual advance notice his trade representative sent. She knew he was coming 2 days before he arrived, because the trade representative, a quiet, capable man named Chen Fei, who had been one of her tea house contacts for 3 months, sent a message to the pharmaceutical route that was not about pharmaceuticals. The message said, "The young lord is coming personally. He has business in Crestfall that the trade route does not fully explain. He will look for information about conditions in the border city. Please advise." Chen Fei was, she had realized some time ago, not merely a trade representative. He was the Shun Lordship's intelligence contact in Crestfall, which was exactly what a functioning minor lordship on the edge of a dominant territory needed. He had identified her, at some point in the past 3 months, as the most reliable source of accurate information about the city's actual conditions. This was an assessment she had not discouraged, because the Shun Lordship's perspective on the eastern border territories was information she did not otherwise have reliable access to. The message meant that Shun Daokai was coming, and that Chen Fei expected her to be useful in managing the interaction. She thought about the Shun Lordship for a day. It occupied a position at the eastern edge of the Dominion's territory, technically a vassal state, with an annual tribute obligation and a formal acknowledgement of Iron Crest's dominance. In practice, the Shun Lords had been quietly reducing their actual ties to the Dominion for 20 years, as the Dominion's economic presence in the border territories contracted. They still paid tribute. They still sent formal representatives to the capital for the required seasonal audiences. But their actual administrative independence had been expanding steadily. The Warlord had been, for the past 3 years, slowly tightening the screws, increasing the tribute demands, inserting garrison presence at the border crossings, and doing the preliminary work that would eventually allow him to absorb the Shun Lordship outright. The mechanism was not military, not yet. It was administrative, paperwork, precedent, the slow accumulation of compliance requirements that would eventually create a legal framework for the absorption. She had tracked this in the administrative records she had access to, in the garrison's correspondence with the border crossing posts, and in Shun Fei's conversations at the commercial quarter tea houses. The pattern was clear to her, because she had watched Deng Haoran apply the same mechanism to smaller entities over the course of her 3 years in the compound. He was patient about it. He did not need to move quickly because the time pressure was on the other side. The Shun Lordship's options narrowed with each compliance requirement they met, because each compliance established the precedent for the next requirement. Suyin had known this from the compound. She had been peripherally connected to the Shun family through her mother's family, which was part of why Lady Fong had found it convenient to move against her. And she had been tracking the pattern of increasing pressure from the intelligence available through the border city's trade and administrative records. The Shun Lordship was being consumed slowly. Shen Daokai knew this. He was coming to Crestfall because he was looking for options that did not involve either submission or a military confrontation he would lose. She was, she thought, one of those options, or could be, if the interaction was handled correctly. She considered what she was willing to offer and what she needed in return, and she worked through the specifics with the precision she brought to any planning problem, and she arrived at a position she could hold. Then she waited for Shun Daokai to arrive and did something she had learned to do well in 7 months of this life. She let him find her rather than seeking him out. This required patience. She had patience. He arrived on the afternoon of the 22nd day after Tian Ru's second visit. She knew he had arrived because Chun Fei sent another message, less indirect this time. The young lord has arrived at the Eastern Inn. He would welcome a meeting. She did not go to the Eastern Inn. She continued her work at the clinic, her route planning, her network maintenance, and she allowed it to be known, through Chun Fei and through the natural social texture of the commercial quarter tea houses, that Suyin, the South Quarter's intake worker and route rider, was available at the clinic on weekday mornings. The 3 days she made him wait were not idle. She spent them preparing. She reviewed everything she knew about the Shun Lordship's current political position and what it needed from the conversation. She reviewed everything she knew about Shun Daokai himself: age, cultivation level, family position, the specific pressures on a young lord who had inherited a contracting political situation from his father 2 years ago. She reviewed what she was willing to share and what she needed to receive, and she built the parameters of the conversation she intended to have. She also spent 2 hours thinking about what she was not willing to offer. She was not willing to compromise the safety of her core network members by naming them to someone she had known for less than a week. She was not willing to share the full scope of the capital connection before she understood Shin Daokai's court relationships well enough to assess the risk. She was not willing to give him Peng Sumin's documentation until she had verified that the Shun Lordship's access to it would not create a pathway for it to reach the Warlord's court through informal channels. These were not limitations on what could eventually be shared. They were the correct timing calibration for a first meeting with someone who carried Jade Core and was accustomed to receiving what he asked for. It took him 3 days to come to the South Quarter. Chapter 28. Young Lord Shin Daokai's first mistake. His first mistake was arriving with 2 Jade Core guards. She noted this as he walked into the clinic's waiting room on the 3rd day of his presence in Crestfall. The guards were not his personal protection, or not only that. They were a statement about his rank and his resources, a visible demonstration that he was someone of significance coming to speak to someone of, in his current assessment, considerably less significance. She looked up from her intake desk with the same professional warmth she applied to every patient. "Good morning," she said. "Are you here for an appointment, or for the pharmaceutical inquiry? I think Chin Fei mentioned you might have some questions about the route stock." He was 24 years old and Jade Core, and she could feel the pressure of his cultivation from across the room. Not amplified, not aggressive, just present in the way of someone who had trained a high-level cultivation and carried it as part of their baseline presence. He was good-looking in the specific way of young lordlings who had grown up with resources and the cultivation to match. Tall, well-built, with the face of someone accustomed to rooms reorganizing themselves in response to his entry. The room did not reorganize itself. She remained at her desk. Hao Wenlin was in the examination room. Lian Bao was on a route run. The clinic was its usual practical, slightly worn South Quarter self. He looked around the room. He looked at her. He performed the rapid assessment that high-rank cultivators performed on their environment, and she felt him categorize her. No cultivation, no rank, administrative function, South Quarter context, woman. The absorption event was significant. Jade Core. She had never received Jade Core before. She did not let herself react visibly to it. The density was enormous. The quality of his qi carrying the specific flavor of someone who had crystallized their dantian young and had been refining it for several years. rich and layered in a way that Iron Marrow Chi was not. The sutra pulled at it with something that felt, for the first time, like actual hunger, not the patient accumulation of smaller events, but an active draw toward this particular quality of compressed spiritual energy. She kept her face professionally attentive. "I'm here to speak with you," he said. His voice was direct and had the polished courtesy of someone who had been trained to be charming without being servile. "Chen Fei tells me you have a thorough understanding of the border city's conditions." "Chen Fei is kind," she said. "I have an intake worker's knowledge of the South Quarter's population and a route rider's knowledge of the settlements east and north of the city. It's a specific kind of familiarity." She rose and gestured to the intake room's second chair. "Please sit. Your guards are welcome to wait in the front room." He looked at her. She had, with complete professional smoothness, just directed his Jade Corps guards to wait outside the conversation. His first mistake. He had expected deference and received competence, and had not calibrated the difference in time. "They can wait outside," he said, after a brief pause, which was itself the recalibration she had been waiting for. A Jade Corps lord who had needed a moment to decide how to respond to a South Quarter intake worker suggesting his guards wait outside was a Jade Corps lord who was already paying more attention than he'd planned to. "Excellent," she said. "Tea." She made the tea while he settled. By the time she returned to the intake room, he had stopped performing the entry and was sitting with the particular attention of someone who had decided to assess rather than project. This was his best quality, she thought. When he chose to pay attention, he was capable of it. "What do you know about the garrison's operational capacity?" he asked, direct and without preamble. "The formal count is approximately twice the operational reality," she said. "The gap is accounted for by detachment transfers to the capital command, lease labor to private contractors, and administrative leave inflation. The garrison cannot, at present, mount an effective defense of the city or its supply routes." He looked at her. The information was specific and accurate and delivered with the precision of someone who knew exactly what they were saying and why. "You verified this," he said. "Yes." "How?" "Administrative records, supply route intelligence, and a working relationship with a military officer who has direct knowledge of the garrison's actual operational state." She held his gaze. "I'm willing to share my assessment, including the verification methodology. In return, I would like to understand what the Shun Lordship's current strategic posture is." A pause. "You're asking for intelligence in exchange for intelligence," he said. "I'm proposing an information exchange that benefits both parties. Your Lordship has reliable knowledge of conditions in the Eastern Buffer Zone. I have reliable knowledge of conditions in this city. Neither of us has complete information. Complete information is more useful than partial information." He was quiet for a moment. "Chen Fei told me you were worth speaking to," he said. "He didn't tell me you would be proposing strategic alliances." "I'm not proposing an alliance," she said. "I'm proposing a conversation that might determine whether an alliance is appropriate." Something shifted in his expression, not dismissal, which was a recalibration from the beginning of the conversation, but something more careful, more respectful, in the specific sense of paying attention to something that had turned out to be different from what it appeared. "Tell me about the garrison's supply situation," he said. She told him. Not everything. Not Peng Sumin's documentation, not the full scope of what she was building, but enough that he understood the shape of what was true, and enough that he understood she had considerably more. By the end of the hour, his guards had been waiting outside for 60 minutes, and he had not thought about them once. His second mistake would come in the following chapter. But this first one, arriving to talk down to someone and discovering he needed to talk with her instead, was the mistake that mattered. It was the one that would eventually convert him from an obstacle into an ally. She poured second cups of tea and continued. Chapter 29, Fourth Absorption Event. Shun Daokai's arrogance. His second mistake was 3 days later. He came back. She had expected this, and this time without the guards, which was itself a communication. "I have reconsidered the terms of this conversation, and I am willing to approach it differently." This was genuine. She gave him credit for it. He had gone back to his rooms at the Eastern Inn, presumably thought about what had happened in the clinic, and arrived at a recalibration. It was the action of someone intelligent enough to update their approach when they had evidence that the approach was wrong. He was better than she had initially given him credit for, and she adjusted her assessment accordingly. The second meeting was more substantive than the first. He was clearly accustomed to negotiating and had come with a prepared position, which she appreciated because it meant she could work with a structure rather than having to create one. His prepared position. The Shun Lordship would provide intelligence on buffer zone conditions and Eastern route security in exchange for Crestfall contact intelligence and access to the legal documentation she had referenced regarding the garrison's operational irregularities. The documentation she had referenced was Peng Sumin's supply fraud records. He had understood this from context. The documentation I referenced is not mine to share unilaterally, she said. It belongs to the person who compiled it, and deploying it requires his involvement and his consent. Who is he? I'll introduce you when the time is right. When will the time be right? When I understand enough about the Shun Lordship's position to assess whether deploying the documentation with your involvement serves the intended outcome. She met his eyes. You have a tribute obligation to the Dominion. What happens to that obligation if the documentation is used against General Pao and creates a capital-level political event? He was quiet for a moment. This was the question he had been managing around. The tribute obligation would need to be renegotiated, he said carefully. The renegotiation would need to happen through the capital's administrative structure, she said, which means through allies in the capital who are positioned to be sympathetic at a moment when the capital is dealing with the political fallout of a general's removal. The timing of those two events, the fallout and the renegotiation request, is critical. He looked at her. This was, she could see, a level of strategic specificity that he had not expected to be discussing with a South Quarter intake worker. You've thought about our position, he said. I've thought about everyone's position, she said. That's the work. A pause. Then, with the particular quality of someone who had just been reminded of their original assessment and was adjusting it. You're not just gathering information. No. What are you doing? I'm building the case and the conditions for an outcome that requires many things to fall in the right order. She kept her voice precise. Your lordship is one of those things. Not the most important, I want to be honest about that, but an important one, because the legitimate authority of the minor lordships that the Warlord has been slowly absorbing is part of what gives the capital's progressive faction an argument for structural reform rather than just replacement of individuals. He looked at her for a long moment. And then, this was the second mistake. He did something he had perhaps not intended. He let his cultivation pressure rise slightly, not aggressively, but in the way that Jade Core cultivators did when they were asserting their position in a conversation. It was probably automatic. A response to being asked to be one of many pieces on a board that someone else was arranging. He was 24 years old and had been cultivating at Jade Core for 4 years and had not yet fully learned to separate his personal pressure responses from his strategic choices. She felt the absorption event, smaller than the first, because it was a brief, inadvertent rise rather than a full dismissal, but still Jade Core, still dense. She processed it without expression. I understand your position, she said. You are being asked to trust someone you have known for 3 days, in a plan you have only seen the outline of, which will require your lordship to take on some risk. That is a reasonable position to hold. He was quiet. What I can offer, she continued, is the following. I will give you a full accounting of the plan's structure, the evidence base, and the timeline, within the next 60 days, as I confirm that the alliance is viable. In return, I ask that you keep the existence of this conversation private, not from your own counsel, but from any channels that might reach the capital or the Iron Crest court. And if I decide after 60 days that the alliance isn't viable, you leave with everything you heard and no obligation, she said. I do not build alliances on coercion. He looked at her. The careful attention had returned, not the arrogant assessment of the first visit, but the genuine strategic assessment of someone who was beginning to understand that the person across the table was several steps ahead of where he'd placed her. 60 days, he said. 60 days, she agreed. He rose to leave, and at the door he stopped. Who are you actually, he said, not rudely, with the genuine curiosity of someone who had been turning over the question and had decided to ask it directly. A woman with nothing, she said, building something from it. He looked at her for one more moment. Then he left. She sat with the tea and the silence and the dense, crystalline jade core chi that had settled into her seal's boundary layer, and she thought about the shape of the alliance that was forming. 60 days. She could make much use of 60 days. Chapter 30. A proposal without romance. She met with Shun Daokai 5 more times in the following 6 weeks. Each meeting built on the previous. She gave him information in calibrated quantities, enough to demonstrate the depth of what she had, without giving him more than she could afford to share at each stage. He reciprocated with intelligence from the buffer zone and the Shun Lordship's perspective on the capital's political currents, which was useful information she had not had good access to. The intelligence he provided was more valuable than she had initially estimated. The Shun Lordship's position on the eastern edge of the Dominion's territory gave it a particular vantage point on the court's policies, the tribute demands, the garrison insertion at border crossings, the pattern of administrative paperwork that was building the legal framework for absorption. All of this was visible from the Shun Lordship's position in ways it was not visible from inside the Dominion. Shin Daokai had been watching this pattern for 3 years with the anxious attention of someone who could see what was being built and could not find a way to stop it. She gave him information that addressed that anxiety. Not by offering a solution to the absorption threat. She was not in a position to offer that yet. But by demonstrating that the framework for absorption was itself vulnerable, that the administrative and military capacity that would be required to execute the absorption was not in the state the Warlord's records described, and that there were active proceedings in preparation that would constrain the court's capacity to take aggressive action in the Eastern Territories. Each meeting, his posture shifted incrementally. The first meeting had been the posture of a lord speaking with a useful contact. The second had been the posture of someone negotiating with an equal. By the fourth meeting, it was the posture of someone engaged in a genuine strategic partnership. The dynamic between them settled into something functional and slightly unusual. Two people of very different backgrounds and visible standing who were negotiating as equals because the information each held made them equal in the most practical sense. He was adjusting to this. She could watch him do it. In the small recalibrations of his approach each time they met, the gradual reduction of the lordly projection, the increase of genuine strategic engagement. He was not, she had concluded, naturally arrogant. He was trained to it, by upbringing and cultivation practice, and he was capable of setting it aside when he saw a reason to. The sixth meeting, he brought a proposal. It was not a diplomatic alliance proposal, it was more specific than that. He proposed a formal information-sharing arrangement, documented through Chun Fei's trade representation, that would give him access to her border city intelligence network in exchange for quarterly briefings from the Shun Lordship's Eastern contact system. The proposal was reasonable and well-constructed. She read it. He had prepared a written document, which she appreciated, and she noted several things about the structure that were subtly biased in his favor and two elements that were biased in hers, which suggested he had written it with the assumption that she would negotiate and had left her room to do so. She revised 4 points and handed it back. "You've studied contract law?" he said, looking at the revisions. "I've studied everything available to me," she said. "Contract law, administrative procedure, military logistics, medical pharmacology, cultivation theory." She paused. 3 years of a warlord's library and a great deal of time. He looked at her with the careful attention that had become his default posture in their meetings. "The seal," he said. "That was a warlord seal." "Yes. Not a cultivation accident." "No." He sat with this. "The warlord's household placed it," he said. "Which means you were inside it long enough to have used the library." "Yes." He was putting together the picture. She watched him do it and did not help or hinder. "You're building a case against the Iron Crest Court," he said slowly. "Not just against General Pao. Against the court. From a base in Crestfall, which the court considers irrelevant." He paused. "And you have been here for 7 months and no one knows." "A very small number of people know," she said. "You are one of them." He looked at the revised contract document in his hands. "I was planning to absorb the Shun Lordship into the Dominion for 3 generations after I'm gone," he said quietly, not quite to her. "If the court case succeeds, if what you're building actually works, that calculus changes. The Shun Lordship's independence depends on whether the Iron Crest Court has the administrative and military capacity to enforce absorption. If that capacity is compromised, then we have more room," he said. "Yes." He signed the revised contract. She countersigned, with Suyan's mark. In the moment after the signing, she allowed herself a brief, precise inventory of what had just been achieved. 6 weeks ago, Shun Daokai had arrived at the clinic with Jade Corps guards and the assumption that he was speaking to a useful contact. Today he had signed a formal intelligence sharing agreement with her as a negotiating equal, with full knowledge of the scale of what she was building and a clear understanding that his lordship's interests were aligned with hers rather than superior to them. The document was not the most important thing. The agreement behind the document, the mutual recognition of leverage and interest, was what mattered. Documents could be voided. The understanding that each party held something the other needed could not be voided without changing the underlying situation. She had built the situation. "When the time comes," he said, "and the seal breaks, I want to be there." She looked at him, not to participate, to witness. He held her gaze with the specific quality of someone making a genuine request rather than asserting an interest. "What you're doing, I have never seen anything like it. I want to see how it ends." She was quiet for a moment. "When the seal breaks," she said, "everything will move quickly. There will not be room for spectators." "I know," he said. "I'll be useful." She believed him. She filed this under confirmed alliance, with an honest assessment of both its value and its limits. "When the time comes," she said, "I'll send for you." He nodded once and left with the same economy of motion he'd developed over the past 6 weeks, the particular walk of someone who had decided to be efficient rather than impressive. She thought, he is better than his first day. She thought, most people are, given the right conditions. She filed the signed contract with Hao Wenlin's record system and went back to work. That evening, she sat with Hao Wenlin over tea and walked him through the Shun Daokai Alliance's structure and terms. She had made it a practice to debrief him after every significant development, not because he needed the information to function, but because he was the network's anchor, and an anchor that operated with incomplete information was a liability. Hao Wenlin listened with his characteristic precision. When she finished, he set down his tea and was quiet for a moment. The intelligence sharing arrangement, he said. His people will be receiving information about conditions here. That's a channel that could carry information in both directions. Yes, she said. Chen Fei is the Shun Lordship's intelligence contact in Crestfall. He has been receiving information from me through the commercial quarter for 3 months. The formalization of the arrangement changes the terms, but not the fundamental dynamic. He was already a channel. Now he's a documented channel with explicit scope limits. You trust the scope limits to hold. I trust that Shun Daokai's interests and my interests are aligned in the specific areas where information sharing could be harmful to either of us. If he were to send information about my network to someone connected to the Warlord's court, he would compromise the same plan that represents his lordship's best chance at avoiding absorption. His self-interest enforces the boundary more reliably than any clause I could write into the document. Hao Wenlin looked at her. You have always understood people through their interests. It's more reliable than understanding them through their stated intentions, she said. Intentions change. Interests are more durable. And his interest is the lordship's independence. His interest is his family's survival as an independent entity in a political environment that is steadily consuming minor lordships. That is a very powerful interest. It does not require him to like me or to trust me in any abstract sense. It requires him to recognize that the work I'm doing serves his interests, which he has now done. She paused. He also, I think, genuinely respects what he has seen here. Not as admiration, as professional assessment. He is a better strategic thinker than he appeared on the first day. Hao Wenlin made a small sound that might have been agreement. The capital connection, he said. Professor Wei Changqiu, when you send the full submission, the documentation, you will do that before or after the seal breaks? This was the question she had been working through for weeks. Before, she said. The seal's break will change my position here. What is currently a South Quarter intake worker with a pharmaceutical route becomes something else, and something else is visible in ways that the intake worker is not. The documentation needs to be in transit to the capital while I am still invisible, so that by the time my position becomes legible, the submission is already in official hands. And the submission goes through Professor Wei Changqiu's legal channel. Through the independent tribunal advocate he has been preparing. The documentation, once received by a named advocate under independent seal, becomes a formal legal proceeding. It cannot be suppressed the way an informal submission could be. It requires a documented response from the parties named. Hao Wenlin sat with this for a long moment. Outside, the South Quarter's night sounds were settling, the last vendors packing, a child being called in, the distant lamplighting sound of the commercial quarters closing. When you first came here, he said, I told you I had been carrying a soldier's name for 20 years and I did not know what to do with it. Yes. Now I know what to do with it. He picked up his tea. I wanted to say that. I don't say it often enough. She looked at him. You have given this the correct shape, he said. What I was carrying needed a shape. You built it. She did not have an immediate response to this. She sat with it. The shape was always there, she said finally. In the documentation, in the evidence, in the soldier's name. I only found the correct order for the pieces. Finding the order is the work, he said simply. She thought, later, that this was the most accurate description of what she had been doing for 12 months. Finding the order for pieces that already existed, in a city that had been waiting, without knowing it was waiting, for someone to find the order. Chapter 31. The Formation Master's cottage. Old Zhu lived in a cottage at the edge of the North Settlement route, close enough to Crestfall to be reachable by half a day's walk and far enough to be safely outside the city's social and administrative attention. Bai Guoran had mentioned him. There is a man on the North route, a retired Formation Master, who has the most thorough theoretical knowledge of seal construction I have ever encountered. He does not take students and does not consult commercially, but he occasionally speaks to people he considers worth speaking to. Suyin had been on the North route for 2 months before she knocked on his door, because she had learned that the correct approach to someone who had chosen their privacy was to be present and unassuming for long enough that they decided whether to notice you rather than attempting to be noticed. She passed his cottage 4 times on the northern route runs. Each time, she paused nearby for some legitimate purpose, checking supplies, resting a route animal, reviewing her notes on the settlement conditions she had observed. Each time, she was visible but not intrusive, the specific quality of presence that said I am here and not attempting to be elsewhere, which was different from the presence of someone performing indifference to presence. He noticed her on her fourth passing of his cottage, when she stopped to check the strap on a pharmaceutical kit that had loosened, and she happened to be sitting on a stone wall within his line of sight for approximately 20 minutes, during which she worked on the strap with precise, efficient attention. He came to the cottage door. "You're the route rider," he said. "Yes, Suyin. I'm sorry to be in your view while I fix this." The stone wall was a convenient height. He looked at her. He was 71 years old and had the kind of face that had been emptied of the need to perform anything. Every reaction was genuine, because he had long since stopped managing his reactions for anyone's benefit. He had white eyebrows and careful hands, and the specific quality of stillness that came from having spent decades in concentrated theoretical study. He looked at her seal. She felt him look at it. Not with physician's eyes, with a formation master's eyes, which was a different kind of looking, one that saw the structural architecture rather than the medical condition. Where a physician would read the seal's suppression function and its physical effects, a formation master read the seal's internal logic, the placement of the characters, the flow pattern of the suppressive chi, the specific technique signature that identified the method and its practitioner. "Interesting," he said. He said it the way someone says interesting when they mean alarming or impossible, or I have never seen that before. "I've been told the edge structure is unusual," she said. "Come in," he said. "Tea." She went in. She stayed for 3 hours. He did not introduce himself until the second hour. Old Zhu was a courtesy name. His given name was Zhu Fengwei, and he had been the Iron Crest Dominion's chief formation master for 30 years before his retirement, which had been neither fully voluntary nor fully coerced. He had reached the age where the court's use for him had diminished, and he had been allowed to retire with comfortable indifference rather than replaced explicitly. He had chosen the North Route cottage because it was as far as he could get while remaining within the Dominion's borders, and he had been here for 6 years studying nothing but formation theory, without any obligation to apply it commercially or politically. He grew vegetables in a small garden behind the cottage. He corresponded with 3 other formation theorists in other parts of the Dominion through a careful postal arrangement. He received 1 visitor per season on average, when someone tracking his reputation caught up with his location. He had not, in 6 years, examined a seal like this. He looked at her seal for the full first hour, periodically asking questions about its placement date, the placing physician, the character of the suppression matrix as she experienced it, and the specific physical sensations she associated with it at different times. She answered with precise accuracy. He was very quiet for a long time at the end of the first hour. "The seal is converting," he said. "Yes. You know, I've been monitoring it." "What technique is doing this?" She looked at him. She made a decision, which was the same decision she had made with Hao Wenlin and Tian Ru. That genuine alliance required genuine honesty, calibrated to what was necessary for the alliance to function. "A passive accumulation technique," she said. "It operates at the seal boundary. The seal reads it as inert because it doesn't circulate chi, it deposits it." He was quiet again. She watched him integrate this information with his formation theory knowledge. His eyes moved slightly, the specific movement of someone cross-referencing what they were hearing with internal theoretical models. "The Hollow Vessel Sutra," he said. She was very still. "I have read about it," he said. "I have never seen it in practice." He looked at her with the clean, uncontaminated curiosity of a theorist who has just encountered an instance of something they had considered purely theoretical. "How much have you accumulated?" "My estimate is approximately 35% of the compression threshold." "How long?" 8 months. He performed a calculation she could see him doing. His lips moved slightly. His fingers made small, unconscious gestures. "Your source population," he said. "What cultivation levels have you been drawing from?" "Primarily chi breath and condensed pulse. 2 iron marrow events. 1 jade core event, partial." He nodded slowly. "The jade core is the outlier. That moved your timeline significantly." "Yes. You need more jade core exposure," he said, with the practical precision of a theorist solving a problem. "Or heaven fracture. If you can get heaven fracture exposure with genuine dismissal, you could reach compression threshold in 4 to 6 months rather than the 12 you're estimating." "Heaven fracture practitioners who might come in contact with me in this area, General Pow's inspection tours," he said. "He comes through the eastern border territories annually. He passes through Crestfall every time." He paused. "When is the next tour?" She had this information. "Spring," she said. 4 to 5 months. Then you have a natural accelerant available. If you can position yourself for a genuine dismissal event with Pow or one of his senior officers during the inspection tour, your timeline compresses significantly." He looked at her with the same clean curiosity. "Of course, positioning yourself near General Pow also carries significant risk." "Yes," she said. She was in the peculiar position of needing to be near the man she was building a case against, in order to accelerate the cultivation process that would enable her to survive the confrontation that the case would eventually produce. The irony was not lost on her. Pao was both the target and the accelerant. He looked at her for a moment more. "What do you need from me?" he said. "An honest assessment of the seal's structural capacity," she said. "I need to know if it will hold to the compression threshold or if there's a risk of premature failure." "Show me," he said. She opened her awareness to the seal boundary in the receptive stillness of the sutra's monitoring posture. He placed one careful, very light hand near her sternum, not touching, hovering, and she felt his formation master's perception probe the structure with the delicacy of someone who was reading rather than touching. He worked for 20 minutes. When he sat back, his expression was the most precise kind of thoughtful, the kind that comes from an answer that is both better and worse than expected. "The seal will hold," he said. "The iron lattice is robust enough to contain what you've accumulated and what you will accumulate in the next 12 months. The conversion is proceeding correctly. The structure is adapting to the pressure rather than degrading under it." He paused. "However," she waited, "the compression threshold is higher than you've estimated. The seal was placed by a skilled physician, Mao Chen-Lu. I know his work, and his iron matrix is structurally stronger than standard. You will need to reach approximately 65 to 70% of the theoretical maximum before the detonation threshold activates." She did a rapid recalculation. "That extends my timeline. Or it concentrates your source requirements. You need more high-level exposure. The annual inspection tour is your best option." He met her eyes. "It also means that when the seal breaks, the release will be larger than you estimated. A seal of this quality, broken at 70% capacity, the chi release will be extraordinary." She sat with this. "I need you to understand what that means," he said carefully. "You are not a Jade Core practitioner. You are a sealed condensed pulse who has been accumulating chi at the boundary layer. When the seal breaks, you will receive an enormous chi influx all at once. The physical experience will be significant," she said. "I was going to say potentially damaging," he said. "If your body cannot channel the influx quickly enough, the excess will cause meridian damage. The Hollow Vessel Sutra should have guidance on the breakthrough posture." "It does," she said. "I know the text precisely." "Then you know that the breakthrough must happen while you're in the sutra's stillness posture, not in the middle of a conflict or physical exertion." She had known this. She had been planning around it. But the confirmation of the timeline and the magnitude changed her planning requirements. "Thank you," she said. "This is what I needed. Come back before the spring inspection tour," he said. "I want to assess the seal's state again closer to the event." She agreed. She rose to leave. At the door, he said, "The Sutra's Practitioner," by Suyin, wrote in the closing pages that the technique was not designed for revenge. It was designed for persons who needed power in order to accomplish something larger than themselves. She turned. "I'm telling you this," he said, "because I want to be sure you understand what larger than yourself means. If the purpose is only the Warlord, the purpose is structural," she said. "The Warlord is one part of it." He looked at her for a long moment. "Then it is large enough," he said. She walked back to Crestfall in the evening light and thought about what the spring inspection tour would require, and what she needed to be ready for it, and how much remained to be built. The architecture was not yet complete, but the foundations were sound. The specific problem she returned to as she walked. Old Zhu had confirmed that the seal was progressing, that it would hold to the compression threshold, and that the threshold was higher than she had estimated. All of these were useful information. The actionable part was the inspection tour positioning. She needed to be near Pao Julong during his inspection, and near him in a way that did not attract attention. Not near him at the garrison inspection. Soldiers were assessed individually during garrison tours, and a South Quarter clinic worker would have no plausible reason to be at a garrison review. Not near him at the commercial quarter review. The formal commercial inspection involved guild representatives and traders, and she had not established herself in that context. The prefect's hall was the answer. She had been building her presence in the prefect's administrative structure for months through the petition process and through Bao Qingyu. A general's inspection of the border city would necessarily include a review of the administrative records, the compliance documentation, the levy assessments, the licensing records, all of which were administered through the prefect's office. She began working through what she needed to do over the next 4 months to have the right kind of presence in that office before the inspection arrived. The planning was comfortable to her in a way that would have surprised her at 19. She had not known, then, that she would find this kind of sustained, meticulous, patient work to be the most natural thing she could do. She had imagined herself as a different kind of person, more impulsive, more dramatically inclined, more impatient with the slow accumulation of small advantages. The compound had taught her patience. The exile had taught her that patience was not a limitation, but a strategy. The sutra was teaching her that the most durable kind of power was the kind built so slowly that no one had noticed it being built. She reached the South Quarter at dusk and found Lian Bao at the clinic with the day's intake records already organized. Good walk, Lian Bao said. Productive, she said. Did you eat anything? No. Lian Bao handed her a small covered dish from the corner brazier. Eat. Then tell me what you're planning. Suyin ate. Then she told her. Lian Bao listened with the focused attention she gave to everything. When Suyin finished, she said, you need to be invisible in the prefect's hall for 4 months before the general arrives, so that when he walks past you, you're already part of the background. Yes. That's the same thing you did here, Lian Bao said. When you first came to the South Quarter, you were in the background for 6 weeks before anyone was watching you. Yes. So you already know how to do this. Suyin looked at her. Yes, she said. I do. Chapter 32. Old Zhu reads the seal. She returned to Old Zhu's cottage twice in the following months. Once at the end of the 9th month, and once at the beginning of the 11th. The first visit confirmed that the seal was progressing correctly. The iron lattice's conversion was proceeding at the rate the theory predicted, with no anomalies. She was at 42% of the compression threshold and had achieved this with nothing larger than the single jade core partial event from Shindaokai. You need the inspection tour, Old Zhu said. Without it, your timeline extends to 18 to 20 months. With it, with a genuine dismissal event from General Pao, Heaven Fracture rank, you could move the timeline to 12 to 14 months. He looked at the seal with his formation master's perception. Possibly less, if the event is particularly full. Particularly full, she said. If he is contemptuous in the specific way that high-ranked cultivators are contemptuous when they feel they are managing a situation with complete control, the confident, comprehensive dismissal of someone they consider beneath consideration, the output is maximized. He paused. This is not something you can arrange. It requires genuine conditions. I understand. What I'm suggesting, he said carefully, is that you consider how you arrange your positioning during the inspection tour so that genuine conditions are maximized, not manufacturing the situation, creating the likelihood of it. She had already been thinking about this. During an inspection tour, the general's party stops at official points. The garrison, the prefect's hall, the major commercial operations, she said. They do not stop at the South Quarter. No. So, I need to be present in an official context during the tour. Visible, but not prominent. A background element. What capacity could you fill? She thought. The prefect's office hired an additional administrative clerk for last year's capital audit. Waningda is administrative-minded. He would want adequate support staff for a general's inspection tour. She paused. I have a relationship with the junior official Bao Qingyu through the fee schedule documentation I submitted. He owes me a small professional favor. You're planning to be a clerk during the inspection tour. I'm planning to be background, she said. Background that a Heaven Fracture general will walk past and not see. Old Zhu looked at her with the clean, thoughtful expression that she had come to recognize as his version of admiration. That, he said, is the technique working as designed. She returned to Crestfall and began working on the arrangements. The work required 4 months of careful, non-dramatic effort. She began by making herself genuinely useful to the prefect's office's administrative workflow. Not through any single dramatic demonstration. She had already established her analytical capability through the fee schedule discrepancy and the labor detail petition. What she needed now was a different kind of establishment. The quiet, consistent presence of someone who showed up, did thorough work, did not require supervision, and did not draw attention. She offered to assist Bao Qingyu's division with a quarterly records reconciliation that had been pending for 6 months. She completed it in 3 weeks without making him feel that the incompleteness had been his failure. She identified 2 additional discrepancies in the licensing records during the reconciliation and submitted them through the correct internal channels rather than through the direct to Bao Qingyu submission she had used before, a deliberate escalation in procedural formality that communicated she understood the difference between outside consultant and internal support. Bao Qingyu noticed. He began calling her into meetings that were not strictly necessary for her involvement. She was, carefully and over 4 months, becoming a fixture. The inspection tour advance party's arrival confirmed she had positioned correctly. Bao Qingyu included her in the prefect's office's inspection support roster as a matter of course, without negotiation. She had been working there long enough, thoroughly enough, that her inclusion required no justification. The second visit, at the start of month 11, confirmed that she was at 58% and that the seal structure was in excellent condition. Old Zhu described it as optimal. which from a formation theorist of his rigor was the strongest possible endorsement. He spent the first 30 minutes of the second visit reading the seal in silence, which she had learned was his normal practice. He needed to refamiliarize himself with the specific architecture before he could identify what had changed. She sat in the chair across from him and did nothing and allowed herself to be read. What she had come to appreciate about old Zhu, across 3 visits, was the quality of his attention. He was not interested in her as a person, not in the warm, relational way that Hao Wenlin was interested, not in the strategic assessment way that Tian Ru was interested. He was interested in the seal as a theoretical problem of the highest order, and she was the vessel in which the problem was instantiated. This was useful. It meant his assessments were free of the distortions that caring about the outcome would introduce. The inner structure has stabilized in an unusual configuration, he said, after the 30 minutes. He was frowning at the seal with the focused expression she associated with him encountering something genuinely new. Unusual how? Standard iron suppression seals maintain their outer lattice as a rigid shell. This one has been, I would say softening is not quite right. Adapting. The iron matrix has not weakened. If anything, the structural integrity has improved. But it is no longer rigid. It is more like a membrane than a cage. He paused. This is the hollow vessel sutra operating in a way I have never observed. The boundary layer is changing the seal from the inside out. Is that a problem? It is what the technique requires, he said. The rigid cage would shatter when the internal pressure exceeded its capacity. A membrane can flex. What you are building inside the seal requires a structure that can accommodate increasing pressure without premature failure. The sutra's design has been converting the cage into the appropriate container. She considered this. It is modifying itself to allow more accumulation. More than that. He sat back. The boundary layer conversion is not just increasing the capacity. It is changing the quality of the eventual release. A rigid cage shattering produces an explosive release, maximum force, minimum control. A membrane releasing produces something else, a controlled expansion. The power is directed rather than scattered. This was information she had not had. She sat with it carefully. The sutra's practitioner, she said slowly, designed it to convert the seal into a cultivation advance rather than just a weapon. Yes, he said. What you have been reading as an accumulation toward confrontation is also, simultaneously, an accelerated cultivation progression. When the membrane releases, you will not only have the power of everything accumulated. You will have cultivated to the level that power represents. She was very still. How far? She asked. Old Zhu looked at her with his clean, theorist gaze. If the accumulation reaches 70% or above, which, given the inspection tour you have planned, it will, the release would represent an advance consistent with heaven fracture rank. Possibly lower, depending on the specific quality of the source events. He paused. I am being cautious. The theoretical models I have do not account for a case that has been managed with the precision you have applied. You may do better than the models suggest. She allowed herself to process this for exactly the amount of time it required, which was 3 slow breaths. Heaven fracture. Not just free. Not just unsealed. She had been planning for freedom and a legal case and the capacity to survive what came after. She had not allowed herself to plan for the specific rank that would come with the release, because planning for something so consequential felt like counting resources she did not yet have. Old Zhu watched her process it. I understand if you need a moment, he said, with a precision that was almost gentle. No, she said. I have it. And she did. She could feel the information settling into its correct position in her internal model of the plan, which had changed significantly but did not destabilize. The plan was built to accommodate more than she had expected. That was, as she had written, the nature of this kind of work. The breakthrough posture, she said. Tell me again what the conditions must be. He told her again. She listened with the attention of someone hearing it for the first time, because the stakes of the conditions were now substantially different than they had been on the previous visit. When he finished, she said, I need to be in a position of complete physical safety, in stillness, when the membrane releases. Not managed safety. Complete. Yes. Then I need to plan the break location and its security with considerably more care than I had originally applied. Yes, he said. Thank you, she said. This changes what I need to do in the next 6 months. You have 6 months, he said. It is enough. She walked back to Crestfall and spent the journey reorganizing her planning around the new information. The plan was not wrong. It was simply smaller than the reality it was pointing toward. She needed to make the plan larger. After the inspection tour, he said, you will need to be careful. The compression will be close to threshold and the seal will be sensitive to any external interference. No cultivation practitioners should be allowed to probe the seal. I know. And you will need to plan the break itself very carefully. The stillness posture during breakthrough. You will need conditions of complete safety. If anything disrupts the posture during the chi influx, I've been planning for the break since before I arrived in Crestfall, she said. I know exactly where I need to be when it happens. He looked at her. You planned the break location before you had found the location, he said. I knew it needed to exist, she said. I trusted that it would become available as the work progressed. Old Ju sat with this for a moment. That is either excellent planning or extreme faith, he said. Both, I think, she said. They are not mutually exclusive. He almost smiled, the first time in 4 visits that his expression had moved toward anything that relaxed. No, he said. They are not. She left and did not come back until the seal broke. Chapter 33. What she must never do. The 12th month brought cold and a specific kind of clarity. She was in the clinic early one morning in the 12th month, in the hour before the opening gong, and she was writing in her journal with the particular precision that the cold mornings produced in her. The cold sharpened the mind in a way that warmth did not, and she had come to value the early winter mornings as her clearest thinking time. She wrote, "What I must never do." It was not a list of prohibitions she had received from outside. It was a list she was compiling for herself, from the 12 months of learning what the technique required, and what the network required, and what she required. Item 1. Accelerate the seal prematurely. She had, 3 times in the past months, felt the impulse to act before she was ready. Specifically after the second visit from Warlord Deng's searchers. They had reached Crestfall's commercial quarter in the 10th month. She had been 12 streets away, working. They had not found her. And once after learning that Lady Feng Luqing had been promoted to a formal court position that gave her access to the legal archives. Both events had produced a specific pressure, the feeling that the window was closing, that she needed to move faster. She had identified this as the most dangerous pressure she was subject to. The pressure to act before the architecture was complete. A building with incomplete foundations looked very much like a building until you applied force to it. She was not going to apply force to an incomplete foundation. Item 2. Rely on the Warlord's blindness beyond its natural limit. He had sent searchers twice. He would send them again. His blindness to her significance was a resource with a finite lifespan. It was not reliable indefinitely. She needed to complete the critical structural elements before he was looking hard enough to find something. The inspection tour was the accelerant for the seal. The capital documentation delivery was the accelerant for the political outcome. These needed to happen in the right sequence, close enough together that neither could be countered before both had landed. Item 3. Never mistake the plan for reality. The plan was a model of what she wanted to happen. Reality was what would actually happen. The two would not be identical, and the places where they diverged required the same cold precision as the places where they matched. She had seen plans fail not because they were wrong, but because their owners loved them too much to adapt them. She was not in love with the plan. She was in love with the outcome. The plan was a tool. Item 4. Never forget that the people in the network are people, not pieces. This was the item she had needed to write down most. Not because she had failed to observe it. She had, she thought, been genuinely and not performatively attentive to the people she worked with, but because the architecture of what she was building had a tendency to recategorize people as nodes rather than individuals, and she needed the explicit reminder. Hao Wenlin was not a node who held supply documentation and could provide medical witness. He was a man who had carried a dead soldier's name for 20 years and who had decided to trust her with it. That trust was not a function of the network. It was a function of who he was and who she was working to become. Tian Ru was not a node who could contain garrison panic responses. She was a soldier who had been told for 20 years that her competence was insufficient because her body was the wrong kind, and who had stayed in service because the work mattered. She had stayed when staying was the harder choice, and she was still here. Lian Bao was not a node who managed route logistics and provided operational support. She was a 19-year-old who had chosen, freely, to follow someone she trusted into the most uncertain circumstances available. That choice had not been required of her. It had been made because she was, at her core, someone who did not abandon people she had decided to be with. These people would bear consequences from what Suyin was building. They deserved to bear those consequences knowingly, freely chosen, with full understanding of the risks. She had been careful about this. She needed to remain careful. Item 5. When the seal breaks, be ready to be a different person. Not a different person entirely, but the seal's accumulation had been building something inside her alongside the cultivation power. The year's worth of genuine work, genuine relationships, genuine stakes. When the compressed power released, it would not be received by the third concubine of the Iron Crest compound. It would be received by the person she had become in 12 months of building something real. She had no idea, precisely, what that woman would be capable of. She expected, when the time came, to find out. Item 6. Do not confuse success with completion. This was the item she had added most recently, after the inspection tour's results had exceeded her projections. When something worked substantially better than planned, the temptation was to treat the overage as evidence that the plan was more robust than it was, and to accelerate on the basis of the overage. This was how plans failed at the moment of apparent success. The inspection tour had given her 71% of theoretical maximum capacity in 3 days. That was extraordinary. It was also the maximum likely yield from a single source population. She was not going to encounter General Pao again before the seal broke, and the next event she anticipated was the confrontation itself, which would come after the break, not before. The 71% was close to threshold, which meant the seal would break in weeks rather than months. But weeks was not now, and the political and legal infrastructure needed to be in full operational state before the seal broke, because the break would initiate a series of events that would move too quickly for additional construction. She was not done. She was close to done. Those were different states. She closed the journal. The clinic was beginning to warm as Hao Wenlin lit the morning brazier. She could hear him in the examination room, moving with his particular careful efficiency, the sound of someone who had been doing the same morning routine in the same space for 20 years and had made it into a kind of order. She had 12 months of construction behind her, and a spring inspection tour in front of her, and a seal that was ticking with patient, compressed certainty toward the moment she had been working toward from the first morning she walked out of the Iron Crest compound gate. She was ready to find out what the next phase looked like. She opened the clinic. Chapter 34. The network spreads. Iron Crest's blind spots. By the end of the 12th month, she could see the network. Not literally, it was not a visible thing, but she could perceive its extent and its density in the way that a builder could perceive the structure of a completed foundation even when it was underground, through the precise knowledge of what had been laid and where. The network had 4 distinct layers. The first layer was the clinic and its associated relationships. Hao Wenlin, Bai Guoren, Pear Blossom, Old Master Qi, the 43 petition signatories, the 80-plus patients who had come through the intake desk in 12 months. This was the social foundation, the most granular, most personal, most trusted layer, built through the specific intimacy of medical access and genuine help. Within this first layer, she had identified 6 households that were particularly central to the South Quarter's social information flow. Families who were connected to multiple others by work relationships, shared community history, and the informal credit networks that existed below the official banking structure. These 6 households were not formal network nodes. She had not approached them as such, but their natural position as social hubs meant that information they received diffused broadly and quickly. She had been careful to be present and helpful to all 6. The second layer was the pharmaceutical route and its settlements. 23 communities in the eastern and northern settlement networks, each with at least one representative who would communicate with the route riders and had received Suyin's information-sharing capacity at some level. This layer covered the geographic extent of Crestfall's economic territory. The route had also become, she understood, a social institution in its own right. The route riders' regular arrival in the settlements was expected and welcomed, not just for the pharmaceutical supply, but for the connection it provided to the city and to other settlements. Information traveled along the route both toward Crestfall and laterally, settlement to settlement, in ways that had not been possible before the routes were organized. She had built something that had social value independent of her specific purposes, which meant it would continue functioning even if she were no longer present to direct it. The third layer was the commercial and administrative access, Shen Daokai's alliance, Chun Fei's trade intelligence, the formal petition process at the prefect's office, and the developing relationship with Bao Qingyu at the licensing division. This layer connected the network to the formal power structures of the city. The fourth layer was the intelligence assets, Peng Sumin's documentation, her own accumulated intelligence on the garrison's operational state, the fee schedule discrepancies, the settlement delivery records, the material evidence that could be converted into formal case documentation. These 4 layers were interconnected in ways that any single layer alone was not. The clinic's social network could mobilize witnesses. The route network could coordinate communication. The commercial layer could provide formal channels. The intelligence assets provided the content. What the Dominion's administrative apparatus could not see, because it was not looking at Crestfall, because Crestfall was irrelevant, was that a functional alternative governance capacity had been assembled in the city's margins over the course of 12 months. It did not look like governance. It looked like a South Quarter intake worker with a pharmaceutical business and a petition habit and some unusual contacts. This was entirely by design. The Iron Crest Court's blind spots were not accidental. They were structural. A court organized around visible power, cultivation rank, military strength, official position, systematically failed to perceive threats that did not present through those channels. The court had searchers looking for an expelled concubine with a sealed cultivation. They were not looking for an administrative information network operated by a woman with no visible cultivation in a border city they considered irrelevant. She had been invisible not just because she had been careful. She had been invisible because she had built something that was invisible by design to the specific form of site the court had developed. This was the sutra's logic extended to politics. The structure that could not be seen by the existing hierarchy was the structure that could eventually replace it. She had one more major element to secure before the spring inspection tour. She needed the capital's progressive political faction, the court officials who opposed the supply fraud and the warlord's absorption policies, who had been unable to act because they lacked sufficient evidence and a viable political moment to be ready to move when she sent them what she had. She had been developing this connection for 6 months through the most indirect possible channel. A capital-based legal scholar named Professor Wei Suyin, who corresponded regularly with Hao Wenlin about medical legal case studies and who had, through the correspondence, learned enough about Crestfall's documentation to have become very quietly interested. The correspondence had been careful on her side. She had drafted each of Hao Wenlin's letters with the precision of someone building a case for a reader who did not know they were being built toward a conclusion. Each letter had added one more specific piece of information: a reference to garrison supply irregularities, a note on the documentary evidence available in the border territories for administrative law proceedings, a mention of the settlement community records that corroborated the discrepancy patterns she had identified. Professor Wei Suyin had responded to each letter. His responses had the quality of someone who was genuinely interested and was asking the right questions to be certain of what he was reading. He was not naive. He understood he was receiving information that was going somewhere, and he was asking the questions that a careful legal scholar would ask before committing to receive more. His last letter had contained the specific question she had been building toward. Is there an advocate currently identified for this matter, or would the documentation require the identification of an advocate as part of the submission process? He was asking whether he was being offered the documentation to review or being offered it to deploy. She had drafted the answer twice, discarded the first draft, and written the second with the precision of someone who understood that the next sentence would determine whether the capital connection functioned. In the 12th month, she sent her own letter to Professor Wei Suyin through Hao Wenlin's correspondence channel. The letter was precise, documented, and careful. It described the evidence base, the timeline, and the request that the professor prepare the ground in the capital for a formal case submission to the Dominion's administrative tribunal, which would require a tribunal advocate willing to receive documentation under independent seal. She did not give the professor Peng Somin's documentation in the letter. She described it in enough detail to establish its reality and significance. She was, she thought, beginning to load the spring. When the spring came, everything would be ready to release. Chapter 35, Fifth Absorption Event. General Pao's inspection tour spring came in the second week of the second month of the new year. She had been in Crestfall for 13 months. The inspection tour advance party arrived 10 days before the general's main party. A logistics team of 6 soldiers and 2 administrative officials who arranged accommodation, set up the inspection schedule, and delivered formal notification to the prefect's office. She had arranged, through a carefully managed sequence of professional interactions over the preceding 2 months, a position as supplementary administrative support for the prefect's office during the inspection period. Bao Qingyu had made the arrangement, with the comfortable self-congratulation of someone who believed he had thought of it himself. He had, after all, noted that Su Yin had excellent administrative skills and the inspection would require additional capable staff. The 2-month preparation had required several steps. She had first made herself indispensable to Bao Qingyu's division by completing 3 filing reorganization projects that his official staff had been deferring. She had done this work correctly and efficiently, and without asking for anything in return except the professional courtesy of being credited in the filing notes. This established her as a reliable auxiliary worker. Then, 6 weeks before the tour, she had mentioned casually that she understood the inspection would require additional administrative support, and that she would be willing to provide support if needed. Bao Qingyu had filed this away. For weeks before the tour, when the advance party's logistics demands made clear that the prefect's office staff was inadequate to handle the additional administrative load, Bao Qingyu had arranged for Su Yin to be formally designated as inspection support staff. She arrived at the prefect's hall on the morning of the general's arrival dressed in the plain gray robe of a clerical functionary. With a record book and an ink pen, and the specific look of someone whose job was to be present and useful and not to be noticed. She had been here, professionally, for 2 months, long enough that the prefect's existing staff had categorized her as a fixture, the reliable administrative woman who could be trusted to do thorough work without requiring supervision. General Pao Jiulong's main party arrived at the 3rd hour. She was at a record table in the prefect's hall when they came in. He was, as she had expected from the documentation and reputation, 50 years old, heaven fracture rank, carrying his cultivation with the specific heaviness of someone at the upper tier of that rank. Not yet sovereign will, but close enough that the gap was a matter of accumulated pressure rather than fundamental capability. His physical presence was significant even for someone sealed against direct cultivation perception. The way people moved around him, the quality of the silence that preceded his words, the specific deference of Wan Yingda's posture as he received him. He was accompanied by 4 officers and 2 household servants. His adjutant was the head of the administrative review team, a Jade Corps-ranked officer who was handling the formal interactions with the prefect's staff. She had seen Pao Jiulong once, 3 years ago, at a capital function where he had been one of many senior officers receiving the Warlord's formal acknowledgement at a seasonal ceremony. She had been present as a 3rd concubine in the court's decorative arrangement, and he had walked past her table with the completeness of someone who had never registered her presence at all. She had recorded this. She had filed it carefully. Now, in the prefect's hall, she sat at her record table and did her job. She recorded the formal exchange of documents between Wan Yingda and the adjutant. She prepared a summary of the day's inspection schedule. She fetched and returned documents from the records room 3 times. She did everything that a competent administrative functionary was expected to do, efficiently and without drawing attention. General Pao walked past her table at the 2nd hour of the inspection's afternoon session. He was conferring with Wan Yingda about the garrison's operational report, which Suyin had helped Wan Yingda prepare and which she knew contained the selectively accurate numbers that the formal report system accepted. She was 2 tables away, preparing the evening session's documentation. He glanced at her. She kept her head down, her pen moving. She felt his chi field's full weight pass over her, close enough that her sealed dantian registered the heaven fracture pressure in every layer of the seal boundary. She felt his dismissal. It was not personal. It was not even awareness. It was the specific quality of a heaven fracture practitioner for whom the presence of an unawakened, seemingly uncultivated woman at a clerical table was an element of environment so beneath consideration that not even the act of conscious dismissal occurred. She simply was not registered as a category worthy of notation. The absorption event was not like the others. It was not a thread or a cord. It was a cascade. Heaven fracture chi carried a quality unlike anything she had felt before. It was spatial. In some sense, she could only describe as 3-dimensional, a pressure that existed in depth rather than just at the surface. When it poured into her seal's boundary through the sutra's receptive mechanism, she felt the density change in a way that was, for the first time, physical. A warmth across her sternum, a heaviness in her breathing, a specific weight behind her ribs that had not been present in the morning. She kept writing. She felt the seal react. The iron lattice, at 58% of compression threshold this morning, adjusted visibly to her internal awareness. The outer structure flexed, the inner density rearranged, and she felt the number change, not precisely calculable in the moment, but significant. She wrote the evening schedule document to completion and organized the afternoon's records with exact precision, and she said nothing and showed nothing, and was the most invisible person in the room. She stayed through the inspection's dinner session. Pao walked past her table twice more. Each time, the absorption occurred. Each time, the seal settled heavier. The second passage was during the dinner session's document review, when he walked the length of the records table looking for the Eastern Garrison operational assessment. She had helped prepare that document and knew exactly where it was filed. She did not offer to help locate it. She let Bao Qingyu find it, which he did after a moment's search, while she recorded the current document transfer in her log. Pao looked at the document. He did not look at her. The third passage was as he was leaving the prefect's hall for the evening. He walked close enough that she could feel the compression of his cultivation field as a physical pressure, not aimed at her, not even aware of her, just the incidental weight of a heaven fracture practitioner moving through a space and compressing the ambient chi as they passed. The seal reacted with a density increase that she processed by keeping her pen moving in a steady, even hand across the record she was completing. She walked home to the south quarter that evening in the cold spring air, and she counted her breathing, and she did not allow herself to process what had happened until she was in the clinic's back room with the door closed. Then she sat in the sutra's stillness posture, and she assessed. The seal was at 71%, 13% in one day. from 3 passing dismissals by a heaven fracture practitioner who had not looked at her directly for more than a second in aggregate. She sat with this for a long time. Old Zhu had said 65 to 70% for compression threshold. She was already past it. She breathed, carefully, and addressed the seal from the inside. Not yet. Not here. Not now. The seal held. The sutra's discipline held. She was going to need to be very careful for the next several months. The spring had been loaded. The compression threshold had been reached and exceeded. Everything that came next would need to be handled with extraordinary precision. She was ready. Chapter 36. The seal at 1 year. Almost ready to detonate day 365. She woke before the dawn gong, as she always did, and she sat in the stillness and she assessed. The inspection tour had run 3 days after the initial visit. She had attended all 3. On the second day, the tour had moved to the commercial quarters records review, and she had been part of the prefect's office support staff for that session too. General Pao had moved through the commercial quarters licensing archive with the impatient precision of someone checking boxes rather than genuinely assessing. He had been there long enough to validate a report, not long enough to understand the condition. He had walked past her twice more in the commercial quarter session. By the end of the 3rd day, she had accumulated 13% of theoretical maximum capacity in 3 days of proximity to a heaven fracture practitioner. She had also, in those 3 days, memorized the inspection tour's findings report, the garrison operational assessment, and the supply delivery confirmation records that would form part of her case documentation. The records had passed through her hands as part of her administrative support role, and she had read them with the precision of someone who would not read them again. She had done everything she had come to the prefect's office to do. When the inspection tour's support role formally ended on the evening of the 3rd day, she had packed her records and her record book and her ink pen and thanked Bao Qingyu for including her. He had said that her work had been excellent and that he hoped she would be available for the capital audit later in the year. She had said she would do her best. She had walked back to the South Quarter with the assessment still processing, the seal's new density settling, and the awareness that the spring she had been loading for 5 months had been loaded. Everything that came next would need to be handled with extraordinary precision. She was ready. The seal, 74% of theoretical maximum capacity. 3% of additional accumulation from the inspection tour's continuation over the following 3 days. She had attended all 3 days and been walked past 17 times in aggregate. The quality of the compression, extraordinary. The iron lattice had completed its reverse seal evolution. There was almost nothing of the rigid suppressive structure left. What remained was a containment shell of crystallized qi, shaped by the pressure of everything inside it, holding a concentrated energy mass that had not yet been adequately described by any text she had read, because the texts that described the technique's endpoint had been theoretical. The physical sensation, remarkable, not painful, more like carrying a large, specific weight in a way that your body had adapted to. You were always aware of it, and the awareness was neither distress nor comfort, simply presence. She breathed slightly differently than she had a year ago. She moved with a slight deliberateness that was not caution but attention. She was continuously aware of the seal and its state in the way that a person was aware of an injury that had healed into scar tissue. The expected break timeline. Old Zhu had estimated that once the compression threshold was passed, the seal's natural degradation, it had not been refreshed and was now past its 18-month refresh interval, would accelerate the conversion until the iron structure could no longer contain the internal pressure. At the current state, his estimate was 4 to 6 months. She had 4 to 6 months before the seal broke on its own. She needed it to break on her schedule, not its own. This was the critical planning requirement. She needed to control the timing of the break by controlling the conditions under which she was present when it occurred. The break would happen when the internal pressure exceeded the containment shell's capacity. She could not accelerate or delay the degradation of the containment shell. That was structural, but she could choose where she was when it happened, if she attended carefully to the signs. Old Zhu had described the signs: increasing warmth at the sternum, the beginning of visible cultivation aura around the seal point, the sutra's receptive mechanism activating involuntarily rather than in response to dismissal events. She had not yet experienced these signs, but they would come. What she had, sitting in the pre-dawn stillness on the 1-year anniversary, was a complete and operational network, a case that was ready for deployment, and a seal that was ticking toward its end with the patient certainty of a process that had been set in motion 18 months ago and would complete itself on its own timeline. She had not planned, when she had walked out of the Iron Crest compound gate a year ago, to feel, on the anniversary of that departure, something that she could only describe as correct, not satisfied. The work was not yet done. The most dangerous phase was still ahead. and she was aware that everything she had built could still be lost if she made the wrong choice at the wrong moment. But correct. The specific alignment of being in the right place, doing the right work, with the right people, for reasons that were genuinely hers. She opened her journal. She wrote, Year 1 complete. The foundation holds. The spring is loaded. The rest is timing. She closed the journal. She opened the clinic. The third year was beginning. She had a great deal left to do, and she intended to do all of it. But before she opened the clinic, she did something she had not done since the night she had memorized the sutra by lamplight while her grandmother held the manual. She sat in the stillness for a long time, not assessing, not planning, simply present. The seal was at 74%. Spring was coming. The inspection tour had exceeded its target. The network had 4 layers and was functioning at each one. The capital connection was in place and responsive. The political groundwork for the case was being laid in the right offices by the right people. She had built what she had planned to build. She had built more than she had planned to build, because the planning had required the building, and the building had taught her what to build next. This was, she thought, the nature of this kind of work. You could not plan the full structure from the beginning because the full structure depended on what was actually available, and what was actually available depended on what you built first, which taught you what to build next. The technique, the sutra, worked on the same logic. It did not promise a specific power level at a specific time. It promised that patient accumulation, applied correctly, produced more than was visible from the starting point. She had been the starting point. 12 months later, standing at the edge of the compression threshold with a network that spanned the border territories and a political case that was being prepared in the capital, she could see the distance she had traveled. It was, she thought, a considerable distance. The 4th month of the 2nd year would bring the Warlord's searchers to Crestfall. The 5th would bring the SEAL's first signs of imminent detonation. The 6th would bring the confrontation she had been building toward from the first morning of the road. She would not meet those months as the woman who had walked out of the Iron Crest compound gate in the pre-dawn with 50 silver and a memorized technique. She would meet them as the woman she had become in 12 months of building something real. She was ready. End of Step 3, Chapter 37. Lady Fong Liuqing's informant. The informant's name was Lu Ping, and he was a merchant's assistant who had been in Crestfall for 6 weeks before she identified him. She identified him by pattern. He visited 3 different tea houses in the commercial quarter on a rotating schedule, which would have been unremarkable in a merchant's assistant who was simply enjoying the city's social spaces, except that his visits followed a precise timing rhythm, and he spent money at each tea house in a specific denominator that suggested he was purchasing something other than tea and conversation. Information, specifically. He was paying for the kind of information that tea house operators and their staff collected, the flow of people, the topics of conversation, the unusual presences in a city that saw a lot of transients. She had been paying for similar information herself, through different channels, for 14 months. She was better at it, but she recognized the practice. The question was who he was collecting for, and whether she was part of the profile he had been asked to construct. She answered this through a more efficient method than following him. She asked Madame Tao. Her relationship with Madame Tao had developed over the preceding 6 months from the careful professional acquaintance of people who operated in adjacent information spaces to something more like mutual recognition. Madame Tao was the kind of woman who had survived 30 years in the commercial quarters information trade by maintaining exquisite neutrality among competing interests, which meant she did not favor parties in conflict. She did, however, provide accurate information to people who asked the right questions with the right payment. She had come to understand Madame Tao through the structure of her operation rather than through direct conversation. The tea house was impeccably managed, the staff trained to the same standard of attentive invisibility that made them useful as information sources, the physical space arranged to maximize the number of private conversations that could be held simultaneously while appearing to be one open social environment. The accounts she had pieced together from her commercial quarter intelligence suggested Madame Tao had survived 3 major shifts in the city's political and commercial landscape in 30 years by correctly identifying each shift early and positioning her operation on the correct side of it before the shift was visible to anyone who was not paying close attention. She went to Madame Tao's private table on a Tuesday afternoon and asked the question. The merchant's assistant, Suyin said, over tea at Madame Tao's private table. Lu Ping. 6 weeks in the city. Who is he working for? Madame Tao looked at her with the particular expressionlessness of professional neutrality. That information costs more than the standard inquiry rate, she said. I know. Suyin named a figure that was at the edge of what she could comfortably spend, but within her means. Madame Tao accepted it. Lady Fong Liuqing, she said. First concubine of the Iron Crest Dominion. She has maintained a private information network in the border territories for approximately 16 months. 16 months. 1 month after Suyin's expulsion. She had known Lady Fong was persistent. She had estimated that the Warlord's official searchers were the primary threat. She had not fully weighted the private search, a first concubine's personal network, operating separately from the official household intelligence. The calculation she had failed to make. Lady Fong had more reason to find her than the Warlord did. The Warlord had expelled her and moved on. Lady Fong had fabricated the charge that justified the expulsion, which meant that Lady Fong could not afford to have her resurface. The fabrication was a liability that would remain a liability as long as Suyin was alive and potentially capable of providing testimony. She had been thinking about the Warlord's motivations and not sufficiently about Lady Fong's. This was a planning error. She noted it with the specific coldness she applied to her own errors. "What has he found?" she asked. "Nothing of significance, as far as I know," Madame Tao said. "He has been looking for a woman matching a specific description, sealed cultivation, from the capital districts, possibly operating under a different name. He has not found a match in Crestfall. Has anyone told him Suyin fits the description? No one has made the connection. Your presentation has been careful." Madame Tao looked at her. "I am telling you this as a professional courtesy, not an alliance. You should be aware that I maintain neutrality." "I understand," Suyin said. "Thank you." She walked back to the clinic with the exact, careful quality of someone carrying information that required immediate processing without external expression. Lady Fong was looking for her privately. The private search had been active for 16 months and had not found her. But it was still active, and active searches in a border city of 30,000 people eventually found things. She had 4 to 6 months before the seal broke. She needed to move the timeline for the case and the political groundwork forward. Not aggressively. Accelerating prematurely would expose the network before it was ready. But the timing pressure was now external as well as internal. She thought about Lady Fong on the walk back. The first concubine was a different category of threat than the Warlord, and she spent 20 minutes ensuring she understood why precisely. Deng Haoran's interest in her was strategic. She was a loose end from an administrative action. He had expelled her with a suppression seal, which was a permanent resolution to a political problem, and he had moved on. His search was a confirmation search, verifying the resolution had held, tying off a detail. He was not motivated by hatred or fear. He was motivated by the specific administrative thoroughness of a man who did not like unresolved items. Lady Fong was different in 3 specific ways. First, the fabricated charge was Lady Fong's own action, not the Warlord's. Suyin had been expelled because Lady Fong had planted evidence of disloyalty in Suyin's chambers, a forged document in her handwriting, correspondence with a faction she had never actually contacted, planted among her personal effects during a quarter when she was away from the compound on a tributary visit. The Warlord had found the evidence and acted on it. He had not investigated closely because the first concubine's accusation of a third concubine was politically convenient. He had been looking for a reason to remove Suyin for 18 months, since the capital's conservative faction had begun expressing displeasure at the informal influence she had accumulated through the women's records. The Warlord had not needed to understand the fabrication. Lady Fong had done the understanding for him. This meant that Suyin's survival was Lady Fong's personal liability in a way it was not the Warlord's. If Suyin returned with testimony and documentation, and Lady Fong could not have known about the documentation, but she was perceptive enough to suspect that a woman with 18 months of survival and an unusual administrative knowledge base had gathered something. The fabrication would unravel. Not necessarily in a way that destroyed Lady Fong. Court politics was subtle enough that the Warlord might still choose to believe his first concubine's word over a disgraced concubine's testimony. But it would create uncertainty. And Lady Fong had spent 20 years in the court calculating that uncertainty was always dangerous. Second, Lady Fong's private network had been active for 16 months, while the Warlord's official search had run for only 9. This was Lady Fong's independent action, resources from her personal household, not the court's intelligence apparatus. She had been operating separately from the Warlord's instructions, which meant she had either not told him about her private search or had told him and been given authorization to run it separately. Either way, she was more motivated and more resourced in her personal commitment to this outcome than the official search represented. Third, Lady Fong was perceptive. She had survived 20 years in the Iron Crest Court's highest political position. She had accurately identified the pattern in Lu Ping's report that the Warlord's official investigators had missed. She would not stop at confirming a negative. She would keep pulling threads until she found something. The conclusion: Lady Fong was more dangerous than Deng Haoran in this specific context. The Warlord's search was an administrative action. Lady Fong's search was a personal campaign with 16 months of investment. She filed this under active threat management and updated her timeline accordingly. The good news was that Lu Ping had been in Crestfall for 6 weeks and had not identified her. The privacy of Su Yan's construction had held. But 6 more weeks of Lu Ping, and possibly additional investigators if he reported interesting patterns, was a different calculation than 6 more months of official searchers missing the obvious. She arrived at the clinic with a precise list of what needed to be accelerated and in what order. She went to the clinic and found Hao Wenlin and told him. He listened with his eyes on the supply shelf behind her head, which was the specific quality of attention he had when he was tracking multiple threads simultaneously. When she finished, he brought his eyes back to hers. "How much time?" he said. "I don't know exactly. Lu Ping has been here 6 weeks without finding anything. He may have been given a time limit. If he reports nothing of significance after a full quarter, the search may shift to a different approach. Or he may find something in the next 3 months." "Yes." They sat with this. "Lady Fong," he said. "I've been thinking about her. Tell me." She knew the pattern before the Warlord's investigators did. She identified you from a petition record, a document submitted through the prefect's office, which is a public administrative process. She identified the pattern of an unusual woman with administrative knowledge from a single data point that the Warlord's people missed. He paused. "She is very good at this." "She is," Suyin said. "She has been in the Warlord's court for 20 years. She is the reason I was expelled in the first place. The planted evidence in my chambers was her work, not his. He had the motivation and she provided the means and the framing. They are a specific kind of partnership. He has the authority and she has the intelligence capacity, which means she has been running this search the way she runs everything in the court. Carefully, with multiple layers, and with the understanding that a direct approach is always secondary to a correct approach." Hao Wenlin looked at his hands. "She won't stop with Lu Ping. Even if Lu Ping reports nothing, she will not stop. She will shift her method." "I know. What does shifting her method look like?" "Either she escalates to cultivators, which has now happened with the 2 additional investigators, or she sends someone who is not looking for you specifically, but is looking for the pattern. A skilled intelligence operative who approaches the city without a specific description and maps the social landscape looking for anomalies." She kept her voice level. "The second approach is harder to counter than the first, because you cannot identify it until it is already working." "Has she done that?" "I don't know. I can identify cultivators, and I can identify people operating with a specific target. I cannot reliably identify someone mapping the city's social structure without a specific goal." She paused. "Which is why the documentation leaving the city now is the most important thing. The case needs to be in official hands before Lady Fong finds a method I can't anticipate." "What do we need to do?" he asked. "I need to finalize the documentation packet for Professor Wei Changqiu," she said. "And I need to communicate with Tian Ru and Shun Daokai about the possibility that the timeline may need to compress. Not to set a date yet. I cannot do that until the seal's break signs indicate the timing. But to make sure they are ready to move quickly when I give the signal." "And if the search finds you before the seal breaks?" She was quiet for a moment. "If the search finds me," she said, "the plan continues. The seal will break when it breaks. The difference is that we may need to operate in exposed conditions rather than covered ones." She paused. "The documentation is the most important element. The seal breaking is important for what comes after the documentation lands. But the documentation can land without the seal breaking first. Then we should accelerate the documentation delivery," Hao Wenlin said. "Yes," she said. "It's time." She went to work. Chapter 38. The Warlord finally remembers her name. The Warlord heard her name for the first time in 14 months on the morning of the 15th day of the 3rd month of the new year. She was not present for this. She learned about it later, through a channel that had taken months to establish, and that she had not been certain would produce results on this specific timeline. What happened? Lu Ping's report to Lady Fong Luqing, delivered through the intermediate merchant cover, contained the observation that the most unusual element of Crestfall's recent administrative landscape was a formal petition to the prefect's office that had led to the suspension of a garrison liaison officer. The petition had been prepared with administrative law knowledge that was unusually precise for a South Quarter resident. The petitioner was listed as Su Yin, an intake worker at a South Quarter clinic. Lady Fong, reading this, performed the calculation that the Warlord's official searchers had not performed. She was looking not for a description but for a pattern. A woman with no cultivation and unusual administrative knowledge in the border territories. She brought it to the Warlord. Deng Howren sat with it for a day. He was not a man who reacted quickly to information. He was a man who processed information with the cold patience of someone who had been building and maintaining a political structure for 17 years and had learned that premature reaction was almost always more costly than deliberate assessment. He would have sat with the report and turned it over and checked it against what he knew and decided, at some point in that day, that the pattern was too specific to ignore. What he was not doing, as he sat with the report, was worrying. She had understood this about him from 3 years in the compound. Deng Haoran did not worry. He assessed, and he responded, and he moved to the next thing. A worry required a sustained emotional attention to an uncertain outcome, and he did not have patience for sustained emotional attention to anything. He was efficient in his responses the way a very large and very well-maintained machine was efficient. Not subtle, not uncertain, but precise in the specific applications of force it knew how to apply. His intelligence chief would receive the order, find Wei Suyin. The chief would dispatch appropriate resources. The appropriate resources would arrive in Crestfall within 2 weeks. This was predictable. She had planned for it. What Deng Haoran had not considered, and what his intelligence chief had not considered, was that the person they were looking for had spent the past 14 months learning how his predictability worked, so she could be 3 steps ahead of it. Then he brought it to his intelligence chief and said, find Wei Suyin. She knew this timeline not because she had a source in the Warlord's inner court. She did not, yet, but because of what happened next. 3 days after the Warlord spoke her name, the character of the search in Crestfall changed. Lu Ping did not leave. He was joined, on the 15th day of the 3rd month, by 2 additional investigators who did not pretend to be merchants' assistants. They were cultivators. Condensed pulse, both of them. They wore no rank markers, but their cultivation was visible to anyone with the perception to read it. They were looking for Suyin, intake worker. She had 3 days between when she identified them and when they located the clinic. She used them. Day 1. She met with Tian Ru and communicated the situation precisely. She gave the commander the specific information she needed to begin managing garrison responses, the documentation of the garrison's actual operational state, the contacts among the garrison's loyal soldiers, and the timeline as she understood it. The timeline may have compressed, she said. 2 to 4 months rather than 4 to 6. Possibly less. Tian Ru received this with the professional calm of someone who had been trained to adapt to changed conditions. She asked 4 precise questions. How many additional investigators were now in the city? What cultivation levels? What was their probable authorization chain? And, the question that mattered most, had they confirmed the identification, or were they still working from a description? Still a description, Suyin said. The poisoning attempt tells me they have a strong suspicion, but not confirmation. If they had confirmation, they would have moved directly. Then we have a brief window, Tian Ru said. They are acting on high probability, not certainty. They want to be certain before escalating to something irreversible. Yes. And the documentation leaves tomorrow. Tomorrow morning. Tian Ru sat with this for a moment. Her expression was the specific, controlled neutrality of someone running a tactical assessment rather than an emotional one. Then, once the documentation is in official hands, their window for a clean elimination closes. The political cost of eliminating the source of an active tribunal filing is substantially higher than eliminating an informal gatherer of evidence. Yes, 9 days after the documentation leaves, the preliminary determination process is underway and the window is essentially closed. So what we are managing, Tian Ru said, is the next 9 days. Yes, I'll have the loyal contingent briefed and positioned, she said. Not in a way that shows, but they'll be ready. Day 2. She sent the completed documentation packet to Professor Wei Changqiu in the capital through the route riders and the secure relay chain she had established for exactly this purpose. The packet contained the complete case, Peng Simin's supply documentation, her current intelligence corroboration, the garrison operational assessment signed by Commander Tian Ru, and the petition record signed by 43 South Quarter residents. She sent it with a cover letter that specified, hold until you receive confirmation from the following signal. The signal would be a message through Shun Daokai's commercial network, which would reach the capital within 4 days of Suyin sending it. The documentation's departure from Crestfall was not without risk. The route riders were reliable, but they were not cultivators, and the relay chain passed through 3 settlements before reaching the commercial courier network that would carry it to the capital. She had built redundancies into the relay. If the primary carrier was intercepted, a secondary carrier held a partial copy, and the combination of both was required to reconstruct the full packet. She had spent 6 weeks designing this relay system. She did not allow herself to feel proud of it. She noted that it was ready and moved to the next task. The documentation packet itself she had assembled over 6 months in 3 separate phases. The first phase was Peng Samin's original records, 7 years of supply delivery manifests with the discrepancy pattern annotated, the contractor's identity cross-referenced against the garrison's official procurement records, and a chronological summary showing how the over-reporting had grown from a small initial discrepancy in year 1 to representing 30% of the garrison's total supply budget by year 7. She had organized this into a format that a tribunal clerk could read without needing to understand military logistics. Each discrepancy was documented with the original manifest, the actual delivery record, and the delta. The second phase was her own corroboration. 12 months of settlement delivery records that showed the actual supply levels reaching the Eastern Territories, cross-referenced against the official garrison records. This was the verification layer. Peng Samin's records showed the fraud at the origin point. Her settlement records showed the downstream effect on the communities that were supposed to receive what never arrived. Together, they created a closed evidentiary loop that did not depend on any single source's credibility. The third phase was the witness documentation. Commander Tian Ru's operational assessment of the garrison's actual state, signed with her rank and posting, detailing the specific ways the garrison's operational capacity had been compromised by the resource extraction. The 43 petition signatures from the labor detail proceeding. 5 separate statements from route riders and settlement representatives describing supply conditions in their communities over the past 4 years. The total documentation was approximately 220 pages, organized into 7 sections with a summary cover sheet. She had written 3 times before arriving at the version that communicated the case's scope without overwhelming a reader unfamiliar with the specific context. Professor Wei Changqiu had confirmed, through Hao Wenlin's correspondence, that the format was precisely what the tribunal's intake process required. She had thought about this documentation for 14 months. Building it had been one of the 2 central projects of her time in Crestfall, the other being the network itself. They were both, in their way, the same project, creating the conditions in which the truth about what had been happening in Crestfall for 8 years could be seen, believed, and acted upon by people with the authority and standing to act. The documentation left Crestfall through the Route Rider network, wrapped in oilskin, with 3 copies on 3 separate carriers taking 3 separate routes to the same destination. She watched the first carrier depart at the 3rd hour of the morning and felt something settle in her that had been waiting to settle for a very long time. It was out. It was in motion. Whatever happened next, the documentation was going to the capital. The case would be real. She had spent 6 weeks designing this relay system. She noted that it was ready and moved to the next task. Day 3, she sent for Shen Daokai. He arrived at the clinic on the evening of the 3rd day. He had not come to the South Quarter in 2 months. They had been communicating through Qin Fei, and his presence was a statement that he understood this was no longer a planning meeting. She told him everything she had told Tian Ru and everything she had sent to Professor Wei Changqiu. He arrived at the clinic dressed plainly, not in Lord's clothing, not with the markers of the Shun Lordship standing. He had come as a person, not as a title, which was the communication she had come to associate with his best decision-making. He came as himself when the stakes required his actual judgment rather than his official posture. He listened with the specific attention of someone who had been expecting this conversation for weeks and was checking his anticipation against reality. When she finished, he was quiet for a long moment. "The investigators," he said. 2 cultivators, condensed pulse, Lady Fong's private network. What is their current status? 1 detained, 1 released as a messenger, 2 remaining. The remaining 2 are the ones I'm watching. And the documentation is in the capital. Since yesterday morning. He was quiet again. She had come to understand his silences as a specific kind of processing. He was not uncertain. He was building a picture, finding the edges and corners of a new configuration. The Warlord will receive this through 2 channels, he said. Lady Fong's messenger, when her cultivator reaches the capital in 14 days, and his own intelligence apparatus, which will pick up the tribunal filing when it moves through the official publication process. He paused. The tribunal filing becomes public record when it's accepted. The acceptance was 3 days ago. The capital's legal notices are published weekly. He will see it within 5 to 7 days. Yes, she said. He will see it before Lady Fong's messenger arrives, which means he will be managing both the formal case and the informal intelligence simultaneously. The formal case requires a capital-level response, advocates, legal strategy, political maneuvering. The informal intelligence tells him there is a specific person in Crestfall who assembled the case. The 2 responses require different resources and different approaches. He will try both simultaneously, she said. He will try the informal approach first, Shen Daokai said. Because the formal approach takes weeks and the informal approach can move in days. He will send someone capable to Crestfall before he has his legal strategy fully assembled, hoping to eliminate the source before the case reaches its critical phase. She had reached the same analysis. That is why the next 2 to 3 weeks are the most dangerous period, she said. The documentation is placed, the political machinery is in motion, but the case hasn't reached the point where my elimination would be too visible to be attempted. Once the preliminary determination comes, 9 days, eliminating me produces a political incident rather than a quiet resolution. 9 days, he said. 9 days. He listened. He was still. The seal, he said. Where is it? 74% of capacity. The break will come in the next 60 to 90 days, by my estimate. She paused. But the documentation and the political groundwork do not need to wait for the seal. They can move independently. You said once that you needed the seal to break before the Warlord came in person. I said I needed to be ready before he arrived. The documentation landing in the capital is the first strike. The capital's progressive faction moving on the case is the second. His response, whatever it is the third. I need to be at full capacity for the third. She held his gaze. I'm not at full capacity yet. But the third may arrive before you're at full capacity. Yes, she said. That is the risk we are now managing. He was quiet. What do you need from me? He said. The Shun Lordship's formal position on the Dominion's eastern policies, she said. A written statement, signed, that documents the tribute increase demands, the garrison insertion at the border crossings, the administrative pressure on your commercial representatives. Not a declaration of independence. A formal administrative complaint to the Dominion's civil governance structure, filed simultaneously with the tribunal case. 2 cases at once, he said. The supply fraud case establishes that General Pao has been stealing from the Dominion's supply system. Your complaint establishes that the policies driving border territory extraction have been resulting in specific harms to Dominion vassal states. Separately, each case is manageable. Together, they establish a pattern of governance failure that the capital's administrative tribunal cannot quietly set aside. He looked at her. You have been planning this for a long time, he said. Since the 5th month, she said. When I understood the full picture. He made a small, precise nod. I'll have the statement prepared and signed within 4 days. Good, she said. When you send it through Professor Wei Chanchio's channel. He has the holding instructions. He rose to leave. Suyin, he said at the door. She looked at him. It was the first time he had used her real name. When this is done, he said, whatever you need from the Shun Lordship, land, resources, political recognition, it is yours. She looked at him for a moment. Thank you, she said. What I need from the Shun Lordship is its independence. Keep it. He left. She sat in the empty clinic with the sounds of the South Quarters evening outside the window, and she thought about the Warlord remembering her name, and she thought about what it meant that everything she had built was now in motion, and she assessed the risk of each moving part with the cold precision of someone who had learned, over 14 months, to think in systems. The system was ready. She was almost ready. 3 days after her third planning meeting, the investigators found the clinic. Chapter 39. First assassination attempt. The apothecary poisoning the first attempt was professional. She recognized it as professional because it was not dramatic. There was no confrontation, no clear communication of intent. What happened was, the pharmaceutical route supply cache at the Eastern Road waypoint was accessed between 2 regular riders' visits, and 3 of the standard compound packages were replaced with identically wrapped packages containing a compound that was not standard. She noticed because she opened every supply cache herself on the first day of each quarter to conduct a quality assessment. This was a habit she had established in the 2nd month, not as a security measure. She had not anticipated this specific threat at that time, but as pharmaceutical best practice. Gorin had taught her that route supply caches were vulnerable to moisture and temperature fluctuation and required regular quality checks. The compound in the 3 replaced packages was a moderate contact toxin, not immediately fatal. The kind of compound that produced a slow decline over 2 to 3 weeks, presenting as a wasting illness. Standard untraceable method for eliminating someone you wanted gone, but could not afford to have visibly eliminated. She stood at the supply cache and looked at the 3 packages and understood what they represented. The investigators had been in the clinic for 2 days, asking questions with the specific indirection of people who were confirming information rather than seeking it. They had presented themselves as health inspectors. Not implausibly, the city had occasional regulatory inspections, and she had given them the professional assistance of a competent intake worker receiving a routine inspection. She had also, during those 2 days, given them nothing they could use and everything she wanted them to believe. They believed Suyin was a moderately competent, entirely harmless South Quarter worker with pharmaceutical connections and an unusual knowledge of administrative law. They did not believe she was Wei Suyin, expelled concubine. Their questions had been the questions of investigators verifying a negative, checking that nothing unusual was present, confirming that the description didn't match, looking for the obvious signs of someone in hiding. They had not been looking for someone who was genuinely living there. The poisoning attempt suggested they were not entirely certain of that assessment. The slow toxin was the method used when you were not sure enough of your target to risk a direct confrontation, but you were sure enough that you wanted to move against her anyway. She packaged the 3 replaced compounds carefully and marked them separately. She had one of Tianru's garrison contacts take them to a secure location. She returned to the clinic and continued her work. She did not alter her visible behavior in any way. She did not increase her visible security. She moved through her day with the exact quality of a woman who had found nothing unusual in her supply cache. They were watching. She needed them to believe the supply cache check had been routine and completed without incident. That evening, she had a long, precise conversation with Hao Wenlin about what the poisoning attempt meant for their timeline and their exposure. "They're not certain," he said. "If they were certain, they would have used something faster. The slow toxin is the method you use when you need the death to look natural and you cannot risk a confrontation. They used it because they are not certain enough to risk a direct approach, but they are certain enough to want to move." She turned the 3 marked packages on the table between them. "This also tells us something about their authorization. Lady Fong gave them permission to take action. These are not just surveillance investigators, but they were given a cautious action protocol. If the authorization were direct from the Warlord's intelligence chief, the approach would have been faster. Lady Fong is managing them personally. Yes, which means she is not running this through the official intelligence apparatus. She is maintaining personal control because she is the person with the most to lose from the specific thing she is trying to prevent me from revealing." Hao Wenlin looked at the packages. "We need to move faster. We need to move at the correct pace," she said. "Moving faster than the correct pace to avoid a threat is how you make a different kind of mistake." She placed the packages in the concealment space behind the supply shelves. "The documentation relay is ready. The capital connection is active. The network is in position. What I need to do in the next 14 days does not require acceleration. It requires precision." And the seal? 78% as of old Zhu's last assessment. The first sign began 3 days after that visit. She met his eyes. "I am 3 to 8 weeks from the break. The external threat is 4 to 6 weeks from escalating to a level I cannot manage with the current resources. Those 2 timelines are close enough that I need them to coincide correctly. And if they don't, then we manage what we have." She was quiet for a moment. "We have always been managing what we have, Hao Wenlin. The plan is a guide. The reality is what we work with." He nodded slowly. "You should eat something. You've been at the routes since dawn." She ate. Then she went asleep. They were watching. She needed them to believe the supply cache check had been routine and completed without incident. 3 days later, the investigators left Crestfall. She thought, they are either satisfied that Suyin is not Wei Suyin, or they are going to get a different kind of help. She began preparing for the second possibility. Chapter 40. Suyin prepares. She has been preparing. The title of this chapter was the chapter itself. She had been preparing for 14 months. What this meant in practical terms, in the 4 weeks following the investigators' departure. First, the clinic's backroom was reconfigured. The false panel that Hao Wenlin had built into the wall, which had held Peng Samin's documentation for 6 years, was modified to include a secondary concealment space accessible only through a specific physical sequence that she had taught to Hao Wenlin and Lian Bao. The space contained a set of prepared documents, the cases, the alliances, the network maps in her cipher, sealed in oilskin. This was her last resort provision. If she was taken or incapacitated before the seal broke, these documents were enough to allow the network to continue without her. She had written operational notes for each of the network's primary nodes, what each person needed to know if she were absent, what decisions could be made independently, what decisions required coordination between nodes. She had written these notes with the precise attention of someone who was documenting a system they hoped would never need to be run without its architect, but who understood that hoping was not planning. The notes themselves had taken a week to write. She had begun with Hao Wenlin's, the most extensive of the 5, because he held the most central position and the longest history. She had written him a complete picture of the capital connection, Professor Wei Chanchio's name, the correspondence channel, the full status of the documentation, because he was the person who would need to manage the capital relationship if she could not. She had written it in the medical cipher they had developed together, which was the most natural security measure available to both of them. She had written Tianru's operational note in military format, because Tianru read military format most efficiently, objective, available assets, constraints, decision points, and the specific phrase that would activate the Shun Lordship's border force. Clear, no ambiguity, no interpretive burden. Shen Daokai's note she had written in the negotiating register they had developed over 6 months of meetings. The specific language of two people who had learned to be precise with each other. She told him exactly what the plan required of the Shun Lordship at each stage, what discretion he had, what was fixed. Lian Bao's note was the hardest to write. She had written it twice, discarded the first version, and then written the second version not in cipher, but in plain language. Lian Bao was 19. She deserved plain language. The note said, "You know how to run the routes. You know the people. You have my judgment and 4 months of watching me use it. Trust yourself." Pear Blossom's note was brief and specific. 3 things to communicate to the night market network. In what order? If Suyin's absence was confirmed. She put the 5 notes in the concealment space with the oilskin documents and tested the access sequence 3 times to confirm it was reliable. Then she told how Wenlin and Lian Bao where the space was and walked them through the access sequence until each of them could do it in the dark. "I hope this is never needed," she said. "So do I," Hao Wenlin said. "But you were right to prepare it." She was always right to prepare it. The preparation was the work. The preparation was the only thing she could control. Second, the route riders were briefed, in their individual capacities, on specific contingency instructions. Not the full picture. Not every node needed the full picture, and distributing the full picture created security vulnerabilities. But each rider knew, if Suyin is absent without prior notice, contact these 3 people in this specific order, use this phrase. The 3 people were Hao Wenlin, Tianru, and Shen Daokai. Third, she spent 4 days with Old Zhu. She had sent a message ahead, and he had prepared accordingly. A week's provisions, a clear desk, the specific formation text he wanted to show her. He spent 2 days reviewing the seal's current state, which was now at 78% and beginning to show the first signs she was watching for. A faint warmth at the sternum that was present for approximately an hour after waking and then subsided. The first sign, he confirmed. "You are 3 to 8 weeks from the break." She absorbed this. If the investigators return with someone capable of forcibly examining my seal, anyone at Jade Core or above who examines the seal and understands what they're looking at will immediately identify the Hollow Vessel Sutra, he said. And a Jade Core practitioner capable of seal examination will be able to see that the seal is close to detonation. He paused. If someone tries to disrupt the seal at this stage, either to stabilize it or to force the break, the results will be unpredictable. Unpredictable how? Either the forced disruption triggers an immediate, uncontrolled release, which in an enclosed space with other people present would be catastrophic, or it damages the containment layer enough that the accumulated chi disperses before detonation, which would leave you at a moderate power level with severe meridian damage. Neither outcome was acceptable. I need to prevent any cultivation examination of the seal until I'm in the correct posture and location for the break, she said. Yes. I have Tianru, she said. If someone tries to access me by force, she can intervene. Tianru is Iron Marrow, he said. If they send a Jade Core or above, I know, she said. That's why the preparation has been everything else. She spent the remaining 2 days with Old Zhu reviewing the sutra's breakthrough posture in detail. Not theoretical review, which she had done many times, but practical preparation. What the posture required, what the ideal environmental conditions were, how to recognize the moment when it was time to assume the posture and not delay. The moment when you should enter the posture, Old Zhu said, will feel like a choice. It will not be a choice. When the warmth becomes constant rather than intermittent, the seal is beginning to fail on its own. You have perhaps 2 to 3 hours after that point before the detonation occurs with or without the posture. He met her eyes. Do not wait past that point. No matter what else is happening. She heard what he was not saying. No matter who needs you to wait. No matter how urgent the external situation, when the warmth becomes constant, you must stop. I understand, she said. I know you understand, he said. I am telling you anyway. Because understanding intellectually and understanding in a moment of crisis are different things. What does the detonation without posture look like? She asked. He looked at her. It was the look of someone who had been hoping to avoid this specific question. Tell me, she said. He told her. An unpositioned seal break. A detonation that occurred while the practitioner was in active movement, or under emotional pressure, or in a state of physical exertion, would produce an explosive chi release that the practitioner's meridians were not oriented to receive. The sutra's breakthrough posture was designed to open specific meridian channels in the correct sequence, allowing the accumulated chi to flow through in a managed progression that promoted cultivation advancement. Without that orientation, The Qi would find the paths of least resistance, which were not the cultivation channels, but the body's gross energy pathways. The result was not death, necessarily, but it was injury, meridian scorch, partial Qi loss as the uncontrolled release dissipated into the environment rather than being absorbed, and a significant reduction in the ultimate cultivation level achieved. In the worst case, the explosive release could also harm anyone in close physical proximity who had an open cultivation field. The Qi would interact with other practitioners' dantians in an uncontrolled way. Which means, she said, that if anyone in my network with active cultivation is near me when the break happens outside the posture, there is a risk, he said. Yes. She processed this. The risk to the allies was something she had not fully modeled. How close is close? Within arm's reach is the danger zone. 5 to 10 feet is some risk. Beyond 15 feet, a cultivator at iron marrow or below would feel the release as a significant Qi pressure, but would not be harmed. He paused. The risk is proportional to the closeness and to the cultivation level of the person present. Jade core would handle it better than iron marrow. Iron marrow would be uncomfortable. Tianru was iron marrow. This is why the backroom, she said. Yes. Enclosed, private, controlled. You go in before the warmth becomes constant. You clear the room of anyone with active cultivation. You enter the posture, and you do not leave it. She nodded. If the warmth becomes constant while I am not in the backroom, she said. If the timing fails, then you create the most isolated space available and you enter the posture immediately. A courtyard, an empty building, an open field if necessary. The key requirement is not the backroom specifically. It is privacy and stillness and the absence of other practitioners in proximity. I understand. I know you understand, he said. I am telling you anyway. Because understanding intellectually and understanding in a moment of crisis are different things. She nodded. She returned to Crestfall and finished her preparations. On the road back, she went through the remaining preparation items in the order she had set them, identifying what was complete, what still required action, and what was waiting on timing rather than action. The concealment space was complete. The route rider contingency instructions were complete. The old Zhu visit was complete. The documentation packet had already left the city. What remained was the fourth thing. The fourth thing. She told Lian Bao everything. Not because Lian Bao didn't know most of it. She did, in fragments and summaries, because Suyin had kept her informed throughout. But there was a difference between knowing pieces and knowing the whole, and Lian Bao deserved the whole. She had been in this from the second month, when she had decided, with the precise and unglamorous clarity of a 17-year-old who had made a real choice, to follow Suyin onto the pharmaceutical routes and do the work that needed doing. She had been doing it for 16 months without ever asking to be given less than the full picture. She deserved the full picture. Suyin gave it to her. The seal's actual state, old Zhu's assessment, the detonation timeline, the risk to cultivation practitioners in proximity during an unpositioned break, what the network needed from Lian Bao in the period between now and the break, and what would need to happen in the hours and days after. Lian Bao listened with the same focused attention she brought to everything. When Suyin finished, she was quiet for a moment. 2 to 3 hours after the warmth becomes constant, she said. Yes. And I need to get you to the back room and make sure no one disturbs you. Yes. And I need to know where Tianru is and where Shun Daokai is and where Hao Wenlin is at all times in the period leading up to this. Yes. I can do that, Lian Bao said. I've been doing it for 2 months, the tracking part. I know where all of them are at any given hour. Suyin looked at her. Of course you do, she said. I've been preparing too, Lian Bao said, with the specific flatness of someone who finds it mildly annoying to have the obvious stated. Suyin was, for a moment, unable to speak. She handled this by making tea, which was a practical activity that did not require speech. The preparations were complete. Now she waited for the next phase to arrive. Chapter 41. The trap at the Merchant Road. It arrived on the 19th day of the 4th month. She had been watching the indicators for 3 weeks. The warmth at the sternum was still intermittent, which meant she had time, but it was occurring more frequently, twice daily now rather than once, lasting longer when it did. The seal was accelerating toward detonation. She had also been watching the city. The investigators who had left 2 months ago had been replaced by something more concerning. She had identified, through Madame Tao and the commercial quarters ambient intelligence, the arrival of 3 cultivators who were not presenting as investigators or merchants or any other cover category. They were staying at the Eastern Inn, conducting no visible business, and moving through the city with the patient thoroughness of people waiting for something. They were not here to investigate. They were here to eliminate. She had communicated this to Tianru 3 days ago. Tianru had communicated it to her loyal garrison contingent. 14 soldiers who had served with her long enough to have developed their professional loyalty into something personal. These were men and women who had been in Crestfall through 3 commanders and who had come to trust Tianru's judgment because it had, repeatedly, been better than the commander's judgment in terms of keeping them alive and keeping the city stable. Suyin had also communicated it to Pear Blossom, whose South Quarter night market network was better at tracking people in the city's margins than any official surveillance. Pear Blossom's network reported daily on the 3 cultivators' movements, where they ate, where they went in the evenings, what routes they traveled through the city. The 3 cultivators had arrived separately over 5 days, staged to avoid appearing as a coordinated group. 2 men and a woman. The first had arrived presenting as a traveling healer looking for work at the commercial quarters medical offices, a cover that was superficially plausible, but that an actual traveling healer would have established differently. No references, no introductory letters from previous postings, no specific knowledge of the medical market in this region. She had noted his arrival on day 2 and classified him as condensed pulse. The second had arrived as a trade inspector from the capital's commercial regulatory office, a position requiring a formal identification document, which he had produced when the commercial quarters guild master requested it. The document was excellent forgery. She had seen samples of the regulatory office's actual documentation through Shun Daokai's capital intelligence and could identify the differences only because she knew what to look for. The third was the woman who had been following the Eastern Route Riders circuit. She had arrived 3 days after the first 2, the correct staging for an operation that needed surveillance coverage before moving to action. They communicated through a specific tea house in the commercial quarter, using a server who carried their informal messages. She had identified this through Pear Blossom's network. The detail was useful primarily because it told her they were still in the surveillance phase, building a picture, not yet in the action phase. That distinction gave her a few more days. The trap at the Merchant Road was not her plan. It was the inevitable consequence of the preparations she had made. On the 19th day, one of the 3 cultivators, a condensed pulse woman who had been specifically watching the pharmaceutical routes, followed Suyin's Eastern Route Rider on the morning circuit, apparently planning to encounter the route rider on the isolated section between the 4th and 5th settlements. She was not there. She had sent Lien Bao with the kits and had remained in the city. What was there, on the isolated section of road between the 4th and 5th settlements, was Commander Tianru's unit. 14 soldiers, 2 positions, clean preparation. Tianru had spent 2 days surveying the terrain between the 4th and 5th settlements and had selected the intercept point with the precision of someone who had been doing tactical assessments for 20 years. The road narrowed where it passed through a low cut in a ridge, and the terrain on either side of the cut provided cover and height advantage for a prepared unit. The condensed pulse cultivator walked into an enclosed situation where Iron Marrow Command, multiple trained soldiers, and prepared terrain denied her the space to use her cultivation advantage effectively. She was not killed. Tianru's soldiers had been given explicit instructions against killing unless absolutely necessary, because a cultivator's death in the border territory would immediately escalate the response from the capital. She was detained. She was brought back to Crestfall and held in a location that Tianru had prepared for exactly this possibility, which was neither the garrison's formal cells nor anything connected to the official administrative structure. It was a storage room above one of the South Quarter's larger households, whose head was one of the petition signatories and who had offered the space without asking for specifics. Suyin spent 3 hours with the detained cultivator. She did not ask who sent her. She already knew. What she needed to know was, what had the cultivators been instructed to do, and had they communicated any findings back before the interception? The detained woman, who was young and professional and clearly not afraid, but was also clearly intelligent enough to understand that she had walked into something she had not expected, chose to answer several of the questions. She answered them with the economy of someone who was assessing the power dynamics and updating her assessment. She was doing the same calculations Suyin had been making for 14 months, just on a compressed timeline. What is the actual situation here, and how do I respond to it correctly? The order came from Lady Fong Liuqing's household, she said. The 3 of us were sent to confirm and eliminate. She paused. We had not yet transmitted a confirmed identification. Had you identified me? The woman looked at her. Suyin felt her assessment. Not contempt, not dismissal, but the particular look of someone who is trying to reconcile category with evidence and failing. No, the woman said. We had a description. I was going to use the route rider as a means to trace back to the primary target. The route rider is not the primary target, Suyin said. I am. The woman met her eyes. She performed the assessment more carefully this time, reading the absence of cultivation, the seal she could probably perceive at proximity, the plain robe and copper hairpin. She felt it. Then, Not contempt, but the particular confusion of someone who is trying to reconcile category with evidence and failing. There was no dismissal event. There was, instead, something more interesting, genuine uncertainty about how to categorize what was sitting across from her. A sealed woman who had been in the border city for 14 months and had somehow known to intercept a condensed pulse cultivator before she found anyone to eliminate. The picture did not resolve into a simple category. "What are you going to do with me?" the woman asked. "I'm going to send you back to Lady Fong," Suyin said. "With a message." The woman said nothing. "Tell her that the investigation has been compromised, the operative is alive and unharmed, and the primary target is aware of the surveillance." She paused. "Tell her also that the primary target recommends she consider her position carefully in the next 60 days, because the political landscape in the capital is going to shift, and her choices now will determine which side of that shift she ends up on." The woman looked at her. "I'll tell her," she said. Suyin rose. "Tell me one more thing," the woman said. "Are you actually Wei Suyin?" Suyin looked at her. "Yes," she said. She left the room and let Tianru handle the departure logistics. Tianru handled it with the precision she applied to all tactical problems. The detained cultivator was provided with a clean robe, her own equipment, and a route out of Crestfall that avoided the main commercial quarter. There was no need to create a visible incident if the departure could be managed quietly. Tianru escorted her to the city's eastern gate personally, which was itself a communication. "You are being released by someone with military standing, not just by the civilian network you were trying to surveil." The woman had accepted this with the professional composure of someone who had been in difficult situations before and had learned to manage her responses. She had spoken once more before departing. "Your network," she had said to Tianru at the gate. "How long?" Tianru had looked at her. "Long enough," she said. The woman had left. Tianru had watched her go until she was out of sight, then sent word to Pear Blossom's network to track the departure route and confirm the city's edge had been crossed. An hour later, confirmation came. The cultivator had left Crest Fall on the eastern road. She would reach Lady Fong's household in 14 days if she rode without stop. That was 14 days before Lady Fong received the message Suyin had sent, that the investigation was compromised, the primary target was aware, and the political landscape was about to shift. 14 days. She needed to use them. She walked back through the south quarter to the clinic, and she felt the seal's warmth pulse once, hot and clear, across her sternum. Not yet constant, but building. She was running out of time to complete the external picture before the seal made the internal decision for her. She had 60 days, perhaps less. She needed to use them. Chapter 42. Commander Tianru's blade Tianru came to the clinic on the evening after the Merchant Road intercept and sat at the intake table with the particular stillness of someone processing the events of the day. "Two left," she said. "The woman I'm releasing as a messenger. 2 remaining in the city." "I know," Suyin said. "They'll receive the messenger's report and make a decision. Either they withdraw and report back to Lady Fong, or they escalate. If they escalate, the next party will be more capable." "Yes." Tianru looked at her. "How long do we have before the seal breaks?" Old Ju's estimate was 3 to 8 weeks from the first sign. "I've been showing the first sign for 2 weeks. The intermittent warmth is increasing in frequency." She kept her voice level. "My best estimate, 4 to 6 weeks. And the documentation is in the capital?" "In Professor Wei Chanchio's hands, with the Shen Lordship's complaint filed simultaneously. The capital's tribunal review process begins when the filing is accepted. I expect the acceptance notification within the week." Tianru nodded slowly. "So the political events in the capital will begin to move before the seal breaks." "Yes, that is the correct sequence. The documentation lands first. The capital faction moves. The Warlord's response comes. And when the Warlord's response arrives in Crestfall, when he comes himself, or sends a significant force, the seal should be ready." "Should be." "The seal doesn't answer to my schedule," Suyin said. "I've prepared as much as possible. The break will happen when the internal pressure exceeds the containment capacity. I believe the timing will be close to what I need, but I cannot guarantee it." Tianru was quiet for a moment. "I've been thinking about this," she said. "About what happens after. You'll be at Iron Marrow or above, correct? The Sutra's accumulated chi from the sources I've received over 14 months, combined with my original condensed pulse base, compressed at the level Old Zhu has assessed. I will emerge at Iron Marrow minimum, possibly Jade Core threshold. And the Warlord is sovereign will." "Yes. So even at full capacity after the seal breaks, you cannot fight him directly." "I am not planning to fight him directly," she said. "That has never been the plan." She met Tianru's eyes. "The plan is to fight him on terrain where cultivation rank is not the deciding factor." Tianru looked at her steadily. administrative and political terrain, where I have been fighting for 14 months, where I have already won the important positions. She paused. When Deng Haoren comes to Crestfall, and he will come, when the capital case breaks his administration from the inside, he will be coming to a city that does not function in the way he has always assumed. The garrison will not respond to his authority in the standard way. The prefect will be constrained by a formal legal proceeding. The commercial networks will be organized along lines he does not understand. She paused again. And I will be at whatever cultivation level I emerge at after the break, which will be more than he is expecting from a woman he expelled with 50 silver. The cultivation isn't the weapon, Tianru said. No, Suyin said. The cultivation is the statement. The weapon has been built over 14 months. Tianru was quiet for a long moment. She had the look of someone who had spent 20 years in a profession that measured everything in terms of force and disposition and was encountering, for perhaps the first time, a strategy that operated entirely outside those categories and was winning. I know you don't need my approval, she said. But for what it's worth, what you have done here, it is the most sophisticated military campaign I have ever seen conducted without a single visible act of force. Suyin looked at her. It is not a military campaign, she said. It is a restoration of legitimate governance in a region that has been systematically stripped of it. In my experience, Tianru said dryly, those are usually the same thing. She almost smiled. You may be right. They sat with this for a moment. Outside, the South Quarter was going about its evening. The sound of Pear Blossom's night market beginning to set up, the call of a vendor, the particular rhythm of market stalls coming to life in the warm evening air. I've been thinking about after, Tianru said. After the seal breaks. After everything. After the case lands. After the warlord comes. After whatever the confrontation produces. She looked at her. You've built an extraordinary thing here. The network, the alliances, the documentation. It doesn't have to stop when the case closes. Suyin looked at her steadily. I've thought about this, she said. The pharmaceutical routes work because the settlements need them. The petition process works because the South Quarter residents need it. The commercial intelligence network works because the Shun lordship and the border traders need the information. These things will continue whether or not I am here to direct them, because they have been built to serve real needs. And the people who have been running them will continue to run them. Yes, Hao Wenlin will continue as the clinic's physician. Lian Bao will continue the route organization. Bai Guoren will continue managing the pharmaceutical supply connection. Pear Blossom will continue operating the night market and its information channels. She paused. What I built will outlast the specific purpose I built it for. That was, in part, the point. Tianru was quiet. And you, she said. Suyin looked at the window. The evening light was doing something precise and golden with the clinic's narrow panes. I don't know yet, she said honestly. I know what I have been. I know what the seal breaking will make available. What I do with that availability. I haven't planned past the confrontation, because planning past a variable you can't model is a way of getting attached to a specific future rather than the correct one. That is, Tianru said, a very military answer. Is it? The best commanders I have known have always been able to say, I don't know what comes after the battle. I only know I'm prepared for it. Suyin considered this. I'm prepared for it, she said. I know, Tianru said. That's why I'm not worried. The two cultivators who were remaining in the city stayed for 3 more days, then departed. She tracked their departure through Pear Blossom's network. They had made their assessment and chosen to withdraw. Either they had concluded that the situation was more complex than a simple elimination, or they had instructions not to escalate beyond a certain point. Either way, she had another 3 to 4 weeks before a more capable response arrived. She used them. Chapter 43. Shun Daokai shows his hand. The acceptance notification from the capital's administrative tribunal came on the 28th day of the 4th month. She received it through Professor Wei Changqiu's correspondence channel, a letter, formally registered, confirming that the case filing had been accepted for preliminary review, that an advocate had been assigned, and that the review process was expected to produce a preliminary determination within 45 days. 45 days. She read the letter 3 times. Not because the content was unclear, it was precise and unambiguous, but because she had been building toward this specific document for 6 months, and the building had produced the habit of reading carefully when what you had been waiting for finally arrived. The letter was signed by the tribunal's intake clerk, which was the correct formality for an acceptance notification. The advocate's name was given as Magistrate Ing Honglu, who was one of the 3 advocates Professor Wei Changqiu had identified in his correspondence as likely to take the case and unlikely to be compromised. He was 63 years old, had served on the tribunal's bench for 20 years, and had a specific professional history of cases involving military administrative fraud. He had handled 2 such cases in his career, both successfully prosecuted. She had researched Ing Honglu through Shun Daokai's Capital Intelligence Network 3 months ago, specifically for the purpose of being ready when the advocate's name appeared. What she had found: he was meticulous, slow by the standards of people who wanted things to move quickly, and not susceptible to political pressure from the military faction because he had, 22 years ago, prosecuted a case against a military officer connected to a faction that had subsequently spent a decade trying to have him removed from the bench. He was still there. He was not someone who would be suppressed. The political pressure in the capital would begin to build as the review proceeded and the relevant parties became aware of what had been filed. The supply contractor would move to suppress. General Pao would move to discredit. The progressive faction would move to advance the case. The warlord would learn about it within the week. She sat with this for the morning. Then she sent for Shun Daokai. He arrived the following day, riding fast from the eastern border. He had been spending more time in the buffer zone since the Shun lordship complaint had been filed, positioning himself closer to Crestfall in preparation for exactly this. He came to the clinic directly, which was itself a statement. He was no longer protecting the cover of an official tea-house contact. He was here as himself. The tribunal notification, he said. Yes. And the Shun lordship complaint was filed simultaneously? Filed and accepted. Separate track, but coordinated timing. She met his eyes. The combined filing is not something the warlord can manage as a routine administrative matter. It is too specific and too documented. His options, Shun Daokai said. He can attempt to suppress it in the capital, discredit the evidence, remove the advocate, delay the process. This buys time but doesn't resolve the underlying exposure. She laid it out cleanly. He can negotiate with the progressive faction, concede some of Pao's accountability in exchange for political protection. This sacrifices Pao but potentially allows the court to survive in restructured form. She paused. Or he can attempt to eliminate the sources. Which means coming here. He'll come here, Shun Daokai said. He won't negotiate and he won't manage it through the capital process. He is not a man who accepts administrative defeat. No, she agreed. He's not. When the capital process will show its shape within 2 weeks of the filing's publication. Once he understands that the progressive faction has been formally engaged and that the evidence is documented and in the tribunal's possession, 2 to 3 weeks after that. He moves quickly when he decides to move. 4 to 5 weeks from now. Approximately. He was quiet. The seal, he said. 4 to 6 weeks from now? Possibly. He understood what she was not saying. The 2 timelines were close, but not guaranteed to be synchronized. What do you need from me in the gap, he said. Your lordship's formal military neutrality, clearly communicated to the garrison and to the warlord's advance party when they arrive. She met his eyes. Not defiance, neutrality. The Shun lordship is a dominion vassal state. You are not in rebellion. You have filed a formal administrative complaint through correct channels. You are observing the process. And if the warlord decides to treat neutrality as defiance, then the Shun lordship's army, positioned on the eastern border, is close enough to reinforce Crestfall within 2 days. He looked at her. The open display of military capability was something she had not previously mentioned. You've known about the army since month 7, he said. I've known you've been positioning it for the past 2 months, she said. You move fast. He almost smiled. I've been learning from someone. She handed him a sealed document. This is my written assessment of the situation for distribution to your council. They need to know the full picture before your forces make any movement. He took it. Suyin, he said. Again, the real name, which he had only used twice before, and both times in moments of genuine directness. Yes. When this is over, whatever happens, I want you to know that the Shun lordship considers itself in debt to you. Specifically, not to the case or the politics. To you. She looked at him. I appreciate that, she said. Hold the debt until I know what to do with it. He nodded and left. She sat in the empty clinic and felt the seal's warmth pulse 3 times in quick succession, each one slightly stronger than the last. Not constant yet, but more frequent. The clock was ticking. She was ready. Chapter 44, 6th Absorption Event. General Pao arrives. General Pao Julong arrived in Crestfall on the 4th day of the 5th month. He did not come through official channels. He arrived with an advance force of 40 soldiers and 3 cultivators, Iron Marrow at minimum, 2 of them, and the 3rd she assessed as Jade Core, and he came not to inspect but to conclude. She knew he was coming because Tian Ru's network had a contact at the northern garrison road post, who had seen the advance force pass and sent word ahead. She had 2 hours of warning. She used them to ensure everyone was in the correct position. Hao Wenlin was at the clinic. Lian Bao was at the clinic. Tian Ru was at the garrison with her loyal 14. Shun Daokai's people were at the eastern border, close enough to see the road into the city. Suyin was at the clinic. She did not go anywhere else. She did not run. She had been building toward this for 14 months, and the thought of running was not available to her. Not because it was impossible. She could have left the city in the previous week, if she had chosen to, and the documentation was already in the capital and would proceed without her. But leaving would have abandoned everything she had built, and it would have abandoned the people in the network who were in place because they trusted that she would remain in place. She stayed because that was what she had always been planning to do. General Pao's force moved through the city with the efficiency of a military operation in a city it considered already subdued. He went first to the garrison, where Tianru received him with the correct formal military courtesy and the precise obstruction of a commander who was following protocols exactly and refusing to deviate from them. Tianru's presence in the garrison command was not officially sanctioned. She did not have formal command authority in Crestfall, but she had been there long enough, and her standing among the actual soldiers was high enough that she had practical authority in the way that competence and respect produce authority. The soldiers responded to her because she had been treating them as soldiers rather than administrative units for 2 years, because she knew their names and their assignments and their specific challenges, and because the 14 loyal members of her contingent were distributed through the garrison in positions that gave them informal influence over the day-to-day operations. Tianru had been meticulous about the preparation for this encounter. She had spent 4 days in the preceding week walking through every protocol and procedure with the loyal 14, individually and in small groups, ensuring each person knew exactly what to do in each scenario. Pao arriving and demanding obedience. Pao arriving and demanding records. Pao arriving and attempting to issue orders that bypassed the official command structure. She had also briefed the garrison's 2 most senior official officers, not on the full picture, but enough that they understood that the correct response to pressure from outside the chain of command was to require written authorization through the established channels. Written authorization that would take time. Time was what Suyin needed. Tianru had received Pao at the garrison's formal entrance with the full protocol courtesies, the salute, the formal report, the offer of the inspection records. She had been impeccably correct. She had been impeccably slow. Every document he requested had required the correct procedure for accessing it, which meant the correct form, the correct authorization, the correct countersignature, the correct filing notation. All of which Tianru had provided, one step at a time, at the pace of a garrison commander following protocols exactly. Pao had spent 2 hours in the garrison getting information he could have had in 20 minutes if anyone had been willing to give it informally. He had not found the willing informal contact, because Tianru's 14 loyal soldiers had been managing the informal social atmosphere of the garrison all morning with quiet precision, redirecting conversations, being busy at the wrong moment, being professionally occupied when Pao's adjutant went looking for someone to speak to casually. Pao recognized this too. He did not like it. He moved on. He went to the prefect's hall, where Wan Yingda received him with the anxious precision of a bureaucrat caught between 2 authorities and choosing the more formally correct one. The tribunal filing was pending. The formal case was active. Wan Yingda, to his credit, cited this directly. He could not take administrative actions that might compromise an active tribunal proceeding. Pao recognized this too. He liked it less. He moved on. He came to the South Quarter. He came to the clinic. She was at the intake desk when he arrived. Hao Wenlin was in the examination room. The clinic was its usual practical self. Pao came through the door with 2 of his soldiers and looked around the room with the comprehensive assessment of a heaven fracture cultivator who had spent 30 years doing exactly this, walking into rooms and making them understand the terms of occupation. He looked at the room. He looked at the plain furnishings, the intake desk, the neat stacks of records. He looked at her. She had spent 18 months imagining this moment and had discovered, as she always did, that the imagining and the reality were different in their textures. She had imagined him as a figure of comprehensive menace, the specific weight of someone who had kept Peng Samin in exile for 20 years and covered the death of a soldier for 22. What she saw instead was a man who was tired and frustrated and had been dealing with a difficult day, who was carrying his heaven fracture cultivation with the automatic ease of someone who had maintained it for so long that it required no effort, and who looked at a South Quarter clinic with the eyes of someone who had expected to feel one thing and was feeling the specific disconnect of a situation that had not resolved the way he expected. He was not dramatically threatening. He was the ordinary kind of threat, the kind that came from authority and resources and the assumption that the world organized itself around people of his rank. She had spent 18 months building something that did not organize itself around people of his rank. She felt the absorption event. It was specific in a way the inspection tour event had not been. This was not the passive dismissal of a general performing a bureaucratic function. This was the contempt of a man who had been told that the primary problem he had traveled 4 days to eliminate was a South Quarter intake worker, and who could not reconcile that description with his idea of what constituted a problem. She was already in the system as not a problem. He had confirmed this before entering. He had the file on Suyin, clinic intake worker, petitioner. He had dismissed it as a misidentification or an irrelevance even before walking through the door. The absorption was the largest individual event she had experienced. Heaven-fractured dismissal, specific and personal, from a man who had spent an entire day having doors politely closed in his face by people citing formal procedures, and who had arrived at the South Quarters clinic with the full weight of his frustration and contempt concentrated on this woman who had been the original point of the exercise. She felt the seal react with something that was close to a shudder, not close to breaking, but the warmth at her sternum was suddenly constant, not intermittent, not occasional. Constant. She thought, now. Old Zhu said 2 to 3 hours. She thought, I cannot go into the posture while Pao is in the room. She thought, I need to manage this for 2 hours. She kept her face professionally attentive and said, Good afternoon. Are you here for a medical inquiry, or is this an administrative visit? Pao looked at her for a long, cold moment. Where is Wei Suyin? He said. She met his eyes with the exact precision of someone who had been asked this question in imagination 100 times. I don't know that name, she said. Is she a patient of the clinic? He stared at her. She stared back, professionally. This was not, she thought, entirely a lie. Wei Suyin had not been in Crestfall Border City for 14 months. The person who was sitting at this intake desk was someone else. Not entirely, but in the ways that mattered. The person who had walked out of the Iron Crest compound gate was not the person who was sitting here. Suyin, he said, with the specific contempt of someone who has just decided the obstacle in front of him is beneath his direct engagement. You filed a petition against a garrison officer. You have been operating a pharmaceutical route network. You have unusual administrative knowledge. He paused. You match the description we were given of a missing person from the capital districts. I am from the capital districts, she said pleasantly. A great many people are. He looked at her. She felt his heaven-fracture cultivation rise slightly, not an attack, but the specific pressure that a powerful cultivator used to compel attention. She felt the seal react. Constant warmth. Now with the beginning of what old Zhu had described as the second sign. A resonance at the seal boundary, the iron shell beginning to vibrate. 2 hours. She needed 2 hours. She had approximately 30 seconds before the second sign became visible to a cultivation-sensitive observer. She made a decision. I know who you are, General Pao, she said, in a voice that was neither Suyin nor Wei Suyin, but something else. The voice that had been building for 14 months of doing real work and earning real things. I know about the supply fraud. I know about the contractor. I know about the garrison accountant you exiled 8 years ago. I know about the soldier Fong Bolu, who died 22 years ago in garrison custody for filing a complaint. The room became completely still. The documentation is in the administrative tribunal's possession in the capital, she said. Filed 45 days ago. The review process is in its 3rd week. I cannot be eliminated without that documentation remaining in the tribunal's possession, fully documented, with an advocate who has been instructed to proceed in the event of my incapacitation. She paused. What you can do is leave the city without causing further disruption, or you can take actions that will provide the tribunal with additional evidence of why your removal from command is necessary and urgent. Pao stared at her. In his eyes, she watched something move. Not fear. He was not a man who feared easily, but the specific recalibration of someone who has walked into a room expecting one thing and found a fundamentally different situation. He left, not because she had scared him, because she was right about the calculation, and he was professional enough to know when the calculation had turned against him. His soldiers followed. The clinic door closed. She sat at the intake desk and felt the second sign, the resonance at the seal boundary, stabilize at a low, steady frequency. 2 hours. She looked at Hao Wenlin, who had come out of the examination room at some point during the conversation and was standing in the doorway. I need the back room, she said. Now, he agreed. She walked through the curtained doorway and began the long-prepared posture. Chapter 45. The siege that wasn't a siege while she was in the posture, the city was managing itself. She did not know this in real time. She was in the sutra's deepest stillness, the inner landscape of a practitioner balanced on the edge of a detonation that would either work correctly or not. She could not attend to external events. This was why she had spent 14 months ensuring the external events could manage without her for a few hours. Pao's force moved through the city without direction. He had come to eliminate a problem, and the problem had turned out to be a tribunal proceeding in the capital and a South Quarter intake worker who had cited it to him with precise accuracy. His soldiers had no useful target. Commander Tian Ru, positioned in the garrison, kept the garrison's soldiers at their posts and the formal protocols active. There was no order Pao could give that Waningda or Tian Ru could not delay through procedural correctness. Waningda had been doing procedural correctness for 4 years and was, at this specific moment, performing it with the particular precision of a bureaucrat who had found that his most reliable survival tool was also his most effective resistance tool. Lian Bao was outside the clinic's backroom door. She had sent a message to Shun Daokai's contact at the city's edge. The general is here. Position unchanged. Wait. The message went east and was received. Pao spent 6 hours in Crestfall. He spoke to Waningda, who cited the tribunal proceeding 3 more times. He spoke to the garrison's formal commander, Captain Rong Wei, who was visibly terrified of being in the middle of this, and who produced documents with the desperate precision of a man who has decided that paperwork is his only protection. He did not go back to the clinic. What happened in those 6 hours, she learned from Tian Ru's account afterward, was a lesson in the specific failure mode of a powerful man encountering a city that had spent 18 months being prepared to resist him. He had arrived with the expectation of a subordinate city, a garrison that would adjust its posture to his presence, a prefect who would defer to his authority, a commercial quarter that would produce whatever information he requested on demand. This was the experience he had of every border city visit for 30 years. The border cities were the periphery. He was the center. The periphery aligned when the center arrived. Crestfall did not align. Not aggressively. Not dramatically. The garrison cited protocols. The prefect cited legal proceedings. The commercial quarters guild master cited privacy of records in an active dispute, which was the first time in 30 years anyone had cited that provision to Pao, and the provision was legitimate, and he knew it. He had walked through the city looking for the handle that would open it, and every surface was smooth. He was confused, Tian Ru told her afterward. Not frightened, not respectful, confused. He came in expecting one thing and found another. And the thing he found, the formal procedures, the careful citations, the correct military courtesies without the accompanying deference, didn't have a category in his experience. He has dealt with resistance and with compliance. He has not dealt with a city that was complying with every letter of every rule without complying with the spirit of any of them. That's what we built, Suyin said. It's extraordinary, is what it is, Tian Ru said. He had finally gone to the clinic because it was the last available point of contact, the place where, according to Lady Feng's information and his own investigators' reports, the primary person of interest was located. He had been building toward the clinic for 6 hours. And the clinic had given him an intake worker with administrative knowledge who had named his crimes to him in the specific order in which they appeared in the documentation that was currently in the tribunal's possession in the capital. He left. At the 6th hour of his presence, he assembled his force and rode for the northern road. He was going to the capital. The calculation she had given him, that elimination was counterproductive because the documentation was already placed, had landed, and he was going to try to manage it from the capital end. He had 6 weeks before the tribunal review produced its preliminary determination. He would not succeed in suppressing it. The evidence was too thoroughly documented, and the advocate was too carefully insulated. But he would try, which would take his attention and his resources and his cultivation capacity, and spend them on an effort that would produce nothing. That was what she needed. In the back room of the South Quarter Clinic, Wei Suyin sat in the stillness of the hollow vessel sutra and felt the iron shell of her seal vibrating with the steady, increasing frequency of a structure reaching the limit of its capacity. She had 2 hours, and she was using them exactly correctly. Chapter 46. What she told everyone, and what was true, when she emerged from the back room, for hours had passed. Not 2. The seal was not ready, not yet. The vibration had reached a higher frequency and then plateaued, the iron shell holding because the containment capacity was higher than old Zhu had estimated, or because her body had adapted in ways the sutra's text had not fully anticipated. She was still sealed. The warmth was constant and the vibration was present, but the containment was intact. She sat in the intake room's chair for a long moment before calling for anyone. The room was familiar and quiet, the late afternoon light coming through the clinic's narrow windows at the angle that she associated with the transition from work time to rest time. The hour when the South Quarter's energy shifted from the practical business of the day toward the social texture of the evening. She had been in this room every day for 16 months. She knew the light in it at every hour. She knew which floorboard creaked and which chair was slightly unsteady and where the draft came in on cold mornings. She had read Peng Sumin's documentation in this room and written her intelligence summaries in this room. and had the conversations that had built the network in this room. She was going to leave this room soon. Not the clinic, which she would return to, but this specific phase in which the room was her primary strategic center. Whatever came after the seal's break would have a different center. She sat with this for one more moment. Then she called for them. She sat in the intake room with Hao Wenlin and Lien Bao and Tian Ru, who had come from the garrison once Pao's force had departed, and she told them the state of things. The seal didn't break, Lien Bao said. No, the timing was wrong. The break will come when it comes. Old Zhu's estimate was 4 to 6 weeks from the first sign, which was 5 weeks ago. I am past the center of his range. The break is imminent. Pao has gone to the capital, Tian Ru said. If the warlord comes himself, he will come himself, Suyin said. When Pao reaches the capital and reports that the situation is more complex than an elimination, the warlord will decide to come. He does not send subordinates to problems that have persisted past his subordinates' ability to resolve them. How long? 2 weeks minimum. Possibly 3. The ride from the capital to Crestfall is 12 days, and he will not come without preparation. The seal will break before then, Tian Ru said. Yes. She kept her voice even. The seal will break before he arrives. When it breaks, I will emerge at whatever cultivation level the accumulation produces. I need the city to be in the state we have prepared. The documentation in the capital, the garrison aligned, Shen Daokai's force positioned, the South Quarter network active. Everything is in position, Tian Ru said. The tribunal review is in its 4th week, Hao Wenlin said. The advocate's office sent a message yesterday. Preliminary determination expected in 9 days. 9 days. The preliminary determination would become public. The capital factions would move. The warlord's court would begin to crack, not dramatically, not all at once, but in the specific way that pressure-tested structures cracked, at the weak points, quietly at first, and then everywhere at once. 9 days, she said. Tell me what else I need to know. They told her. Hao Wenlin. The clinic's intake queue had grown by 30% in the past 2 weeks, which was the specific pattern that emerged when a city was anxious, when political uncertainty entered a community's atmosphere. People came to the doctor. He had been seeing twice the normal volume of minor complaints that were really anxiety presenting as something else. He had been treating the anxiety as well as the complaints. The South Quarter was paying attention to what was happening, even if no one could have named exactly what was happening. Lien Bao. The route riders were running normally. The eastern settlements had received their quarterly pharmaceutical resupply, and 3 of them had sent messages back through the route asking about the unrest in the city. She had sent back standard reassurances. The situation is being managed. The routes will continue. She had not told the settlements more than they needed to know, which was the correct calibration. Tian Ru. Pao's force had passed the northern garrison road post on its way back, riding hard. She had a contact at the post, and the report was that Pao had been in poor temper and his officers had been silent. The 14 loyal soldiers were maintaining their positions. Rong Wei had been badly shaken by the day's encounter and was spending most of his time in his quarters, which was not a problem. A Rong Wei who was frightened into inaction was preferable to a Rong Wei who was frightened into bad decisions. Shen Daokai, through Chen Fei, the lordship's forces were positioned at the eastern buffer zone, 2 days' ride from Crestfall. The council had been briefed. The formal neutrality declaration had been prepared and would be filed in the capital concurrently with any military movement from the Dominion. The network was intact. The political machinery was in motion. The city was as prepared as it could be. The seal, she said. Today it didn't break. It's close. How close? Lien Bao asked. Close enough that it will happen before the warlord arrives. Old Zhu's estimate was 4 to 6 weeks from the first sign. I am at 5 weeks now. The seal did not break today because the posture was wrong. I couldn't hold the full stillness with Pao in the building. She paused. It will break in the next few days. And you'll need the back room. And I'll need the back room. Lien Bao nodded with the specific precision of someone who had been planning logistics around this for 2 months and was ready. 9 days, she said. Tell me what else I need to know. The city was functioning. The plan was proceeding. The seal was vibrating with the patient certainty of something that had been accumulating for 14 months and was almost finished accumulating. She was, she thought, as ready as she would be. And whatever happened next, she had built the conditions for it to go correctly. Chapter 47. The seal at 18 months. The pressure vessel cracks day 531. 18 months since the iron bar dropped back into its bracket. She woke at the 4th watch, not by choice, but because the warmth at her sternum was no longer warm. It was hot. The specific heat of energy constrained past the point where constraint was comfortable, and it woke her the way a pain woke you. Not sharply, but with the insistent persistence of something your body could no longer ignore. She lay still and assessed. The vibration in the iron shell was no longer a vibration. It was a high, continuous note, the kind of structural resonance that preceded fracture in materials under sustained pressure. Old Ju had described this as the third sign. After the third sign, 1 to 2 hours, she sat up and dressed with the precision of someone who had rehearsed this moment. Dark robe, copper hairpin. She had decided, at some point in the preceding weeks, that she would be dressed in the same plain clothes she had worn for 18 months when this happened. There was a specificity to that choice that felt correct to her. The person who would emerge from this was not going to announce herself through costume. She was going to emerge as herself. She opened the door. Lien Bao was already awake, sitting in the intake room's chair with a cup of tea and the particular quality of someone who had been awake for an hour waiting for exactly this. Third sign. Lien Bao said. Yes. Lien Bao handed her the tea. Drink. Then back room. Suyin drank the tea. It was the right temperature. Lien Bao had known to have it ready, which meant she had been tracking the seal's progression more closely than Suyin had realized. Who else needs to know? Suyin asked. I've already sent to Hao Wenlin. He's 10 minutes away. I'll send to Tian Ru and Shun Daokai's contact when you're in position. Lien Bao met her eyes. You need to be in position before anyone else arrives. The back room needs to be quiet for at least the first hour. Suyin looked at her. You've been planning this for 2 months, she said. Someone had to plan the logistics of a seal breaking, Lien Bao said. You were busy planning everything else. Suyin set down the teacup. She went to the back room. She sat in the sutra's deepest stillness, the posture that she had practiced every day for 18 months, and that her body knew the way it knew breathing. She let her awareness settle at the seal boundary, where the iron shell was vibrating with the high, continuous note of something about to end. The back room was the right place. She had known this for months, not the specific room in advance, but the category, a private space in the building she had made her own, surrounded by the accumulated evidence of 18 months of real work. The supply shelves, the record books, the concealment panel with its oilskin documents, the worn chair that Hao Wenlin used when he came back here to think. The room smelled of medicinal compounds and old wood, and the specific cold morning quality of a space that had been in use for a long time. She had spent 8 months in this room, planning and assessing and thinking. The room knew her. She knew it. She settled her awareness at the seal boundary and let the sutra's stillness extend outward until her perception of the room's physical texture faded to a general sense of safe enclosure, and the seal became the only thing she was attending to. The vibration had a specific quality now. In the early months it had been faint and structural, the background hum of a containment field doing its work. As it had filled it had become a presence, a weight, a specific density that she was always aware of even when she was not attending to it. Now it was a high, clear note, the resonance of a structure that had reached the edge of its design capacity and was beginning to communicate that fact to everything around it. Old Ju had described this as the third sign. After the third sign, 1 to 2 hours. She had approximately 90 minutes. She thought, briefly, about everything that was happening in the city outside this room. The 9 days until the preliminary determination. The warlord riding hard toward the capital to find a way to suppress what could not be suppressed. Lady Fang's cultivator on the eastern road, carrying a message that would rearrange Lady Fang's calculation. Shen Daokai's forces positioned at the buffer zone. Tian Ru's loyal 14 at their posts. Everything was in motion. Everything was proceeding. The external world was managing itself with the specific competence of a network that had been built to function without its architect at the center. She was not needed out there right now. She was needed here. The Hollow Vessel Sutra's final instruction, the one she had memorized last and understood only now, when the vessel breaks, do not direct the release. The release knows where to go. Trust the accumulation. She had not known, at 19, reading this by lamplight with her grandmother's voice in her ears, what the accumulation would be. She had not known it would be iron marrow and heaven fracture chi and every small chi breath thread from every person who had decided she was nothing. She had not known it would carry, in its crystallized density, the flavor of every dismissal, every contempt, every confident assumption that she could be safely expended. She knew now. The iron shell cracked. She trusted the accumulation. And the seal broke. Chapter 48. Before the break. One last night of sealed cultivation. This chapter does not begin the morning after. It begins the evening before. The last evening that the seal was whole. The last night that Wei Suyin existed in the particular form she had been for 18 months. She had spent the evening before the break writing in her journal. Not the coded medical journal. A different document. One she had been composing for 6 months and finishing now, in the last evening, with the precision of someone completing a work that needed to be exactly right. It was addressed to no one in particular. It was the account of 18 months, written as honestly as she knew how to write anything. She wrote about her grandmother in the morning with the manual. She wrote about the iron bar dropping into the bracket. She wrote about the road east and the frost and the grain cart and the first absorption event from the young cultivators at the square. She wrote about how Wenlin's face when she told him who she was, and he decided to trust her anyway. She wrote about Tian Ru sitting in the intake chair with a bruised rib and looking at her as though she was something worth looking at. She wrote about Lian Bao's question, "Are you happy?" and the answer she had given and the answer she still thought about. She wrote about the inspection tour morning, sitting at the clerk's table while Heaven Fracture Chi poured into her seal's boundary, and she wrote quarterly schedule documents with exact professional precision. She wrote about the way the seal had jumped in density, the way she had understood in the moment that the timeline had compressed, the way she had walked home in the spring air counting her breaths. She wrote about Lu Ping and the private search and the cold assessment she had made of her own planning error. She wrote about the trap at the merchant road and the detained cultivator's face when she had understood what she was looking at. She wrote about today, Pao Jiulong in the clinic doorway, the weight of his heaven fracture contempt rolling into her seal with the density of a man who had spent 30 years being the heaviest thing in every room. She wrote about the moment she had shifted from Su Yan's voice to her own and said the soldier's name, Fong Bolu, and watched the general calculate. She wrote about the seal's warmth going constant in the moment she had named every piece of what she knew, and the 2-hour countdown beginning, and Pao leaving. She wrote, "He left because the calculation was wrong for him. He came to eliminate a problem and found a legal proceeding. He came to find a concubine and found someone who knew his crimes precisely. He came to Crestfall with force and found a city that had been prepared to resist him without visibly resisting him." She wrote, "I built this city. Not literally, not architecturally, but the version of it that met him today, the garrison that followed procedures, the prefect who cited the tribunal filing, the South Quarter clinic that did not flinch. That version is the one I built over 18 months. He walked into a city that had learned, in pieces, to be something other than what he assumed." She wrote, "This is the thing the sutra does not name, but implies throughout. The accumulation is not just the chi at the seal boundary. The accumulation is everything you build while the seal is filling. The technique is not only a cultivation method. It is a method for building a different world while the one you are surviving tries to continue as if you are not there." She looked at this sentence for a long time. Then she wrote, "I am still here. Fong Bolu is still here, in the documentation that left for the capital 4 weeks ago. The people of these settlements, who have been receiving 30% less than they were reported as receiving for 8 years, they are still here, in the 43 signatures and the settlement delivery records. I am not building only for myself. I haven't been for a long time." She wrote about Lu Ping and the private search and the cold assessment she had made of her own planning error. She wrote about the trap at the merchant road and the detained cultivator's face when she had understood what she was looking at. She wrote, "I was expended. I was cast out as worthless by a man who could only see the visible measure of things, and I chose to build in the space his blindness created." She wrote, "The sutra gave me a mechanism. The mechanism required that I actually build a life. In building a life to operate the mechanism, I built a life that was worth having independent of the mechanism." She wrote, "The seal did not protect me. I protected myself, and the seal held what I gathered. When it breaks, what it releases is mine. Mine in the specific sense of having been accumulated through my work, my patience, my choices, and the 14 months of genuine presence in a place I chose." She wrote, "Whatever comes after the break, whoever I am when I emerge, I want her to know this. The power she will carry was earned. Every thread of it. And the people who gave it to her, by underestimating her, were also teachers, in the way that obstacles are teachers. They showed me what I was building against and what I was building toward." She closed the journal. She put it in the concealment space with the case documents, in case it was needed later. She sat for a while in the quiet clinic, listening to the South Quarter settle into its late evening sounds, the last voices of the night market fading, the distant sound of the river, a dog somewhere, a child being called in. She was a woman with nothing, who had spent 18 months making something from that nothing. She was almost done with that version of herself. The specific grief of it. She had not known, when she walked out of the Iron Crest compound gate 18 months ago, that the version of herself she would build in Crestfall would be the most authentic version she had ever been. In the compound, she had been shaped by requirement, the specific shape of someone navigating a political environment that was hostile to every quality that made her who she was. She had been compressed in the compound, the same way the seal had been compressed, and the exile had been the release that allowed her to expand into the correct form. She did not want to lose Su Yan. Not the name. The name was a tool, and she would set it aside without grief. But the specific person who had been an intake worker and a route rider and a petitioner and a maker of careful teas for patients who needed something more than medicine, that person had been real and good and worth being. She would carry her. The power that was about to release would not erase her. It would carry her the same way a river carried what it had accumulated in the mountains. The river at the delta was not the river at the source, but the water was the same water. She let herself grieve the specific version for the exact right amount of time, not too long, not too brief. The same calibrated grief she had given to the compound's small kindnesses the first morning on the road. Then she set it in the room that had been waiting for it, and she went to sleep, and she woke 4 hours later to the warmth that would not stop, and she dressed, and she drank the tea that Lien Bao had ready, and she went to the back room. And the seal broke. And what it released was everything she had earned. End of Step 4, Chapter 49. The Warlord comes himself. Deng Hauran arrived in Crestfall border city on the 19th day of the 5th month. He came with 80 soldiers, 6 cultivators, the highest ranked at Heaven Fracture, the lowest at Iron Marrow, and the household adjutant who managed his personal affairs. He did not send advance notice. He arrived as power arrived when it had decided that the time for procedure was past. Suyin had known he was coming for 6 days. Tian Ru's network at the Northern Road had tracked the force's progress from the first day it crossed the garrison checkpoint 200 li north. The contact at the Northern Road post had sent daily messages through Pear Blossom's secondary channel, brief, precise, the kind of reporting that produced exactly what was needed and no more. She had read the 6 daily messages in order, and each one had told her not just where the force was but what character it had. The first message, 80 soldiers, 6 cultivators, no supply train. No supply train meant a fast-moving operation, not a siege or occupation. He was coming to resolve a specific problem, not to hold territory. The second message, the force was maintaining garrison discipline, eating at regular hours, setting proper night watches, not commandeering from the road villages. This told her he was not in a state of rage or recklessness. He was managing this as a military operation, which meant he was still calculating. The third, the force was traveling at moderate pace, not forced march. He was allowing time to think. She processed each message in the same way she had processed all intelligence for 18 months, with precise attention to what was stated, what was implied, and what was absent. What she concluded, Deng Hauran was coming to Crestfall because he had assessed the situation and decided that a personal presence was the correct response. He was not coming in panic, not in rage. He was coming the way someone came to a problem they intended to manage. This told her he still believed he was managing the problem. She needed to show him, without humiliating him, that the situation was beyond management in the original sense and was already in the process of resolution in a different sense. The distinction mattered. A man who felt humiliated became unpredictable. A man who understood a changed calculation became manageable. She had been building toward this specific understanding for 6 months. The understanding that the confrontation with the Warlord was not a defeat and humiliate operation, but a reframe the terms of engagement operation. The court's resources, the Dominion's administrative capacity, the legitimate governance function. These were things she had no interest in destroying. The specific corruption that had attached to them was what she had been working to remove. She needed him to see the difference. She believed, based on what she had been able to observe about him through 3 years in the compound and 6 months of studying his administrative actions from the outside, that he was capable of seeing it. She was not naive about this. She was precise. 6 days after the seal had broken, she used those 6 days to complete 3 things. The first, recovery. The break had been, old Zhu had been right, extraordinary. Not painful, in the way that injuries were painful. More like the specific physical recalibration of a body that had been carrying something for 18 months and had set it down, or rather, had detonated it, and was now processing the aftermath of that detonation. She had spent the first 2 days in the back room. Not ill. Hao Wenlin had checked her meridians twice and reported them clear, strong, and expanding in the way of a practitioner at the beginning of a significant cultivation advance. But present in her body in a way she had not been for 18 months, feeling the pathways that had been sealed and were now open, the specific flooding warmth of qi circulation after 18 months of compression. The break itself had taken approximately 4 hours. She had been in the stillness posture, in full sutra discipline, when the iron shell had reached its final frequency and fractured. She had been ready, not because she could have predicted the precise moment, but because she had been practicing the readiness for 18 months and the readiness had become second nature. The first hour had been the release itself, the accumulated qi flooding into her meridian pathways in the managed progression that the posture facilitated. There had been heat, significant, sustained heat across her sternum, in through her shoulders and down her arms. The specific sensation of pathways that had been closed for 18 months receiving what they had been blocked from for all that time. Not painful, more like the release of a held breath, extended over an hour. The second hour had been adaptation. Her cultivation pathways reorganizing around the influx, the original condensed pulse structure expanding into its new iron marrow configuration with the specific quality of growth that happens correctly. Not forced, not fragile, but the natural expansion of something that had been prepared through 18 months of careful, constrained development. The third and fourth hours had been integration, sitting with the new state, testing the pathways, circulating slowly, and feeling how the density had changed. The seal boundary layer, which had been the defining feature of her internal experience for 18 months, was gone. In its place, open pathways, the specific depth of iron marrow, and the sutra's signature recognition sense that had been developing at the boundary layer and was now her own internal perception tool rather than the sutra's mechanism. She had emerged from the posture at the second hour of the morning and gone to the intake desk and sat in her usual chair and felt, for the first time in 18 months, that she was in her body without a foreign structure interposed. It was specific and remarkable, and she did not discuss it with anyone for 2 days, because some things needed to be processed internally before they could be talked about without being distorted by the talking. Her cultivation had emerged at iron marrow, specifically, at a level she assessed as iron marrow upper tier, the result of 18 months of compressed condensed pulse plus hollow vessel sutra accumulation. This was approximately what old Zhu had predicted. It was more than she had been when sealed. It was considerably less than the sovereign will of the man who was coming. She had never planned to meet him on cultivation terms. The second thing she completed in the 6 days, communication. Professor Wei Changqiu's message had arrived on day 3 after the break, forwarded through Hao Wenlin's correspondence channel. The preliminary determination from the administrative tribunal had been issued. General Pao Jiulong and 3 named contractors were under formal investigation. Assets were frozen. The general had been summoned to the capital for administrative hearing. Pao had not complied with the summons. He had, instead, ridden north. He would arrive in Crestfall 3 days after the Warlord. This was a complication she had not fully anticipated, but not a fatal one. Pao's defiance of the summons was itself a violation of the Dominion's administrative law. It added to the case against him rather than subtracting from it. And his arrival in Crestfall, where the tribunal's preliminary determination was already public record, would create a political situation that the Warlord would have to manage in full view of the city's administrative and commercial networks. She filed it and adjusted. The third thing, she told the South Quarter, not through official announcement, through the network, through the clinic's patients, through the route riders, through the night market's informal communications. The message was specific. The Warlord is coming to Crestfall. The South Quarter should continue its normal operations. No one should leave. The situation is under management. She used the phrase under management deliberately. It implied both that there was a situation and that there was someone managing it. This was true. She did not tell anyone what to expect from her personally. On the 19th day, Deng Haoran's force entered Crestfall from the northern road. She was at the clinic. She was wearing the plain gray robe and the copper hairpin. She had been wearing the same things for 18 months, and she continued to do so. Tian Ru sent a rider to the clinic at the 9th hour. He is at the garrison. He has demanded a briefing on the city's administrative situation. Commander Tian Ru is providing the briefing. She sat with the knowledge that the man who had expelled her, the man she had been building toward for 18 months, was in the garrison 30 streets away and was receiving a briefing from a woman who had spent the same 18 months preparing for this meeting. She waited. She did not wait long. Chapter 50. The final network activation. The message she had prepared 6 months ago went out on the morning of the Warlord's second day in Crestfall. It was not a single message. It was a coordinated communication across every layer of the network, arriving at each node through its specific channel at approximately the same hour. To the South Quarter's petition community, the legal proceeding against General Pao has been initiated in the capital. Your signed testimonies are part of the formal record. You will be contacted by an advocate representative within the next 30 days. To the pharmaceutical route settlements, the Eastern Garrison supply shortfalls you have documented are part of an active tribunal proceeding. Your delivery records have been formally submitted as evidence. The situation is being resolved through legitimate channels. To Madame Tao's commercial network, the supply fraud documentation is in the capital's tribunal. The political situation in the Dominion is in transition. Those who maintain neutrality through the transition will find their position with the incoming administrative structure unchanged. Those who cooperate with active obstruction of the tribunal proceeding will not. To Commander Tian Ru, the garrison loyal contingent should be on standby, as of this morning. Standard positions, standard visible duties. Do not escalate. Do not retreat. To Shin Daokai, the warlord is in the city. The documentation is active. Your force at the eastern border should maintain position but not advance unless you receive a specific signal from me. The signal will be 3 messages in succession. To Professor Wei Changqiu, the warlord has come to Crestfall in person. Please communicate to the progressive faction's leadership that the situation here should be treated as corroborating evidence of the urgency of the tribunal proceeding. The fact of his personal intervention in a border city administrative matter confirms the political sensitivity of the supply fraud case. Each of these messages was calibrated to activate the specific capacity of the network node it was sent to, without requiring any node to take actions that exceeded its capacity or its willingness. She had built the network carefully for exactly this reason. Each node did what it could do, and together they created a pressure that no single force could generate. The warlord had 80 soldiers and 6 cultivators and the weight of 17 years of absolute power in the Iron Crest Dominion. She had 43 petition signatures and pharmaceutical route riders and a tea-house information network and a garrison commander and a minor lordship's army at the border and a capital advocate and a professor who was communicating with the progressive faction. None of these things were weapons in the conventional sense. All of them were leverage. She had learned, in 18 months, that leverage was more durable than weapons. The activation of the network was not invisible. She had not designed it to be invisible. She had designed it to be legible to the right people in the right way. The South Quarters residents, reading the pharmaceutical route message, understood that something significant was resolving and that they had been part of making it resolve. The Commercial Quarters Guild members, receiving Madame Tao's carefully relayed communication about the political transition, were making individual calculations about which side of the transition offered them more stability. The garrison's loyal soldiers, positioned at their posts in Tian Ru's briefing structure, were ready to follow her authority over Rong Wei's if the choice became necessary. All of this was visible to anyone who was looking. Deng Haoran was a man who had survived 17 years by knowing what was happening in his territory. She expected him to see it. She expected him to understand, when he saw it, what it meant, that the city had been comprehensively prepared for his arrival in ways that his force structure and cultivation advantage did not counter. She expected him to be intelligent enough to respond to this correctly. She wanted to meet him. She had not, until this moment, gone to the garrison. She had come to the clinic, worked the intake desk, treated a patient with a persistent cough and another with a cut from a market accident, and she had let Deng Haoran find what the city was before she gave him the chance to find her. This was the same principle she had applied to Shin Daokai. Let them come to you. Let them see the work before they see the person doing it. If the work is real, it speaks first. She wanted to meet him. By the afternoon of the warlord's second day, the network was fully activated and moving. She wanted to meet him. Chapter 51. The seal breaks. This is not a chapter that belongs in the sequence of days. It belongs here, between the network's activation and the final confrontation, because it is the fulcrum on which everything else turns. The seal had broken 6 days before the warlord arrived. In the stillness of the back room at the hour before dawn, the iron shell had reached the final frequency and fractured all at once. Not like a cracked pot, not with a slow propagation of breaks, but with the specific completeness of a structure that had been compressed past its maximum and then decompressed in a single event. She had felt it as the sutra's text described it. A release, not a release of something from the seal into her, but a release of the barrier between what she already was and what she had accumulated being allowed to exist in the same space. The experience was not what the theoretical texts about cultivation advances described. Those texts, without exception, described advancement as a dramatic, powerful event. Qi surging, body transforming, meridians opening with the force of a dam breaking. These descriptions were written by people who had advanced through conventional cultivation methods, through the gradual compression and sudden expansion that standard practice produced. Her advance was not that. It was more like a flood filling a valley that had been prepared for it. The valley, her meridians, her dantian, her cultivation pathways, had spent 18 months being shaped by the seal's pressure, expanded in the way that water expands the banks of a channel over years. When the seal broke, the accumulated qi had space precisely calibrated to receive it. It poured in without resistance. The lack of resistance was, she thought, the most remarkable thing about it. She had expected effort. She had expected strain. Old Zhu had warned her about the potential for meridian damage, about the risk of the influx being too fast for the pathways to channel. There was no strain. The pathways had been ready for months. The Hollow Vessel Sutra had been preparing not just the accumulation, but the vessel. The name was not metaphorical. The qi had not overwhelmed her. This was partly the posture, the stillness that provided the meridian structure for the influx. But it was also, she thought, the 18 months of adaptation. Her body had been carrying the weight of the sealed accumulation for so long that when the container disappeared, what was inside was already shaped to fit her. She had emerged into iron marrow upper tier the way you emerged from an illness that had passed. Not dramatically, not with fanfare, but with the specific clarity of a body that had finished something difficult and was now, cleanly, in the state on the other side of it. She had sat in the stillness for 2 hours after the break, not because she needed to, but because she wanted to be precise about what had changed and what had not. What had changed? She could circulate qi again, freely, for the first time in 18 months. She could feel the meridian pathways as she had before the seal, but expanded. The accumulation had not only added power, it had refined the pathways themselves. The way water cutting through rock over years creates a channel that is deeper and smoother than the original. She could feel cultivators in her vicinity. Not just the crude present sense of someone carrying cultivation energy, but the specific signature sense that the sutra had been developing for 18 months. She recognized individuals by the flavor of their qi. She recognized Tian Ru's efficient, disciplined iron marrow from 30 paces when the commander arrived at the clinic that morning. She recognized Shun Daokai's jade core when he entered the city. She would recognize Deng Haoran by the compressed, absolute weight of sovereign well before she saw his face. What had not changed? She was still wearing the gray robe, still had the copper hairpin, still sitting in the South Quarter clinic that she had been operating for 18 months. None of the work changed. The power changed what she could do in the final confrontation. The work was what created the conditions for the confrontation to happen. She rose from the posture and went to the intake desk and sorted the morning's records. Hao Wenlin came in at the 7th hour and looked at her with the careful, reading attention of a physician assessing a patient. "How do you feel?" he said. "Clear," she said. "Precise. Exactly how I expected to feel." He nodded. He made tea. The day began. Chapter 52. What iron marrow feels like after 18 months of compression. She spent the first 3 days after the break relearning her own body. Not because it had changed in ways she didn't recognize. She had been condensed pulse before. She knew what cultivation circulation felt like. But iron marrow was a different category of experience, and the specific quality of the accumulation she had received through the sutra gave the iron marrow a character she had not read about in any text. Her qi was dense in the way of accumulated rather than refined power. It had not been cultivated through standard methods, through the patient daily practice of circulation and compression that produced typical iron marrow. It had been deposited, layer by layer, from external sources, and then compressed by the seal until the original condensed pulse and the accumulated qi had merged into something that carried the flavors of its origins. She could feel this. When she circulated, she could feel the layers. The original condensed pulse cultivation she had refined for 3 years in the compound, thin and precise and very hers. The accumulated qi breath threads from the road and the early months, small and individual. The iron marrow from the convoy guard, thick and structural. The jade core from Shun Daokai's inadvertent surge, crystalline and deep. And through everything, lacing it together like thread through fabric. Heaven fracture, from 2 events with the most powerful cultivators she had encountered. Pao's inspection tour. Pao's arrival at the clinic. The heaven fracture component was the one she could not yet fully access. It was present in her meridians, but the pathways for channeling it were at the edge of her current capacity. She could feel it the way you felt a room you could see through a glass door, but could not yet open. She sent a message to old Zhu on the 3rd day. "The break has occurred as projected. I would like to schedule a consultation. The specific question is the heaven fracture component's current state and development trajectory." Old Zhu's response arrived within 2 days. "Come at your earliest convenience. I have been anticipating this consultation for 6 months." She went on the 4th day, which was also the day she received the tribunal acceptance notification, and the same day, she received the first of Tian Ru's 6 daily messages about the Warlord's approaching force. She rode to the North Route cottage in the early morning, before the clinic's morning session, and spent 2 hours with old Zhu. His assessment of the post-break meridian structure took 1 hour. He worked with the careful, specific attention of a formation master who was examining something he had been theorizing about for months, and was comparing the reality to the theory with the focused delight of a scholar whose predictions have been confirmed and exceeded simultaneously. "The heaven fracture component is more integrated than I expected," he said, after the hour. In a standard accumulation case, the absorbed qi from higher-ranked sources would sit separately in the meridian structure, incorporated but distinct, accessible with significant effort. In your case, The 18 months of seal compression have forced a deeper integration. The heaven fracture chi is not sitting on top of your iron marrow baseline. It has become part of it. What does that mean for the development trajectory? She said. It means the heaven fracture capacity will develop more naturally through cultivation practice, rather than requiring you to specifically work to access it. The door I described to you is not locked. It is simply thick. Time and practice will open it. He paused. How quickly is difficult to say? You are at the beginning of a cultivation path that has no standard model. You are not a conventional iron marrow practitioner. You are a practitioner with a compressed and integrated accumulation across multiple source ranks. The development trajectory will be your own. I can live with that, she said. I thought you might, he said. He almost smiled, which was the most expressive thing she had seen from him in 5 visits. She rode back to Crestfall with the assessment settled into the correct position in her planning, and she noted that the heaven fracture component was accessible rather than blocked, and she filed this under long-term development rather than immediate capacity, and she moved to the next task. This would develop with time and continued cultivation. For the moment, she had upper-tier iron marrow with the specific density that compressed accumulation produced, and the sutra's signature recognition sense, and 18 months of carefully built strategic infrastructure. She ran a basic circulation cycle on the morning of the 3rd day and felt the pathways respond with a smoothness that she had not expected. The seal's 18 months of shaping the meridian channels had given them a capacity that was greater than a standard newly broken iron marrow cultivator would have. She was not going to fight Dinghauern in cultivation terms, but she was not going to be effortlessly eliminated, either. She noted this and filed it under useful. She adjusted her planning for the confrontation to account for her actual capacity, which was more flexible than her pre-break planning had assumed. She ran through the confrontation's likely shapes in her mind with the precision of a tactician reviewing terrain. What he would likely say, what she needed to say, what outcomes she was building toward, and what outcomes she needed to prevent. The most important outcome she was building toward was not the warlord's capitulation. It was his understanding. A warlord who capitulated without understanding would implement the formal requirements of the tribunal proceeding while working to reverse them the moment he had political space to do so. A warlord who understood, who genuinely understood why the specific corruption had been structurally harmful and why the alternative she had built was more stable, would be, at minimum, a predictable negotiating partner in the administrative transition that needed to happen. She was not building toward a dramatic defeat. She was building toward a durable administrative outcome. She was ready. Chapter 53. The Battle of Crestfall City. It was not a battle in the conventional sense. There were no charges, no formal lines, no cultivation detonations that leveled city blocks. What happened in Crestfall on the 21st through 24th days of the 5th month was a series of engagements, legal, administrative, informational, and at 2 specific moments, directly personal, that collectively constituted what would later be called the Crestfall proceedings. On the 21st day, the administrative tribunal's preliminary determination arrived in Crestfall by official courier, delivered to Waningda's office, as proper administrative procedure required. The determination was public record. Waningda, citing his obligation to the tribunal proceeding and his administrative neutrality, posted it at the prefect's hall notice board. This was the first engagement. Before the warlord could take any administrative action in Crestfall, the city's official administrative infrastructure was formally engaged with an active capital-level proceeding in which he was a party. The notice board in the prefect's hall attracted a quiet, steady stream of readers throughout the day. She did not go to read it. She had written most of its content. She knew what it said. What she needed to monitor was the city's reaction, which she tracked through Pear Blossom's network and through the clinic's afternoon intake. The South Quarter was reading it with the focused, careful attention of a population that had been told something significant was happening and was trying to assess what it meant for them. What it meant for them, in the most practical terms. The formal record now contained the names of their community members who had signed the petition. Those names were part of a public legal proceeding in the capital. They were no longer private individuals who had taken a risk by adding their mark to a document. They were witnesses in a formal case. This changed their position. It was harder to retaliate against named witnesses in a formal proceeding than to retaliate against individuals who had signed an administrative petition. She had understood this from the beginning. She had told each of the 43 signatories, when they signed, that their names would eventually become part of a formal record, and that being part of a formal record was protective rather than exposing, because formal proceedings required formal responses. She had been right about this. The preliminary determination's public posting made the 43 signatories safer, not more vulnerable. She tracked the South Quarter's reaction throughout the day and observed what she had expected. Not celebration, not drama, but the specific quality of a community that had been holding its breath for months and was very carefully, beginning to exhale. The commercial quarters reaction, tracked through Madame Tao's relay of the guild master's communications, was more cautious and more immediately practical. The guild was calculating its position in a restructured administrative environment. The supply protocol corrections that the preliminary determination implied meant that the commercial quarters trade relationships with the eastern settlements were about to change. The settlements would have more resources, which meant more commercial activity, which meant more business for the city's established merchants. This was a version of good news that the commercial quarter understood very well. Madame Tao's message to Suyin at the end of the 21st day was brief. The guild has decided to observe formal neutrality. This meant they would not support the warlord's position actively, would not oppose the tribunal proceeding actively, and would allow whatever administrative transition was coming to proceed without commercial resistance. It was exactly what she had asked for in the activation message. The garrison, under Tian Ru's informal operational management, maintained its positions with the quiet precision that 4 days of briefing had prepared them for. Rong Wei's official authority was technically intact but practically inoperative. He was in his quarters and had been since the warlord's arrival, exercising the survival instinct of someone who understood that staying visible in this situation was more dangerous than staying absent. Tian Ru was doing the garrison's actual work, which was what she had been doing for 2 years. The difference was that now everyone knew it was what she was doing. On the 22nd day, Shun Daokai arrived in the city. His arrival was official. He came as the young lord of the Shun Lordship, with his formal retinue, to file a supplementary statement in support of the Shun Lordship's administrative complaint, which had been formally accepted by the same tribunal. This required him to speak with Waningda. It required the prefect to receive him with the correct protocol. It placed the Shun Lordship's formal position on the public record in Crestfall. Deng Haoran's cultivators watched this from the garrison. On the 23rd day, General Pao Jiulong arrived from the north. His arrival complicated the warlord's position rather than simplifying it. Pao had failed to comply with the tribunal's summons, which was itself a violation of the Dominion's administrative law. His presence in Crestfall, with the tribunal's public determination already posted, meant that the warlord now had a general in open defiance of a legitimate legal proceeding standing beside him. Suyin had not planned this. She had anticipated it. The warlord spent the 23rd day in the garrison, conducting conversations she was not present for, but whose outcomes she could infer from the pattern of Tian Ru's subsequent messages. The garrison's formal command structure was not cooperating with directives that appeared to conflict with the tribunal proceeding. This was not insubordination. It was administrative scrupulousness, the kind that Waningda had been modeling for the past 24 hours, which the garrison's procedurally minded officers were adopting as their own protection. On the 24th day, Deng Haoran came to the clinic. He came with 2 cultivators and no administrative trappings. He came as a man who had decided that the procedural layers were not working and that he needed to address the situation directly. She was at the intake desk. She felt him coming from 100 paces, sovereign will at full presence, not amplified, not hostile, just present in the way that only the highest-level cultivators were present, a weight in the chi field of the surrounding area that altered the texture of everything within its range. She sat still. She circulated quietly, keeping her own chi contained, not hidden, not amplified, simply present in the way that iron marrow was present, the steady density of someone who had been building something specific for a long time. The door opened. Deng Haoran walked in. She looked at him. 17 years of warlord's authority. 47 years of life. A face she had last seen at a household function 3 months before her expulsion, when she had been invisible to him in the precise way of a third concubine at a gathering of political significance. He had not looked at her then. He looked at her now. He looked at her for a long moment. He was reading her cultivation. She could feel the sovereign will's attention, light and precise, assessing. She saw the moment when he understood what he was reading. Not a dramatic change in his face. A small, specific recalibration, the kind that came from finding something where you had expected to find nothing. Iron marrow, he said. Upper tier, she confirmed. He was quiet. You were condensed pulse when I expelled you, he said. Yes. The seal didn't work the way your physician expected, she said. He placed an iron suppression seal. It held my cultivation in. It didn't account for what was added to the outside of it. She kept her voice as level and precise as she kept it when she was giving a patient their treatment plan. The technique is called the Hollow Vessel Sutra. It operates through underestimation events. Every person who dismissed me fed the seal. You employed a great many such people in your court, and you sent them east. He looked at her for a long moment. The documentation in the capital, he said. Real. Complete. Currently in the tribunal's formal custody. Pal has been summoned to the capital for administrative hearing and has declined to appear, which is itself a tribunal violation. He was quiet again. She watched him process this, not with visible distress, but with the cold, calculating attention of a man who had been managing power for 2 decades and who understood, without needing to be told in detail, when the calculation had fundamentally shifted. "What do you want?" he said. This was the question she had been preparing an answer to for 18 months. She gave him the answer. Before she gave him the answer, she looked at him for one moment. The specific moment of assessing whether a conversation partner was genuinely ready to hear what you had to say, or was still in the posture of someone who had decided in advance what they were going to hear. He was genuinely ready. She could see it in the way his attention had changed over the past 10 minutes. He had arrived with the controlled, evaluative posture of a man managing a situation, and the posture had gradually shifted into something more direct. He was no longer managing. He was listening. This was the correct precondition. She gave him the answer. Chapter 54. Deng Haoran and Wei Suyin. First and only equal ground, what I want, she said, is the following. Not as a demand, as a statement of what the situation requires. He was still, in the way of powerful people who had decided to listen. General Pao must respond to the tribunal summons, she said. Not because I am asking him to. Because the Dominion's administrative law requires it. And a warlord whose general is in open defiance of the law's authority is a warlord whose legitimacy depends on whether the law is enforced selectively. She paused. The supply fraud documentation is complete and in the tribunal's possession. The case will proceed regardless of anything that happens in this room. The outcome of the case, the supply contractor's criminal liability, the general's administrative removal, is not a bargaining position. It is the legal result of documented violations. He looked at her steadily. She continued. The Shin Lordship's administrative complaint is also active. The tribunal's determination on that matter will affect your court's relationship with every minor lordship in the Eastern Territories for the next 20 years. How you respond to it, specifically whether you respond through the formal administrative process or through force, will determine whether the tribunal's determination appears to be a legal resolution or an excuse for military suppression. She let that sit. What I am offering you, she said, is the following. My knowledge of the full extent of the network I have built here. Not as a threat, as information. You need to understand what is in place in the border territories, because it is yours to govern, and governing it correctly requires knowing what is actually here. You're offering to tell me how to manage what you built, he said. It was not contemptuous. It was reading. I am telling you that the border territories have been developing administrative and social infrastructure that the capital court does not know about. Some of it is what I built. Some of it was here before me and I organized. If you choose to acknowledge it and work with it, you have a functional Eastern administrative zone. If you choose to destroy it, you have a destabilized border that will be a problem for years. He was quiet for a long time. Outside, the South Quarter was going about its afternoon. She could hear, distantly, the covered market and the sound of the river and a child somewhere calling for its mother. He was thinking. She did not fill the silence. She had learned, over 18 months of conversations that mattered, that the silence after the essential statement was as important as the statement itself. The silence was where the other person's genuine processing happened. Filling it with supplementary argument interrupted that processing and usually weakened rather than strengthened the position. She observed him in the silence. He was a man who was accustomed to being the most powerful thing in a room, and he was managing the specific dissonance of sitting in a South Quarter clinic across from an Iron Marrow-ranked former third concubine who had just described the complete architecture of a challenge to his court with the calm precision of someone presenting a medical diagnosis. She had not shouted at him. She had not expressed rage or grief or the weight of 18 months of hard work. She had presented the situation in the Register of Professional Assessment, which was the only register he was accustomed to taking seriously from someone who was not a recognized political or military peer. She had made herself his peer, not through cultivation rank. He could have her in the air in seconds, and they both knew it. Through information architecture, through having built the only complete picture of what was actually happening in his Eastern Territories. He did not like this, but he was intelligent enough to recognize it. She waited. You were third concubine, he said. You were expelled for infidelity. Fabricated charge. Lady Fong Liuqing's work. She kept her voice flat. You chose to believe it because it was convenient. I am not asking you to account for that. I'm telling you what I did with it. He looked at her. The fabrication, he said. You've chosen not to make it the center of the case. Yes. Why? She had expected this question. She had prepared an honest answer. Because the fabrication is one person's act of political expediency, she said. The supply fraud is 8 years of systematic extraction from communities that had no recourse. The Shun lordship situation is 15 years of escalating administrative pressure on vassal territories. These are structural harms that have affected thousands of people. The fabricated charge against me is a personal harm to one person. She paused. I chose to build the case around the harms that were structural and provable and affected many people rather than around the harm that was personal and would have made the case about my history rather than about the Dominion's governance failures. He was quiet for a moment. You could have done both, he said. Yes, she said. I could have. I chose not to. The conversation between them held the weight of that choice. She had given up the most personal and visceral part of her case, the part that would have been most satisfying in the straightforward sense, in order to keep the case's center on the structural harms that most needed addressing. He understood this. She could see him understanding it. He was a man who made strategic calculations, and he was recognizing a strategic calculation that was unusual in its specific quality. She had given up personal satisfaction in order to be more effective at the impersonal goal. What do you want for yourself? He said. She had thought about this too. I want formal documentation of my discharge from the Iron Crest household, she said. Not expulsion under a fabricated charge. Discharge by mutual agreement, with the seal's removal acknowledged as complete. I want formal administrative standing in Crestfall Border City, either as a recognized official advisor to the prefect's office or as an independent administrative consultant with formal standing in tribunal proceedings. She paused. And I want the Eastern Border Territory Supply Protocol reviewed and corrected, with oversight from the tribunal rather than from General Pau's office. He looked at her for a long moment. That's not a personal demand, he said. No, she said. Most of it isn't. He was quiet. The discharge documentation, he said. The fabrication in the charge, it becomes part of the official record when the discharge is recharacterized. Yes, she said. Lady Fong's name does not appear in the tribunal case. But the discharge recharacterization creates its own record. The recharacterization is sufficient for my purposes. She watched him calculate this. The recharacterization protected Fong Luqing from formal tribunal proceedings, but created an administrative record that would follow her. This was precisely calibrated. Enough accountability to be meaningful, not enough to be purely punitive. He recognized the calibration. You built all of this, he said slowly. In 18 months. With no cultivation access. With 50 silver and a seal. Yes. Why are you telling me the method, he said. You could have simply let the tribunal case play out. She looked at him. Because the method is not the threat, she said. The method is the demonstration. I am showing you what is possible when someone the Dominion has decided is worthless decides to use what they have. She kept her voice even. I am not the only person the Dominion has discarded. I am simply the one who came to your attention first. He sat with this. It was, she thought, the truest thing she had said to him. Not the legal conditions, not the demands. Those were technical. This was the substance. He was a man who had built an empire by measuring everything by its visible value. He had expelled her because her visible value was below the cost of keeping her. He had not been wrong, by his own system's logic. He had simply been working with a system that had a fatal blind spot. I will speak to Pao about the tribunal, he said finally. And I will review the discharge documentation. He rose. At the door, he turned. Wei Suyin, he said. She met his eyes. I made a poor calculation, he said. It was not an apology. It was an acknowledgement, which from a man like Deng Howren was a considerably rarer thing. Yes, she said. You did. He left. She sat in the empty intake room for a long moment. The conversation had taken approximately 40 minutes. In that 40 minutes, she had covered the structure of the entire case, the personal demands, the structural demands, and the core argument that the Dominion's blind spot was a governance problem rather than just a political problem. She ran through it mentally, checking for anything she had missed or stated poorly. She found 2 places where she could have been more precise, but nothing that required correction. The conversation had been what she had planned for. Clear, specific, not emotionally escalated, and oriented toward the future rather than the past. She had not performed rage at him. She had not performed grief. She had not told him the specific details of what the seal's 18 months had been like, or what it had felt like to walk out of the compound gate with 50 silver and a maid who refused to leave, or what the first winter in Crestfall had done to her reserves, or any of the 1,000 specific difficulties of the life she had built. She had not told him these things because they were not relevant to the conversation she needed to have with him. The personal suffering was real and documented in her journal, in the concealment space in the back room, in the record of 18 months of careful daily work. It did not need to be presented to the Warlord. He was not the audience for it. She had kept those things for herself, and for the people who deserved to know them. Hao Wenlin, who had been there. Lian Bao, who had been there. Tianru, who had arrived later and learned the earlier months through the conversations they had had. Old Zhu, who had examined the seals 6 times and seen the accumulation's architecture directly. The Warlord had received the version that served the outcome. He had left with what she needed him to leave with, a changed calculation, a set of formal commitments, and the understanding that the specific person he had decided was worthless had spent 18 months demonstrating exactly how wrong that decision was. Whether he would honor the commitments, she would monitor through the tribunal's proceedings and through her own administrative channels. She did not trust his good faith on principle. She trusted the specific circumstances that made good faith the most rational course of action. The circumstances were robust. She had designed them to be. She sat in the empty intake room for a long moment. Then she made tea, because there was more work to do, and tea helped. Chapter 55. Lady Feng Liuqing's choice. Lady Feng Liuqing arrived in Crestfall 2 days after the Warlord. She came without official announcement and with only 2 attendants, which meant she had come on her own initiative rather than on official business. She came to the South Quarter Clinic at the hour when she knew, from her information network, that Suyin would be there. Suyin had been expecting her. Not in the specific sense of having tracked her departure from the capital. She did not have a source in the Warlord's inner court who could have told her when Feng Liuqing left. But in the structural sense, the situation demanded that Feng Liuqing come. The fabricated charge was a thread in the case, even though Suyin had chosen not to make it the case's center. Feng Liuqing would know about the tribunal proceeding. She would know that the fabrication was documented somewhere in the evidence materials, even if it was not the primary charge. She would know that the path to Suyin was through Crestfall, and Feng Liuqing was not a woman who waited for situations to resolve without her presence. She had watched Feng Liuqing for 3 years in the compound and had understood, with cold precision, that they were not entirely different in their approaches. Both of them gathered information, built structures, and used what they had with strategic efficiency. The difference was that Feng Liuqing had operated inside the existing hierarchy, climbing within it, using its rules, exploiting its conventions, while Suyin had operated outside it, building something the hierarchy could not see. Feng Liuqing had been more successful, for longer, by staying inside. But inside had a ceiling, and she had reached it, and now the floor was cracking under her. Suyin had also been watching, in the past 2 months, for signs of whether Feng Liuqing had redirected her private network. The search efforts had stopped 2 weeks before the Warlord's arrival. The cultivators in the city had departed, Lu Ping had not been replaced, and the tea house contacts who had been the search's informal intelligence layer had stopped their specific communication pattern. This told her either that Feng Liuqing had concluded the search was pointless or that she had decided to come herself. Both possibilities led to this moment. Suyin had been expecting her. Feng Liuqing was 25 years old, iron marrow, and she had the face of someone who had spent 3 years at the top of a precarious hierarchy and knew, with precise professional instinct, when the foundation was shifting. She was beautiful in the deliberate way that women at court learned to be beautiful, not the beauty of someone unaware of the effect, but the cultivated presentation of someone who had understood early that the visible surface was one of the few tools available to her. She had used those tools well. She had gone from second concubine to first concubine in 18 months by managing the political situation in the compound with the efficiency of someone who had studied the hierarchy's vulnerabilities and was willing to exploit them. Suyin had watched her do it. She had noted it with cold respect and colder wariness. And then she had been removed as an obstacle to the next step in Feng Liuqing's ascent. She came to the intake room and looked at Suyin and looked at the clinic and looked at the plain robe and the copper hairpin. And she performed the rapid assessment of someone who was no longer underestimating and was not yet sure what she was looking at. "You built all of this," she said. It was not identical to the way the Warlord had said it. His had been calculation. Hers was something more complicated. The recognition of someone who was herself a builder, who had built her own position in the compound from nothing, and who was encountering in this clinic the result of a construction project she had not known was happening. "Yes," Suyin said. Feng Liuqing sat down. "The infidelity charge," she said. "I know. I fabricated it. I know." She was quiet for a moment. "You're not going to use it." This was a statement, not a question. She had clearly been following the case documentation and had noted that the formal case did not include the fabricated charge. The tribunal case was about supply fraud. The Shin Lordship complaint was about administrative pressure. Suyin had not included the fabricated charge because it would have shifted the tribunal proceedings from supply fraud to household politics, which was both harder to prove and less significant in structural terms. "No," Suyin said. "I'm not." "Why not?" Suyin looked at her. "Because it's not the most important thing," she said. What you did to me specifically is less important than what the system that allowed you to do it produces in aggregate. The case is about the supply fraud and the border policies, not about one fabricated charge. Fong Luqing looked at her. There was something in her face that was close to respect and also close to fear, and the specific mixture told Suyin something about what the woman's position at court had been for the past 18 months. Precarious, ambitious, brilliant, and completely without the kind of allies she needed because the Iron Crest Court's power structure did not have space for women who were any of those things without a powerful patron. She had used Suyin as the stepping stone to first concubine. And now the Warlord's court was cracking, and she was alone at the top of a structure that was losing its foundation. What are you going to do with me? Fong Luqing asked. It was the same question the detained cultivator had asked. Suyin had a different answer this time. Nothing, she said. Your choices in the next 60 days will do something with you, or they won't. If the Warlord's court restructures, which it will, through the tribunal proceedings, the position of first concubine will be a different kind of position than it has been. Whether you have standing in that new position depends on what you do now. And what should I do now? Suyin looked at her steadily. Stop using intelligence resources to find me. I'm not hard to find. And consider whether the information network you've been building in the border territories could be more useful to you directed toward something constructive rather than toward an elimination I have demonstrated is not achievable. Fong Luqing was very still. You're offering me a way to be useful, she said. I'm pointing out that you have skills and resources that have value independent of how you've been using them, Suyin said. What you do with that observation is your business. Fong Luqing rose. She stood for a moment, looking at the clinic, at the plane intake room, at the woman across the desk from her. I underestimated you, she said. Yes, Suyin said. That is what fed the seal. Fong Luqing blinked. Then, slowly, she understood. Her face moved through several expressions in quick succession. Everyone who dismissed you, she said. Everyone, Suyin confirmed. A pause. I helped build your seal, Fong Luqing said, very quietly. You initiated the process, Suyin said. Comprehensively. Fong Luqing left without another word. Suyin thought. She is capable of surviving this. Whether she chooses to survive it well or badly is her own accounting. She returned to the clinic's work. Chapter 56. The Empire's infrastructure collapse. It did not happen at once. This was the thing about structural collapse that she had learned from the medical texts she had been reading for 3 years. Damage to a system was often not apparent at the point of maximum stress. It was apparent later, when the compensating mechanisms had been exhausted and the underlying weakness was suddenly load-bearing. The Iron Crest Dominion's administrative structure was like this. The supply fraud case at the capital's tribunal, once the preliminary determination was public, did not immediately resolve. Cases of this complexity moved through the administrative apparatus over months. But the preliminary determination created a specific effect. Every official who had been complicit in managing the supply contractor's connections, not just POW, but the 10 or 12 mid-level officials who had known and been silent, was suddenly making individual calculations about whether their silence was more valuable to them than their own administrative survival. Several chose to cooperate with the tribunal. This was the internal mechanism of institutional collapse, not a coordinated revolt, but a series of individual self-preservation decisions, each one producing testimony that compromised additional individuals, cascading outward from the original case. She tracked this through Professor Wei Chanqiu's correspondence, which continued to arrive through Hao Wenlin's channel and was now supplemented by messages from the advocate's office directly. Magistrate Ing Honglu was proving to be precisely the advocate she had hoped for. Methodical, careful, resistant to the political pressure that the Warlord's court was applying, and building the case in the structured, thoroughly documented way that a man who had done this twice before understood was the only way to produce a sustainable result. The supply contractor's cooperation had been the first domino. His accounts, once surrendered, contained evidence that implicated 4 additional officials and 2 additional contractors. The 4 officials, faced with their own proceedings, had entered into testimony agreements within a week. 2 of their testimonies named officers in the garrison's supply command. The garrison officers, in turn, had information about the specific mechanism by which POW had been extracting the shortfall revenue into a private account managed through a capital banking house. The banking house froze the account when the tribunal summons arrived. The account contained 16 years of accumulated supply fraud revenue. She read the advocate's message describing the account balance and sat with it for a long time. 16 years. She had known, from Peng Sumin's 8 years of records, the scale of what had been happening. The full 16-year scope was larger than she had documented. It was also more consequential for the tribunal's case. 16 years rather than 8 established a long-term, systematic pattern rather than an opportunistic irregularity. The eastern garrisons and the settlements that depended on them had been receiving shortfalls for 16 years. She thought about the seed reserves that Stone Basin Village had never had the means to put aside. She thought about the specific communities she had visited over 12 months of route work, the careful way they managed their supplies, the small hoards of preserved food that represented months of economic anxiety compressed into a corner of a grain storage room. 16 years. She wrote a brief message to Professor Wei Suyin. The 16-year scope needs to be part of the compensation calculation, not just the 8 years documented. The downstream harm to the settlements was cumulative. The tribunal should consider requiring compensation scaled to the full period. She sent it through Hao Wenlin's channel and went back to work. She tracked this through Professor Wei Sunyin's correspondence. The collapse proceeded with the slow, steady certainty of a process that had begun correctly and was proceeding correctly. Each step producing the evidence for the next step. Each cooperating official providing testimony that enabled the next proceeding, the case building from its original documentation toward a full accounting. General Pao Jiolong complied with the tribunal summons. He came to the capital under formal escort, arranged by Commander Tian Ru's dispatch of a garrison party under the tribunal's authority, the first formal action she had taken in her capacity as the garrison's operational commander, a capacity that Wan Ingda had formally recognized in writing the day after the warlord's conversation with Suyin. The supply contractor surrendered his accounts within the week. The 15% shortfall in Eastern Garrison supply was documented and the shortfall restored from seized assets. The Eastern garrisons began receiving their actual allocated supplies for the first time in 8 years. In Crestfall, the effects were visible within the month. Garrison troop counts that had been false for years began to correct as the detachment orders were reversed. The garrison's actual operational capacity increased. The city's border security, which had been a fiction for most of a decade, began to become real. The Shen lordship complaint resolved in the following way. The tribunal's determination acknowledged the tribute increase demands as excessive under the Dominion's vassal agreements, and recommended a formal review of the Eastern Territory tribute schedule. The review would take a year. In the interim, the current tribute was suspended. Shen Daokai communicated this to her through Chen Fei. The message was brief. This is what independence costs, a year of review and the right to make the argument. Thank you. She sent back. Keep it. The warlord's court did not collapse. This was not the outcome she had been building toward, and she had been honest with herself about this from the beginning. The Iron Crest Dominion was 17 years old, with deep administrative roots and a legitimate origin in the unification of the Eastern Territories that predated Deng Haoran's specific corruptions. What collapsed was the specific configuration of the court that had depended on the supply fraud, on Pao's enforcement capacity, on the systematic extraction of the border territories. This configuration had been the dominant feature of the court for 8 years. Its collapse did not end the Dominion. It ended the particular version of the Dominion that had treated the border territories as something to extract from rather than something to govern. Whether the version that replaced it would be better was not guaranteed. She was not naive enough to believe that the removal of one set of corruptions prevented the arrival of another. But she had built, in the border territories, an administrative infrastructure that would be harder to hollow out than what had been here before. The networks she had assembled, the information flows, the petition processes, the formal alliances between the city's communities and the prefect's office, these did not disappear when the immediate crisis resolved. They remained. They were functional. They were hers, in the sense that she had built them, and the South Quarters, in the sense that the people in it had agreed to be part of them. This was the empire she had built, not the Iron Crest Dominion, not the warlord's court. A smaller empire, in a border city that the capital still considered irrelevant, of organized, connected, functional governance in the margins of a system that had stopped governing its margins. She found this more satisfying than anything she had imagined at 19. What she had imagined at 19, if she was honest, was something more dramatic. She had been reading cultivation texts and political philosophy and the histories of courts and warlords, and the stories those texts told were stories of dramatic reversals. The expelled becoming the powerful, the sealed becoming the strongest, the discarded returning to remake the world in their own image. She had gotten a version of this. But the reality had been so much more specific, so much more particular and detailed and unglamorous in its daily texture, that the stories had not prepared her for it. No cultivation text had described the experience of spending 6 weeks organizing petition signatures and cross-referencing administrative records before a single formal action was possible. No political philosophy had described the specific satisfaction of watching Lianbao tell a patient the correct dosage schedule for a chronic condition, competently, with the calm assurance of someone who had learned to trust their own knowledge. No history of warlords and courts had described the quality of light through a clinic's narrow window on a winter morning when you had nowhere else you needed to be. The dramatic elements had happened. The seal had broken. The warlord had come and gone with a changed calculation. The tribunal was proceeding. General Pao was in formal custody. But the things that felt like the core of what she had built, the things that she kept returning to in her thinking, the things she most wanted to protect, were not the dramatic elements. They were the seed reserve in Stone Basin. They were old Zhu's academic enthusiasm about her meridian structure. They were Tianru sitting in the intake chair and saying, "I know. I'm thinking you anyway." They were the pharmaceutical route running on its own schedule, settlements receiving their correct supplies, a young woman managing 2 route circuits with the calm competence of someone who had found her work. These things would outlast the specific political crisis that had created the conditions for her to build them. They were more durable than the crisis because they served needs that had existed before the crisis and would continue after. She found this more satisfying than anything she had imagined at 19. Chapter 57. Grand Physician Mao Chunlu's last examination. He came to Crestfall 6 weeks after the warlord's visit, summoned by the tribunal as a material witness in the case. His testimony was required on the subject of the iron suppression seal, specifically, whether the seal had been placed under proper legal authority given the fabricated nature of the charge that had justified it. He had not wanted to come. The tribunal summons did not give him a choice. She learned he was in the city through the garrison's visitor records, which Tianru had been sharing with her as a matter of course. She did not summon him. She let him come. He came to the clinic on his second day in the city. He came alone, without attendance, without the official physician's kit, the way a private person came to a private meeting, which told her he had separated this visit from his formal testimony. He was 60 years old, and he looked, she thought, as though he had aged more in 6 months than in the preceding 10 years. The tribunal proceeding had been difficult for him in ways that were visible in his face. The specific quality of someone carrying a weight they had not anticipated and had not chosen. She had thought about this specific encounter more carefully than about most of the others. The others, the warlord, Feng Luqing, were strategic encounters that she had been building toward for the full 18 months. The confrontations with them were the natural conclusion of the work she had done. Dr. Mao was different. He had been a man doing his job, and his job had been used to harm her. He had not placed the seal from malice. She had seen enough of the compound's operations to be certain of that. He had placed it because a powerful man had ordered him to, and he had not investigated whether the order was legitimate, because investigating the orders of powerful men in the Iron Crest Court was a career-ending exercise. She had been on the receiving end of his failure to investigate. She had thought about what she wanted from him, if he came. She had thought about what the encounter required from her. The conclusion: she did not want his suffering. She was not in the business of requiring people to suffer for their failures. She was in the business of building a structure where such failures had consequences, formal, administrative consequences through the tribunal, and where the acknowledgement of the failure was part of the official record. He had given the acknowledgement, under oath, to the tribunal. He had testified honestly and fully, which was more than she had required and more than she had expected. What this encounter required: to receive that acknowledgement, acknowledge it, and close the accounting between them. Not forgiveness in the sense of releasing him from all accountability. The tribunal accounting was complete and was doing the work of formal accountability. What she was releasing him from was the expectation of an additional personal reckoning, a reckoning she neither needed nor wanted. She had enough to carry. She was not adding his weight. She received him with the same professional warmth she gave everyone. He sat in the intake chair and looked at her. His physician's eyes moved to the seal point, or where the seal point had been. The sternum, that was now clear. "The seal is gone," he said. "Yes." "How?" She described it. Not the full technical detail. She was not ready to make the hollow vessel sutra a matter of public knowledge, and the tribunal did not require it for its purposes. But the outline, the technique's passive accumulation mechanism, the seal's conversion, the detonation. He listened with the focused attention of someone receiving information that was simultaneously a diagnosis and an accounting. When she finished, he was quiet for a long time. "I did not know about the technique," he said. "I know. I would not have. If I had known the seal could be converted in this way, you would have used a different seal," she said. "Yes, one that might have successfully prevented the accumulation." She kept her voice even. "I was fortunate that you used an iron suppression seal and not a more comprehensive technique." He looked at her. The word fortunate held every dimension of what she was not saying. I placed the seal because I was ordered to, he said. I know. That is not, he paused. I understand that is not a sufficient justification. No, she said. It isn't. He looked at his hands. They were still, but she could see, in the fine lines of his knuckles, the tremor she had noticed 18 months ago in the compound's eastern antechamber. I have testified to the tribunal, he said. I told them the seal was placed on a charge whose validity I did not independently verify, and that I should have verified it, and that my failure to verify it was a professional and ethical failure. She looked at him. That was honest testimony, she said. It is the least I could give. He paused. I have been thinking about this for 6 weeks. Since the preliminary determination, I have been thinking about the specific mechanism, how placing a seal on someone falsely charged creates a compounding harm, how the physician's role in that, Dr. Mao, she said. He stopped. You testified honestly, she said. That is what the system needed from you. What I needed from you is different, and it has been addressed by different means. She looked at him steadily. There is nothing else required between us. He looked at her for a moment. You are being more generous than I deserve, he said. I am being precise, she said. Generosity would be forgetting. I am not forgetting. But the accounting has been made. The harm has been addressed through the appropriate channels, and I have a great deal of work to do that does not require me to carry a grievance against a physician who was cowardly once 18 months ago. He nodded, slowly. The nod of a man who had been prepared for something worse, and had received something he did not quite know how to carry. He looked at the clinic around him, the clean shelves, the organized record books, the intake desk with its precise arrangement of writing implements and filing trays. He looked at it with a physician's assessment of a medical facility, reading competence and care in the organization. You have built something here, he said. Not just the case. The practice. Yes. You have a good physician. He nodded toward the examination room, where Hao Wenlin's voice could be heard with a patient. He was always good. The compound's physicians were aware of him. His work with the soldier's case 20 years ago was known. He chose to stay in Crestfall rather than take a capital appointment because the case was here. I know, she said. He is well utilized, Dr. Mao said. It was a precise physician's assessment, delivered with the professional dignity of someone who was trying to give something back and had only professional courtesy to offer. She received it as it was intended. Thank you, she said. He rose, gathered himself, and left with the slightly less burdened posture of someone who had been carrying something and had been permitted, to a limited degree, to set it down. She sat for a moment after he was gone, letting the room settle. Then she rose and prepared the afternoon's intake session. She thought about what he had said. You have built something here. Not just the case. The practice. He was right that it was both. But the practice had always been the more important of the two. The case was the thing that needed to happen so that the practice could continue to exist. The practice was the thing that gave the case its moral weight. A woman who had built an information network in a legal case and then left the city, that was someone who had used the city for her own purposes. A woman who built those things and then stayed and maintained them and continued to develop them, that was something else. She had always known she was going to stay. She had known it from the first week, when Hao Wenlin had handed her a patient intake form and the South Quarter had begun to be a place with specific individuals in it rather than a transit point on a road toward a distant goal. There was always more work. She was not done with hers. Chapter 58. What remains after the Warlord falls? The Warlord did not fall. She had been clear about this from the beginning, and she remained clear about it now. The Iron Crest Dominion's legitimate governance structure had not been the target. The specific configuration of corruption that had attached to it was the target. Deng Haoran remained the Warlord of Iron Crest, Lord of the Dominion, bearer of the 7 garrison seals. His title was unchanged. His authority was unchanged in its formal dimensions. What had changed? The specific infrastructure of corruption that had operated under his authority was exposed, documented, and in the process of formal dissolution. The supply contractor was being prosecuted. General Pao had surrendered to the tribunal and was under administrative suspension pending the case's conclusion. 3 additional officials had been named in secondary proceedings. The Eastern Garrison Supply Protocol had been corrected. The Shen Lordship's tribute suspension was in effect. The formal review of vassal agreements was proceeding. In Crestfall, Waningda had formalized Suyin's position as an administrative consultant to the prefect's office. Not a high-ranking position, not a loud one. A precise, functional one that gave her formal standing in the city's administrative structures while leaving her free to operate the network she had built. She was officially Su Yin, administrative consultant, Crestfall Border City. She had not taken back the name Wei Suyin in any public capacity. This was a choice. Wei Suyin was the 3rd concubine who had been expelled and sealed. She was not that person anymore. Or rather, that person was part of her history, but not the whole of her identity. Suyin was the person she had built from the material the expulsion had left her. She was not willing to reduce the 18 months of building to a chapter heading in the story of a former concubine's revenge. The name was hers. Both names were hers. She would use them as she chose. The formal administrative consultant position came with several specific functions that she had negotiated with Wan Ingda over 3 conversations in the 2 weeks following the Warlord's visit. She had been precise about what she wanted: the authority to interface directly with the tribunal's advocate's office on behalf of the city's administrative interests, the standing to file formal petitions and administrative complaints in the city's name, and the authorization to expand the pharmaceutical route network under the prefect's office's formal licensing authority rather than under the informal tolerance that had been its basis for 18 months. Waningda had agreed to all of these. He had been, she assessed, a man who had spent 4 years in Crestfall doing his job under conditions that made his job both thankless and genuinely difficult, and who had recognized, when the Warlord's visit demonstrated that the city's administrative structure had been comprehensively prepared for resistance, that something worth formalizing had been built in the city's margins. He was not effusive in his recognition. He was too careful a bureaucrat for effusion. But he was genuine. The formal appointment document had been drafted carefully, with the specific provisions she had requested, and he had signed it without revision. She had appreciated this. She had not told him she appreciated it, because the correct response to professional courtesy was professional acknowledgement, which she had provided. The name was hers. Both names were hers. She would use them as she chose. Hao Wenlin continued to operate the clinic. He had been formally recognized by the prefect's office as the South Quarter's primary medical facility, which came with a small administrative budget and the official permission to operate that he had been operating without for 20 years. He had cried when the formal recognition arrived. He had not known she had arranged it. She had not told him she had arranged it. He figured it out within 2 days and came to the clinic with tea and a very specific kind of silence that contained everything that needed to be said. Baiguren's pharmaceutical route was now a formally registered commercial operation with a route license and a supply chain that extended to 12 settlements and was expanding. The expansion had been accelerated by the supply protocol corrections. Settlements that had been systematically undersupplied for 8 years were now receiving correct deliveries, which had improved their economic conditions, which meant they had more resources for the pharmaceutical supply that the route provided. She had a working meeting with Baiguren once a month on the route's expansion planning. He came to the clinic. They sat at the intake desk with the route maps and the settlement records, and they talked through what each settlement needed, what the route could provide, and what the route needed from the prefect's office's licensing authority to continue developing. These meetings were, she thought, among the most genuinely satisfying of her working relationships. Baiguren was careful, knowledgeable, and had a quality she respected. He was honest about what he didn't know. He would say, "I don't have reliable data on the northern settlement's requirements," rather than estimating. And this meant that when he did report information, she trusted it completely. He had been running trade routes in the border territories for 15 years, and the specific knowledge that produced, the knowledge of roads, seasons, settlement economic cycles, the informal credit networks that kept the territories functioning, was knowledge she did not have from the administrative records alone. The meetings combined her administrative picture with his operational picture and produced a more accurate view of the Eastern Territory's actual condition than either could build independently. She thought sometimes that this was the template for everything she had built. 2 people with different kinds of knowledge, combining them in the specific place where the combination produced something neither could produce alone. She had built a city's worth of these combinations. Tian Ru had received a formal command appointment to the Crestfall garrison, the first female garrison commander in the border territories, an appointment that had been opposed through 2 levels of the garrison's administrative hierarchy, and that had gone through anyway, because the formal evaluation record was unambiguous and the tribunal's attention to the garrison's conduct had made obstruction politically inadvisable. The appointment process had taken 3 weeks and had involved 2 formal challenges from officers who outranked Tian Ru on paper, both citing command temperament, in terms that were word-for-word identical to the evaluation notes that had blocked her promotions for 20 years. Suyin had observed this pattern with a cold, specific fury that she had converted, with the discipline of 18 months of practice, into action. She had submitted a formal brief to the tribunal's advocate's office noting that the specific evaluation language appeared to constitute discriminatory administrative obstruction of a witness in an active proceeding. The advocate's office had noted the brief. The 2 challenges had been withdrawn within a week. Whether this was the brief's effect or the challengers' assessment of their own exposure, she could not say with certainty. She did not need certainty. The result was the result. She came to the clinic the morning after the appointment notice arrived. She sat in the intake chair. She said, "Thank you." Suyin said, "You earned it." Tianru said, "I know. I'm thanking you anyway." "The brief," Suyin said. Tianru looked at her. "You didn't tell me about the brief." "No. You submitted it without asking me." "I assessed that you would have asked me not to," Suyin said. "You would have said you could handle it through the official channels, and that you didn't want to be seen to require outside intervention." Tianru was quiet for a moment. "You would have been wrong," she said finally. "I know," Suyin said. "That's why I submitted it anyway." Tianru sat with this. "Then, you make your own assessments even when they disagree with your allies' likely preferences." "When I'm confident the assessment is correct," Suyin said. "It's a limited principle. I don't apply it casually." "How often are you confident?" "Often enough," Suyin said. Tianru almost smiled. The same quality of almost smile that Suyin had first seen on Tianru's face 7 months ago, when she had arrived at the clinic with a bruised rib and had reassessed a South Quarter intake worker upward in about 30 seconds. The expression that said, "I am encountering something that has earned my genuine regard." "The garrison," Tianru said, moving from the personal to the professional with the efficiency of a military mind. "I'm going to need a working relationship with your administrative network for the operational coordination to function." "You already have it," Suyin said. "I know. I'm formalizing it. The formal structure is, you send your route intelligence to Lian Bao's relay. She sends it to my desk. I send administrative intelligence to your adjutant. We review the Eastern Territory situation monthly. Quarterly garrison review with the prefect's office? Already scheduled." "Of course it is," Tianru said. She left the clinic with the appointment document under her arm and the specific walk of someone who had decided, with full professional seriousness, that the next 20 years of their career were going to be done correctly. Suyin watched her go and felt the specific satisfaction of watching someone who had been misallocated for 20 years finally occupy the position that had been waiting for them. This was also the work, not the dramatic confrontations. This, Pear Blossom's night market was still running, still below official commercial status, but operating with the tacit acknowledgement of the prefect's office that certain kinds of commerce in the South Quarter performed social functions that the official market structure did not. Old Master Qi still came to the clinic once a month and talked about the South Quarter's history, which was becoming, with each visit, both more painful and more hopeful. He had been carrying the history for 50 years, and now he was watching it change in ways he had not expected to see. He was 81 years old and had spent 50 of those years in the South Quarter, watching 4 different administrative regimes manage the border city with varying degrees of competence and varying degrees of corruption, and he had developed the specific quality of historical witness that came from having outlasted the things you had observed, the ability to see the present moment in relation to what had come before and what might come after, unsentimentalized and unfrightened. He came in on the month following the Warlord's visit and sat in his usual chair, the one by the window, with the better light for his aging eyes, and he said, "The petition record, the 43 names. Those are formally part of the tribunal's proceeding now." "Yes," she said. "I am one of those names." "Yes." He sat with this for a moment. He was 81 years old and had been in the South Quarter for 50, and the idea that his name was now in a formal capital tribunal record, attached to a proceeding that had removed a general from command, was clearly something he was processing with the patient intensity of someone who had learned not to react quickly to things of significance. "My grandmother signed a petition in this quarter," he said, 53 years ago, about the garrison's labor drafts. Nothing happened with it. The men involved died or moved away, and the petition went into a file somewhere and was forgotten." He looked at his hands. "This one didn't go into a file," he said. "No," she said. "It didn't." He nodded once, with the precise quality of someone who has received the confirmation of something they had been waiting, for a very long time, to see confirmed. "I'll come back next month," he said. "I want to hear how the tribunal proceedings go. I'll have a full report ready," she said. He smiled, the rare, specific smile of an 81-year-old who had decided, in this moment, to be satisfied with what he was seeing. She found it, unexpectedly, more moving than the Warlord's acknowledgement. She noted this and filed it in the room where she kept things she intended to understand more fully when she had time. Old Zhu continued his theoretical studies in the North Route cottage. He sent her a message after the seal broke. "I would like to examine the post-detonation meridian structure at your convenience. Academically, no prescription involved." She had visited twice. The second visit, he had described what she carried in her meridian channels as the most interesting cultivation architecture I have seen in 40 years of formation theory. She had taken this as the compliment it was and had given him detailed notes for his research. Lian Bao was 20 years old and was managing 2 of the pharmaceutical routes herself and had, in the past month, indicated to Suyin that she was thinking about beginning her own cultivation practice. You have the attention for it, Suyin said. I've had a good teacher, Lian Bao said. Not in cultivation. In how to be patient with something that takes a long time to become what it's supposed to be, Lian Bao said. That's the hard part. The rest is practice. Suyin had nothing useful to say to this, so she made tea. Shen Daokai returned to the eastern border with the Shan lordship's independence intact for the first time in 15 years, and sent a message that was brief and specific. The debt stands, and when you know what you want from it, I will provide it without argument. She had filed this in the room where she kept things she intended to use when the time was right. That room was getting full. The debts of people who had seen what she was building and had decided to be part of it. The connections she had made that were genuine rather than strategic. The outcomes that had exceeded what she had planned for. Not because her planning was poor, but because the world, when you built something real in it, tended to provide more material than you had started with. She had walked out of the Iron Crest compound with 50 silver and 1 debt. The debt of a burned manual and a grandmother who had given her the only protection she had. She had been paying that debt back for 2 years. She was not done paying it, but she was doing the work that the debt required, and the work was real, and she believed, when she looked at it honestly, that her grandmother would have found it satisfying. That room was getting full. It was, she thought, a good problem to have. Chapter 59. Lian Bao's question, finally answered 3 months after the Warlord's visit, when the city had settled into the shape of what it was now. Lian Bao asked her question again. Not the same question. She had asked, are you happy 6 months before the seal broke, during the South Quarter's particular autumn light? This question was different. They were walking the eastern route together. Lian Bao was leading the route now, and Suyin had come along to survey the condition of the settlements after the supply protocol corrections, which had produced visible improvements in 3 communities within 2 months. Lian Bao walked the route with the competence of someone who had been doing it for 2 years and had made it entirely her own. She knew the road's turns by feel. She knew which settlements had particular needs. She knew the specific personalities of the headmen and household representatives she would see. She greeted the settlement's residents by name and was greeted back by name. And Suyin observed this with the precise, noticing quality she brought to watching things she had helped build become independent. Lian Bao did not need her on the eastern route anymore. She had come because she wanted to be here, not because she was required. This was, she thought, the correct endpoint of teaching. When the student does not need you to be present, but you choose to be present anyway, and the choice is genuinely free. She had been Lian Bao's teacher in an informal sense for 2 years, not in any structured curriculum, but in the daily practice of doing the work alongside someone who was paying attention. Lian Bao had learned by watching and by doing, which was how most real learning happened, not through formal instruction, but through the slow accumulation of handled situations and observed decisions. She had been learning in the same way herself. The sutra was a technique, and techniques could be memorized, but the judgment she had developed over 18 months, when to be patient, when to accelerate, when to trust, and when to protect, that had not come from the sutra. It had come from the specific experience of building something real under conditions that required genuine, daily decision-making. The walk was long and the autumn was almost winter again, and the road was the same road she had taken in the first days after the expulsion, frost beginning to settle in the ruts at night, and pale sky above the border country. The road looked different than it had 2 years ago. The difference was not in the road itself, but in what she carried when she walked it. 2 years ago, she had been counting pages of a sutra she had memorized from a burned manual, watching her own breathing, trying to understand whether she was afraid. Now she was walking a road she knew well, in a direction she had chosen, toward a village she had a relationship with a person who had come with her through the whole of it. What are you going to do? Lian Bao said. Suyin looked at the road ahead. Keep doing what I'm doing, she said. For how long? Until it's done. The border territory's administrative infrastructure needs 2 more years to be stable enough to function without the specific kind of attention I can give it. The tribunal proceedings will continue through the spring, at minimum. The Shen Lordship's review will take another year. She paused. After that. Lian Bao prompted. Suyin was quiet for a moment. I don't know, she said. I have been thinking about what comes after, and I find that I don't have a clear answer. I have been building toward a specific outcome for a long time. The outcome has been mostly achieved. What comes after a goal you have been focused on for 18 months is a different goal, Lian Bao said. Presumably. What do you want? She thought about this with the same precision she applied to every question. But this one required a different kind of precision, not analytical, but the precision of honesty about something you have not yet fully examined. I want to continue the work, she said. I want to cultivate, not to become a weapon against anyone, but because I have this capacity now and I would like to understand it fully. She paused. I want to see whether old Zhu's theory about the heaven fracture component in my meridians develops in the way he predicts. Another pause. I want to see what the Shun Lordship's independence looks like in 5 years. And personally, Lian Bao said. Suyin looked at her. I want to live in a city I built something real in, she said. I want to have people I have genuine relationships with who chose me and whom I choose. She paused. I want the room I built in my memory for you. The room where I keep the things I can't call by their right name because I don't have the words. I want that room to have a word eventually. Lian Bao was quiet for a moment. That's the longest answer you've given me to anything personal, she said. It's been a long road to the right place to give it, Suyin said. They walked the eastern route in the autumn light, the same road that had been frozen and difficult 2 years ago when Suyin had counted 42 pages of the sutra in the dark and felt the seals settle into place and thought about what it meant to begin. The road was the same. The settlements were better supplied. She could see the difference in small ways that required no inventory. The headman at the first settlement had new roof thatch on 2 buildings, work that would have been deferred when the supply budgets were thin. The road itself had been maintained. A low spot that had turned to mud each spring for 2 years had been filled with gravel, which meant the settlement had labor and materials to spare for infrastructure rather than spending everything on immediate subsistence. These were the signs of supply correction. Not dramatic, but cumulative and visible to someone who had been walking this road for 2 years with the specific attention of someone tracking conditions. The second settlement had a new fence around the storage area. She noted it and added it to the running internal account she kept of the Eastern Territory's recovery, which she had been maintaining since the supply protocol corrections had taken effect. 6 months of corrections. 6 months of correctly measured deliveries and settlements that had received 30% shortfalls for 8 to 16 years. The recovery was visible, but it was not complete. You could not recover 8 years of undersupply in 6 months. The specific harms from chronic undersupply accumulated: seeds not planted, repairs not made, children not fully nourished during growth years, elders not adequately supported through winters. These were not recovered in a season, but the trajectory had changed. That was what mattered. The third settlement had a second building under construction, a communal storage facility, shared between 3 households that had decided to pool their resources rather than each maintaining separate inadequate stores. This was the kind of social innovation that happened when people had enough margin to think beyond immediate survival. You only built communal storage when you believed there would be enough to store communally. They believed there would be enough. She noted this with the specific, quiet satisfaction of someone watching a thing she had helped make possible become real in the world independent of her ongoing attention. The headman at Stone Basin came to the road to meet them because he had seen their approach, and he had tea waiting, and he asked Suyin about the tribunal proceedings with the engaged attention of someone who understood that these proceedings had direct consequences for his village. She told him what she knew. He told her about the supply delivery that had arrived 3 weeks ago, the first correctly measured delivery in 8 years, and how it had allowed him to put a seed reserve aside for spring rather than immediately rationing. A seed reserve. 1 correctly measured grain delivery. 1 year, that was the difference. She thought, this is what the work is for. Not the dramatic confrontations. Not the cultivation break. This, a seed reserve in a border village that had been systematically shorted for 8 years. She thought, the warlord measured everything by visible power. He never counted seed reserves. She thought, I count seed reserves. She thought, and the people whose seed reserves I count know that someone is counting. That is also not a small thing. They stayed at Stone Basin for 2 hours. The headman had questions about the tribunal proceedings' implications for the settlement supply contract, whether the corrections would be permanent, whether there was a formal complaint process if the deliveries were short again. She answered each question with the specificity she gave to every question from this community. She had built a relationship with Stone Basin over 2 years of route work. The headman knew her as Suyin, route coordinator, and as the person who had submitted the delivery records that were now part of the tribunal's formal evidence. He did not know the full story. He knew the part that affected his village. Someone had been documenting the shortfalls, someone had submitted the documentation, and now the shortfalls had been corrected. He thanked her for the documentation. She said, it was your delivery records and your community members' statements that gave the documentation its weight. The work was mutual. He looked at her for a moment with the specific quality of a man who had spent 30 years managing a border settlement's survival and who recognized, when he encountered it, the kind of work that required genuine commitment rather than official obligation. Then he refilled her tea and they talked about the fence around the storage area and who had built it and why it needed to be a certain height to keep out the winter deer and the conversation was ordinary and specific and entirely real, and she found it. As she always found these conversations, both necessary and satisfying in a way that the capital compound's conversations had never been. She thought, I was building the wrong thing, for the wrong reasons, in the wrong city, for 3 years. And then I found the right city and the right work and built the right thing for 18 months. She thought, it is not a small thing to find the right work. She thought, I am glad I did not settle for the wrong thing when the wrong thing was available. They walked back to Crestfall in the late afternoon, and the city was visible ahead of them. They walked back to Crestfall in the late afternoon, and the city was visible ahead of them on the flat border country, the south quarter's unimpressive rooflines, and the commercial quarter's slightly more pretentious ones, and the administrative quarter's careful, anxious formality. Her city, not hers to own, hers to have built something real in, and to continue building, and to see what it became over the years when the immediate crisis had resolved into the long, ordinary work of governance and maintenance, and the unglamorous, essential labor of keeping things functional. She was ready for that labor. She had been doing it for 2 years, and she found, to no great surprise, that she was rather good at it. Chapter 60. Wei Suyin defines her own future on the morning of the 2-year anniversary of the iron bar dropping into its bracket. She woke before the dawn gong, as she always had, and she sat in the stillness. Not the hollow vessel sutra's stillness. That was finished, complete, a chapter in a story that had produced its outcome and closed. This was her own stillness, the clean, cultivated quiet of iron marrow circulation in the early morning, the pathways that had been sealed and were now open and continuing to develop, the heaven fracture component that old Ju monitored with academic delight and that she could now access in limited ways, a door that was slowly opening. She sat with the cultivation for a while, not practicing, just being present with it. Then she opened her journal, not the old coded journal, which she had closed at the seal's break. A new one, plain-covered, which she had started the morning after the Warlord's visit and which had an entirely different character from its predecessor. The old journal had been a tracking document, dense with assessment and calculation and the specific monitoring of a woman who was managing a technique in a hostile environment. Precise and necessary and cold. This one was different. It was more like thinking aloud, which she had never done much in writing because thinking aloud required a certain security, a belief that the space in which you were thinking was yours to think in, and that security was relatively new. She wrote on the 2-year anniversary morning. 2 years. I walked out of the Iron Crest compound gate with 50 silver and a memorized technique and a maid who refused to leave. I walked out toward a road that led to a city I had never been to, with a plan that was not a plan but a direction, east, into the territory that the court considered irrelevant. The technique worked because I built something real to work it with. The network worked because I was honest with the people in it. The case worked because the evidence was real and the people who held it were real and the advocacy was done by people who believed in it. I did not achieve these things by becoming more powerful in the visible sense. I achieved them by doing work that mattered, consistently, for long enough that the work became something that could not be ignored. The seal is gone. The Warlord's court has been restructured. The eastern border has supply chains that are being correctly managed for the first time in 8 years. The garrison is operational. The Shun lordship is independent within legal parameters that protect it from absorption for the foreseeable future. A soldier named Feng Bolu, who died 22 years ago in garrison custody for filing a complaint, has been formally acknowledged in the tribunal record. I am administrative consultant Su Yin in official documents. I am Wei Suyin when I choose to use the name. I am both and neither, and the person who was built from the space between them. I am iron marrow upper tier and developing, which means nothing to most people in the South Quarter and everything to me, because it is mine, built with my own work from the only raw material I had, which was the systematic dismissal of everyone who was certain I was worthless. I am in a city that I built something real in. I have a physician who carries a dead soldier's name with less weight than he did 2 years ago, because the accounting has been made. I have a commander who is the first female garrison commander in the border territories and who runs the garrison the way it should have been run for 20 years. I have a young lord of a minor lordship who sends messages that are brief and specific and who will provide whatever I ask without argument, though I have so far asked for only one thing, that he keep what he has. I have a maid who is 20 years old and is beginning to cultivate and who asked me once if I was happy and who will ask me better questions in the years ahead, and I am looking forward to answering them. I have old Ju's academic excitement about my meridian structure, which is the most genuine enthusiasm anyone has ever expressed about my cultivation, and I find this both useful and genuinely amusing. I have a city. I have work. I have the people I have chosen and who have chosen me. The warlord who expelled me is managing an administrative restructuring that will take 3 years and will probably be the defining challenge of his legacy. He is doing it without General Pao, without the supply contractor's revenue, and with a tribunal that will be watching his court's Eastern policies for the next decade. I did not destroy him. I corrected the specific configuration of harm that had been operating under his authority, and I built an alternative administrative structure in the territory that configuration had been exploiting. This was not revenge. Revenge would have been smaller. This was restoration and expansion and the patient, specific work of building something that will outlast the specific grievance that created the conditions for building it. My grandmother read the Hollow Vessel Sutra with me 3 times by lamplight and burned the manual before morning because she knew it needed to live in me rather than in a document anyone could find. She knew, I think, what I did not yet know at 19, that the technique's real purpose was not the power at the end of it. The purpose was the practice of building a real life, even when you had been told you had nothing to build with. She wanted to give me the only protection she had, the knowledge that nothing and worthless were not the same thing. She was right. She was always right. I am going to put this journal down now and open the clinic and begin the 3rd year. There is a great deal of work left to do. I am looking forward to it. She closed the journal. She made tea. She heard Lian Bao's footstep in the corridor and the particular quality of her knock, twice, soft, at the lower panel. Good morning, Lian Bao said, coming in with her own cup. Did you sleep? Well enough. The Settlement Council is coming at the 9th hour for the quarterly review. I know. And Tian Ru wants to schedule a joint meeting about the garrison's northern route patrols. Tell her to come after the Settlement Council. And there's a new patient, a family from east of Stone Basin. They arrived yesterday. The mother has a bone complaint that's been unaddressed for 2 years. First priority this morning, Suyin said. Before the council. Already on the schedule, Lian Bao said, with the flat precision of someone who had been doing this for 2 years and did not need to be told the priorities. Suyin looked at her. You've been doing this longer than you needed to, she said. The route coordination, the intake scheduling. You have your own work now. My own work and your work overlap about 70% of the time, Lian Bao said. And for the 30% that doesn't overlap, I prefer to be where the more interesting problems are. This clinic is not the most interesting place in the city. It is in my opinion, Lian Bao said. The most interesting problems always come through that door. She was looking at Suyin when she said this, and they both understood what she meant, and neither of them said it out loud, because some things were more precisely held in the space between the saying. The morning light came through the clinic window, the same window it had come through for 2 years, the same sideways border country light that was particular to this quarter of the city and that she had watched on 100 mornings and never stopped finding beautiful in the specific, plain, entirely genuine way of something that was present in hers. She was Wei Suyin. She was Su Yan. She was the woman who had walked out of an iron gate with nothing and built, in the territory no one was watching, something real. She was, in the precise sense that she had always given that word, exactly where she needed to be. She opened the clinic. The door was open, the morning was beginning, and the work, the long, ordinary, essential, particular work of living in a place you have chosen and built, went on. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.